Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If Naruto's Body Became Possessed by the Nine-Tailed Fox. The playlist for the story is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 14, Want to Know a Secret? August 5th, 342 NE. 11:00 AM. Konoha Hospital. Very good, Naruto-kun. Your control has really been improving lately. At this rate you'll have no trouble with medical techniques when you graduate, Shizen said. For your next exercise, Shizen-chan, Naruto interrupted, why do I have to wait? I'll be graduating in a few months anyway, and the Hokage has already approved me to study medical techniques. Why can't I just start now? Shizen grimaced. She had really been hoping someone else would tell Naruto so that she wouldn't have to break the news herself. About that, didn't you hear about the new law the Hokage passed? Naruto frowned and shook his head. No, he said slowly. What law? Well, after Itachi tried to kill you, the Hokage decided that Itachi had gone insane due to the pressure of his work and his young age. He made a new law that made the minimum age of graduation 12 years of age, regardless of prior training or merit, and that no one can join the ninja forces before they are 12 years old. So you can't graduate early, Shizen said apologetically. I know you really wanted to, and you deserve to, but at least, she started to say, but trailed off as she looked at Naruto. Naruto's fists were clenched, and his entire body was shaking. Shizen stepped back swiftly when she noticed tendrils of red chakra curling off of his body. She was about to call for help when Naruto took a shaky breath and slowly calmed down, the red tendrils receding. Naruto-kun, she asked hesitantly. Are you alright? What just ? Does he hate me? Naruto asked suddenly, his voice clipped and angry. Does he really think I will go insane like Itachi did? Does he think I'll hurt people? Why would he do this to me? Shizen approached slowly and pulled Naruto into a hug. His body kept shaking every now and then, but he didn't say anything further. She could have defended the Hokage, of course, explained his reasoning and pointed out that the law applied to all children equally, not just Naruto himself. The other ninja children were also advanced for their ages, and would likely manage to graduate 2 or 3 years early, even if they weren't quite at Naruto's level. She understood Naruto's anger, at least to an extent. He had spent a lot of time discussing his early graduation with Ino and the other children, and they had eventually decided that Naruto should graduate as soon as possible, and the other kids would try to catch up to him. Ino in particular was pushing herself very hard, perhaps even too hard, in order to graduate along with Naruto. Even if they didn't manage though, they had sworn that they would find a way to become teammates in the future. It had been quite touching when the adults heard about it, and they had all begun pulling strings in the background to help make that happen. Then Itachi had gone rogue and the Hokage's new law had gone into effect, and all their effort and heartache and sacrifice had been rendered essentially meaningless with the stroke of a pen. Shizen didn't feel like defending the Hokage, even if in this case Sarutobi believed he was helping Naruto and the other children. She would be perfectly happy if Naruto and Sarutobi had a severe falling out over this, although she didn't think it would go that far. No, she decided to unleash Naruto on the Hokage while he was primed and ready to blow. You could always ask him yourself, you know, Shizen said, a small smirk on her face. Same day. 11:30 AM. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Naruto would like to see you. His secretary started to say over the communication seal. Oh, that's fine. Send him right on in. We might even make a lunch of it, the Hokage said cheerfully. It was unusual for Naruto to visit him while he was at work, but a welcome distraction whenever it happened. All right, Hokage-sama, his secretary replied uncertainly. The seals on the doorway flashed blue as they deactivated, and the door was pushed open. As it closed and he heard footsteps approaching, Sarutobi looked up, a smile on his face. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good to, he trailed off, his smile fading quickly as he took in his surrogate grandson's appearance. Naruto stood before his desk, hands clenched and a thunderous expression on his face. The marks on his cheeks, which had slowly been growing more and more prominent over the years, looked particularly dark against his flushed face. Before Sarutobi could gather his wits or even begin to figure out what was going on, Naruto began speaking, his voice a low hiss. "Why would you do this to me? Do you hate me, is that it? Was this all some joke to get my hopes up, just so you could crush them personally and laugh at my pain? Is this the special arrangement you talked about so long ago? Wadash. What am I supposed to do now? Continue wasting my time learning nothing, letting my skills fade away until I'm just another faceless ninja? Is that what you want? Or do you think I'm just like Itachi? Do you think I'm going to snap and start killing random people? Do you think I'll kill Ino, is that it? Am I so untrustworthy? Why? If any of his ninja had dared storm into his office and rant like this, they would have quickly found themselves regretting their temper, but when his surrogate grandson stormed in, his expression moving between enraged and betrayed, Sarutobi found himself at a loss. Now that Naruto appeared to be finished, however, he finally got a chance to speak. Naruto-kun, what is going on? Why would you think I hate you? What do you think I've done? Sarutobi asked, bewildered. That law, no one under the age of 12 can graduate and become a ninja, Naruto hissed. Sarutobi finally began to understand why Naruto was so upset. Naruto-kun, that law wasn't aimed at you, and it wasn't just because of Itachi. A lot of children have been forced into the ninja world far too young, and even if they don't snap like Itachi did, they still bear the scars of that. Itachi was simply the last straw. That law should have been made many years ago, Sarutobi patiently explained. But what am I supposed to do? Naruto cried out. I've only got 2 months before I would have graduated, and I can't learn anything more from the academy. That's 4 years of wasted time, and Ino-chan and the others will soon be facing the same problem. I had already planned to start learning from Shizune-chan the moment I graduated, and now I can't. So many other techniques and skills require a ninja license before you can learn them, and you just blocked all of those off until we're 12, Naruto said firmly. Sarutobi sat back in his chair. Ah, I see. You aren't concerned so much about the graduation as you are the training, is that correct? Naruto hesitated, some of the heightened emotion fading from his face. Well, yeah. In that case, I think we can work something out. I won't change the graduation age for anyone, but the Hokage can waive certain requirements in special circumstances, including rank requirements. There have been cases in the past where it was necessary for one reason or another to disclose techniques or information to those who didn't otherwise have the qualifications to acquire them. Would something like that satisfy you? The Hokage offered. Naruto appeared to consider that for a minute. What would that mean, exactly? He asked finally. Sarutobi smiled, pleased that Naruto had calmed down and was actually thinking about things rationally now. Well, with that waiver you would have the right to request training in any area available to a Jonin ninja, despite not being one yourself, techniques of C rank or below, specialized taijutsu styles, more advanced stealth, tracking, and trapping, the sealing arts dash. Naruto's head snapped up at that last one. Seals? Really? I've never been able to find anything about them, even though they seem so useful. Sarutobi nodded sagely. They are incredibly useful, but also quite dangerous and potentially unstable. I'm sure you've come across references to the explosion in the Land of Wind that occurred roughly 100 years ago. Naruto nodded, an odd expression on his face. Well, a lot of people think that's the sort of thing that can happen if you don't take seals seriously, and I agree. Sealing knowledge is carefully controlled and unsupervised experimentation is strictly forbidden until you have proven sufficient mastery of the subject. Konoha is very fortunate to have one of the only 3 acknowledged seal masters in all of the elemental nations, Jiraiya, the Hokage said, pride evident in his voice. Anyway, Jonin can begin studying and reproducing basic seals, but even then they aren't allowed to move further without a more experienced sealing specialist guiding them. Naruto nodded, a speculative look on his face. That sounds good, But what happens if I learn all of that before I graduate? There have been plenty of ninja who went from Jonin to Chunin in less than 4 years. They were promoted, yes, but they hardly mastered everything available to a Jonin. Even you would have trouble doing that, I think. Still, should that come to pass, we can reevaluate your situation then. Naruto nodded to himself, and fell silent as he contemplated the Hokage's words. Sarutobi allowed him to think for a few minutes, then prompted him for a response. Naruto-kun, do you think that would solve your problem? I understand your concern, but I am offering quite a lot here, Sarutobi said. Naruto opened his mouth, then shut it firmly just as quickly. After another few seconds, he nodded to himself. Ino too. And the others. I'll need to evaluate their skill levels, but I think that I can agree to that, Sarutobi said finally. Naruto finally smiled, completely relaxing. Thank you, Hokage-san, he said happily. Sarutobi smiled back, relieved that he had been able to help Naruto and that their relationship seemed fully recovered from this little incident. A bit of paperwork and a few meetings with students was a minor price to pay for that. Kushu couldn't stop laughing inside Naruto's body. He had been genuinely pissed at first, but on the way to the Hokage's office he had begun to calm down and see the potential benefits of the situation. All it had taken was a guilt trip and a betrayed look to get the Hokage to fold, and now he had all the training he could possibly want without having to worry about missions or other ninja duties. Further, he would finally learn something more about seals as well. Yes, this would work out just fine. September 15th, 342 NE. -10:00 AM. Yamanaka Residence. Are you sure you want to start learning the Yamanaka mind techniques, Ino-chan? Yes, Tusan, I am. The sooner I start learning the better off I'll be, and the more I'll be able to help Naruto. I'm ready, I know all the theory by heart, my chakra control is more than good enough, and my reserves are sufficient as well. Inoichi sighed, uncertain about what to do. He had been very proud about Ino's interest in training and amazed at her progress once she began applying herself. He had always thought of his daughter as brilliant, but she managed to surprise even him. Then there was her intense focus, especially after she started attending the academy. He knew it was very important to Ino to graduate along with Naruto, but she had really worried him with how hard she pushed herself. He actually had Shizen-sama check her over several times in the past year to make sure she wasn't damaging herself or her chakra networks. The checkups went all right, but he had put his foot down and forbidden Ino from pushing any harder anyway. She had complained, but relented when Naruto stepped in and told her that he didn't want her hurting herself by training too hard. Inoichi was thankful for Naruto's help, but also a little disappointed that Ino valued her brother's opinion more than his own. She had relented, and shifted her focus onto studying. She had advanced mentally as rapidly as she had physically, and she really was ready to begin learning the Yamanaka clan jutsu, even though Inoichi himself hadn't reached this point until he was already a Jonin. If he was honest with himself, however, it wasn't the techniques that concerned him, it was the conversation he would have to have with Ino about why she could never, ever use any of the Yamanaka mind techniques on Naruto. He knew her well enough to know that she wouldn't take his word for it. She might say the right words, but she would push the boundary and eventually try the technique despite his warnings, and then she would be dead. He shivered at the thought and almost decided to refuse Ino on the spot, but controlled himself. This discussion was coming sooner or later, and perhaps it was better to get it over and done with. It's not like she would ever turn against her little brother anyway, especially not over something like this. All right, Ino-chan. You can start learning the first technique tomorrow. She squealed and hugged him, her professional ninja personality gone now that she had gotten what she wanted. However, we need to have a talk before that. Let's just step into my office for a minute. She looked a little confused, but followed along. Once they were settled down into the comfortable chairs with the privacy barrier firmly in place, he cleared his throat and began. Now, before I tell you what the secret is, you have to understand that this is a very important secret. I don't mean like an embarrassing secret, I mean an official ninja secret, an S-rank secret. I can only tell you because the Hokage requires that all Yamanaka capable of using the mind techniques be informed. If you tell anyone that doesn't already know, you will be executed, Inoichi said firmly. Ino paled, shocked that what she was about to hear was that important. If you don't think you can keep this secret, then tell me now and we can call this whole thing off. Ino looked hesitant for a long moment. Would I still be able to learn the mind techniques if you didn't tell me? She asked quietly. No, Inoichi replied immediately, his voice firm, almost harsh. He wasn't about to risk losing his little girl because she wasn't properly warned. He'd never forgive himself, and he doubted Naruto would either. Ino flinched slightly, unaccustomed to seeing her father this serious about anything. She was actually a little scared about this whole thing now. She hadn't expected anything like this when she asked for more training. She wasn't about to stop now, though. She couldn't be on a team with Naruto if she couldn't keep up, and she refused to ask him to slow down for her sake, and so she had to learn more jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Ino straightened her spine and sat up fully in her chair. Once she felt prepared, she nodded shakily, unable to speak at the moment. Inoichi sighed, and began to talk. The secret has to do with the fate of the tailed beast which attacked Konoha 8 years ago. Once Inoichi had explained the situation and Ino had gotten control of herself again, she asked quietly, how come Naruto never talked about this? Would he be executed too? He doesn't know. Ino's disbelieving expression quickly shifted into a stubborn one that Inoichi recognized all too well. He really should have seen this coming. Ino, you can't dash. How can I not? How could you have not told him after all this time? Ino-chan, please, there are very good reasons that dash. Like what? She snapped. That she had just snapped at her own father never even crossed her mind as she began to work herself into a righteous fury. What could possibly be good enough to keep this from him? If it had been me, would you have kept the truth from me too? I feel bad enough, and it's not even my secret. How would he feel? How is he going to feel when he finds out? Or did you never intend to tell him at all? Inoichi flinched. Ino had hit far too close for comfort, and her words dug into his already guilty conscience. He had asked himself these same questions before, and had no better answers now than he did then. Inoichi grabbed hold of Ino as she started to march out of the room, probably intending to tell Naruto that very instant. Wait, he said. Don't all dash, he started to say, then finally sighed in resignation. At this point, the only way he could prevent her from telling Naruto at the first opportunity, consequences be damned, was to either wipe the information from her mind or forbid her from ever talking to Naruto again. Either choice would destroy his relationship with his daughter. Just, let me talk to the Hokage, all right? Fine, Ino relented. But if he doesn't tell him, I will. Same day. 2:00 p.m. Hokage's office. Hey Hokage-san, what did you want to talk to me about? Well, Naruto-kun, Inoichi here raised an interesting point that there was certain information you should be made aware of, the Hokage said, sending a glare towards Inoichi. Inoichi flinched, and was already dreading the required sessions with Guy, but it was either this or watch Ino get executed for telling Naruto the secret. This would also make his daughter happy and relieve his own sense of guilt, though, so he couldn't really bring himself to feel that bad about it. He'd probably have a very different perspective on things once he had begun training with Guy, however. Oh? What's that, Tusan? Naruto said. It had taken Inoichi over a year, but he had finally managed to get Naruto to refer to him as something other than Yamanaka-san. Well, the Hokage is going to explain, actually, Inoichi said lamely. Naruto turned his attention back to the Hokage, cocking his head to the side curiously. His expression didn't change in the slightest as the Hokage explained about the attack and the ceiling. Both Inoichi and Sarutobi felt uneasy at Naruto's lack of reaction. Naruto-kun, did you understand what I said? The Hokage asked hesitantly. Yes, Hokage-san. It's just, was I not supposed to know? I mean, I know other people weren't supposed to know, but you didn't think I knew? Sarutobi's jaw slowly dropped down. Why, you knew? Since when? Who told you? I've known for as long as I can remember, Naruto replied, his head still cocked to the side. Inoichi's eyes suddenly widened and he groaned in understanding. The Hokage looked at him expectantly. Inoichi's buried his face in his hands. Of course, he remembers everything since Anbu HQ, he muttered to himself. He looked back up at Naruto. It was the masked people, wasn't it? He said out loud, using the term Naruto had initially used for the Anbu in his earliest memories. That's how you found out. Naruto just nodded. Sarutobi's own eyes widened in understanding. Why did you never say anything? He asked Naruto. Naruto shrugged. No one wanted to talk about it, and there wasn't really anything to say. It was over and done with, and it's not like people treated me badly because of it. That's very mature of you, Naruto-kun. I suppose I should have expected that. He shook himself. Well, now that we all know, is there anything else you'd like to ask? About your parents, perhaps? Inoichi shot the Hokage a hurt look, but stayed silent. Naruto shrugged again. I have parents, the Yamanakas. Why should I care about the people who conceived me when they abandoned me? Inoichi's face glowed with pride and happiness, but Sarutobi's face was ashen. No! They didn't abandon you. Your father died fighting the tailed beast, a hero of Konoha. I'm sure he loved you very much. And my mother? Where is she? Sarutobi had never hated himself more than at this moment. She left, he said, looking away. Then she is alive, and left me behind. Thus, abandoned, Naruto said firmly. If that's all, then I would like to go home now, too-san, Naruto said pointedly, looking at Inoichi. Inoichi nodded slowly, sensing the tension in the air between Naruto and the Hokage. He looked back nervously as he escorted Naruto out of the room, but the Hokage didn't look at them. That's not, he mumbled to himself. I'm so sorry, Kushina. Same day. -2:30 p.m. Yamanaka residence. Ino was waiting for them when they got back. She walked straight to Naruto, said I don't care, and pulled him into a fierce hug. So you don't think I'm the tailed beast? Naruto asked quietly. Humph. You're my little brother, and that's all there is to it, Ino said firmly. Anyone who says otherwise can go F-. Ino! Inoichi interrupted, looking stern, though he was struggling to keep from laughing himself. Now that everyone in the family knew, it was like a weight he didn't even know was there had been lifted from his shoulders. Apparently having to keep the secret from Ino and Naruto had affected him more than he had realized. Besides, some stupid tailed beast wouldn't have saved me from that Kumo ninja, it wouldn't have made me feel better when I thought you would hate me, and it certainly wouldn't be smart enough to listen to his beautiful brilliant older sister, she said, laughing. Naruto began laughing too, letting out a low chuckle. No, I suppose some stupid tailed beast wouldn't, he said, grinning. I'm very happy to hear you say that, Ino-ne-chan. See? You know when your sister is right. Which is all the time, of course, she said, grinning. Same day. -5:00 p.m. Shikamaru Nara's residence. So, what did the Hokage call you in for? Did you manage to weasel more concessions out of him this time? Shikamaru said as he moved his silver general forward with a firm clack. Please say no, my mom has been pushing me to practice my shadow techniques even more now that I can learn the useful ones. Naruto snorted. No more waivers, he said as he moved his own piece on the board. He just wanted to talk to me about something. It didn't take that long, turns out I already knew all about it, so it was really a wasted trip. Shikamaru replied thoughtfully. It was unclear if he was thinking about Naruto's reply or the situation on the board. Knowing him, it was both. He grinned suddenly. Checkmate, he said, moving his piece with another firm clack. Yep, saw that one coming a few moves back, couldn't get out of it. Where does that leave the score again? Naruto asked, smirking. Troublesome, you've still got a 3-game lead, as if you didn't already know. Ah, but I like to hear you say it, Naruto replied. He paused thoughtfully as they reset the board for their next game. Hey Shika, want to know a secret? September 19th, 342 NE. -4:00 p.m. Uchiha Training Grounds. Sasuke stared at the training post, fists clenched. His knuckles were ripped and torn, blood slowly dripping from his hands and dropping to the ground with a small plop. He didn't notice. Foolish little brother, Itachi said, poking him in the middle of the forehead with a small smile on his normally expressionless face. Roughly 30 feet away a training target stood, riddled with kunai. A few had landed outside the painted rings, but most were clustered near the center of the target, and some had landed firmly in the bull's eye. He didn't care. So you played with the other children today? Did you have fun? Itachi asked. Ni-san. We were playing, we were training. Sasuke protested. Itachi just smiled, his hand moving upward and his index finger already extended. Sasuke's clothing was torn and rumpled, and his pants were covered with dirt and grass stains. He paid his disheveled state no mind. Fight me, Ni-san. Sasuke yelled. I know you fight with Naruto, so why won't you fight me? Itachi just looked at him with a blank face. He rarely smiled at Sasuke anymore, and never poked him in the forehead like he used to. I do not fight with Naruto. I train him, Itachi said, and turned to walk away. What's the difference? Sasuke cried out, frustrated. Everything. Sasuke had the training ground to himself today, as he had every day since his father's disastrous rebellion. The Uchiha district used to teem with activity, the clan preferring to stick close to each other and trade internally whenever possible. The clan would use their own private training grounds more often than they would the public training grounds around the perimeter of the village. Always before when he would train there would be at least one other member of his extended family present, often more. Now the clan had dispersed, scattered throughout Konoha. He rarely saw any Uchiha other than his own mother and brother after the rebellion. The others had started shunning his family, though. They pretended otherwise. Ka-san, why does no one visit anymore? Sasuke asked at breakfast one morning. His mother sighed quietly. Her face was haggard and her eyes had dark circles around them, and she rarely smiled now. He missed her smiles. They don't like to be reminded of what your father did, she replied, aimlessly poking at the food on her plate. But it's not our fault. Sasuke replied indignantly. No, it isn't, she said. But, aren't you the clan head now? Don't they have to listen to you? His mother just smiled sadly. That had been before Itachi tried to kill Naruto and became a missing nin. He had thought the rest of his family had been distant before. He had thought the other people in Konoha had been somewhat reserved before. Now. Sasuke let out a scream as he began pounding on the training post, blood flying through the air with every blow. It wasn't fair. 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 It wasn't fa. He was interrupted as someone wrapped their arms around him, pinning his own arms to his sides. He struggled for a moment before he heard his mother's voice sobbing in his ear. Please stop, Sasuke-kun. Stop! He slowly relaxed before he turned around inside his mother's embrace and threw his arms around her neck. It's not fair, he wailed, tears coming to his eyes. No honey, it's not. It's never fair. But I'm here, and I won't leave you, she consoled him, rocking him gently. Sobs racked his body as he held onto his mother tightly. Makoto was also crying, though she kept her attention focused on Sasuke. Why? He finally asked after he had cried himself to exhaustion. I don't know, Sasuke-kun. I don't know, she answered, hugging him tighter. October 21st, 342 NE. -1:00 p.m. Uchiha clan head's residence. Who is it? Makoto called out through the door. No one had tried to attack her or Sasuke yet, but she no longer felt as safe and welcome in the village as she used to. Someone would eventually decide to try, and she didn't plan to make it easy for them. Kiku Yamanaka and Yoshino Nara, a voice answered. Makoto opened the door hesitantly, suspicion on her face and her Sharingan activated. The voice sounded like Kiku, but voices could be faked. It wasn't Kiku who convinced her though, it was the sight of Naruto standing behind her, his red aura brighter than ever. There was no possible way to fake that. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino were there as well. "Hello, Yamanaka-san," Makoto finally said as she shut off her Sharingan and opened the door fully. "Can I help you?" Kiku smiled softly. "The children wanted to visit Sasuke, and Yoshino and I realized we hadn't seen you in a while. We thought you might like some company." Makoto stared at them for a long moment, then suddenly turned away. Kiku still caught a glimpse of the raw emotion on the former Kunoichi's face though, and knew she had made the right decision. "Of course," Makoto said after a few seconds, her voice thick. "Come on in." A small outpost in the land of whirlpools. A yellow flash suddenly went off in the room, and Kushina tensed for a moment before realizing what it was. She smiled gently as she turned to look at her husband. He had ink smudges all over his hands and face, and his expression was strained. He managed to smile though as he looked at his wife and newborn child. "Hey honey," Kushina said softly, hefting the bundle in her arms slightly. "Look who it is, Naruto. It's your father." Minato moved closer and looked down at his son. The small tufts of yellow hair made him chuckle. "I told you the yellow would win in the end," he said quietly, reaching out a hand to stroke Naruto's head. Kushina stuck out her tongue quickly before smiling herself. "It doesn't matter, he's still beautiful, even if he is blonde," she joked. She moved a strand of her vibrant red hair over Naruto's head, humming thoughtfully. Can I hold him?" Minato asked quietly. Kushina just nodded and lifted Naruto to allow Minato to take him more easily. Minato reached out, hands trembling, and took the bundle. "He's so heavy," he choked out. "Yeah, he's a big, strong, healthy boy." "Our son," Kushina replied. She felt like crying a bit herself, seeing Minato so worked up over holding his child. She let out a sudden gasp as she felt a massive surge of chakra in the battle. "Minato, what's going on out there?" she asked. "How is the battle going?" "I'm not sure. I had Sarutobi take over so I could prepare, Minato replied, still focused on Naruto. "I don't think it's going well, but it will be over soon." "Very soon now," he repeated quietly to himself. "What are we fighting, though? What was that sound? Is it enemy ninja?" Kushina pressed, her ninja side coming to the front for a moment. Minato smoothed back Naruto's hair and just stared at his son for a long moment, tears dripping down his face. Kushina felt a pang of unease. "Minato, what dash?" "It's a tailed beast." "A nine-tailed beast," he said suddenly. "A tailed," Kushina's voice trailed off, her eyes widening as she took in the ink stains on Minato and remembered the seal he had been studying these last few months. "Minato," she said insistently, "give me Naruto." Her hands reached out to take back her child. Minato took a quick step backward, his arms folding around the bundle protectively as he clutched his son to his chest. He shook his head. I have to do this. It's the only way." "Minato," Kushina said again, struggling to move her body out of the bed. She cursed her weak state. Naruto's birth had been long and difficult even with Tsunade's help. "Don't do this. Please. Just give me Naruto." "If it's any comfort," he said, his voice strained and tears spilling freely down his face, "you won't have to kill me yourself." Kushina was crying as she begged, "Please, don't. Please." Minato barely managed to choke out the words "I'm sorry" before he disappeared from the hospital room. Kushina woke with a gasp. That nightmare always left her feeling helpless and weak, even years after the actual event and after enduring it at least once a week ever since. Of course, that it was a memory rather than a nightmare didn't help matters any. It was a horrible memory, the memory of when her life had begun to go wrong, though the worst betrayal came a few days later. She couldn't even hate Minato, not really. It hurt so much to know that he had just taken her son without even asking her opinion, but she missed him far more. She also understood him, understood his self-sacrificing tendencies and his need to protect everyone he could. She had witnessed the nights where he forgot to sleep, so focused was he on his work as Hokage. She had seen the personal sacrifices he made, the sacrifices they both made, to allow him to spend as much time as possible helping the village. And his expression, just before he disappeared from the hospital room, she knew he hated himself for his actions far more than she ever could, but he still did it, for the good of the village. That same village that had taken her son from her without so much as an apology. They didn't even remember her anymore, convinced somehow that she had perished in the battle with the tailed beast. She knew who to blame for that, the one to blame for everything wrong in her life it seemed, Hiruzen Sarutobi. She felt her blood pounding in her veins as she thought of that two-faced bastard, his smiling, kindly facade masking the ruthless and remorseless ninja who had lived far too long. How she longed for the day when she could plunge her sword into his black heart and spit in his face as he died. He had stolen her son, his life was the least she could take from him in return. 993 Chapter 15, Acceleration. November 7th, 342 NE. 3:00 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. Kushu stood next to the river as he prepared for his latest experiment. His close-range abilities, even aside from simply manifesting his Yuki, were coming along nicely. His ranged abilities, on the other hand, had stalled. He had found a few simple techniques that hurled rocks or water into the distance, but they were generally less accurate and far slower than just throwing a kunai, and the increased damage they could potentially inflict meant nothing if they did not connect. All the useful ranged techniques, the kind he would need if he were to engage in a true battle with an enemy ninja, required chakra to sustain them, except for a few wind techniques. He had finally settled on the so-called battle element as his best solution. Fire had proven nearly useless to him, and the stone and water techniques available to him were mostly defensive in nature, augmenting an area that he really needed no help with. Lightning was completely useless for his purposes. Any lightning technique he had found mention of was merely a lesser implementation of something he could do with his Yuki already. He was trying to find new techniques, not replicate ones he already had access to. There may be hope in the higher-ranked techniques, but he didn't have access to them yet, and likely wouldn't for some time. Wind, on the other hand, sounded nearly perfect for his needs. Both the close-range and long-range techniques sounded incredibly useful and added cutting power to his traditional brute force approach. There was something incredibly appealing about creating a blade made of essentially nothing that could cut through solid steel, although he hadn't actually found the jutsu that could supposedly do that yet. Pity. Still, he had found the air bullet technique. It didn't require advanced elemental manipulation, instead simply compressing air inside the user's body then expelling it. It also didn't require chakra to maintain once it left the user's body, relying instead on speed to give it range. Done properly, the jutsu could strike far faster than any thrown kunai, and was thus, supposedly, very difficult to dodge. Kushu ran through the hand signs, once again making sure to use the lowest Yuki concentration he could. With a sharp inhalation, he launched the technique. The ball of compressed air hit the water with a small splash, creating a fine mist that dissipated quickly. He cursed. It looked like it had worked, but that was incredibly weak, certainly not battle-worthy, even for a C-rank technique. He tried again, using a higher Yuki concentration to form a much denser ball of air that was still roughly the same size. The water in front of him seemed to explode, showering the area around him with water. He could just make out a long trench roughly a foot wide digging into the river bed before the surrounding water poured in to fill the empty space. He blinked slowly, wiping the water from his face. That was much better. Still, time to try it on something other than water now. He turned, sighting on a tree roughly 50 feet away. A sharp crack echoed through the clearing as he watched a section in the middle of the tree shatter into splinters. With a laugh he ran towards the tree, and past it, to the next tree, which was similarly broken. And the next. He certainly hadn't expected this sort of penetrating power, but it was most welcome, and no backlash from the damn seal interfering either. He stopped running nearly 300 feet out as the damage finally stopped completely. The damage inflicted by the technique had slowly tapered off after the first tree, but it was still sufficient to blast through several trees and cover a considerable distance in a very brief period of time. He certainly hadn't seen anyone do that with a kunai. Of course, that was actually too strong for his purposes, but he could perfect the Chakra-Yuki ratio later. Right now he would celebrate the fact that he finally had a usable long-range attack, even if it was only the one. December 1st, 342 NE. -9:00 AM. Konoha Academy. Sakura Haruno observed the Yamanaka siblings out of the corner of her eye. It was the first day of the second year of the academy, and already they were the center of attention once again. They made it seem so effortless, so natural. She wished she could do that. She had spent all of last year trying to work up the courage to approach their group. She wasn't even certain what she would have done or said once she had, however, and she never managed to actually do it. They and the other clan kids, as they were known, were leagues ahead of the rest of the class, and they were all so familiar with one another. Everyone in the class wanted to be part of the group, or at least emulate their relaxed manner and absurd level of skill. She, on the other hand, came from a civilian background, with the stigma that came with it. Konoha didn't discourage civilians from joining the ninja program, quite the opposite in fact, but so many civilian kids didn't take the training seriously or were forced into it because their parents wanted them to participate rather than out of a personal desire. Thanks to that, a large number of civilian children dropped out of the program or were transferred to the common genin classes to become artisans or messenger ninja. That path was quite lucrative and respected, but there was still the sense that they had failed somehow. More importantly, it wasn't what Sakura wanted for herself. She wanted to be a strong kunoichi like Tsum-sama or Shizun-sama. The tests at the end of the first year had shown that she definitely had the potential to make it all the way through the academy. She had ranked 9th overall and 3rd on the kunoichi lists, falling just behind the clan kids in the ranks in both cases. Instead of garnering respect and admiration from her classmates, however, it just served to isolate her. The students from ninja families outside of the clan kids hated being shown up by a civilian and constantly made fun of her. The other civilian children thought she was showing off and felt like they were pressured to work even harder to keep up with her. They too spurned her attempts at making friends. The clan kids themselves had been friendly and polite whenever they happened to interact with her, but they didn't seek her out, or any of the other kids in the class, for that matter, and disappeared as soon as classes were over, returning to their clan compounds for additional training from their families or to train with each other. She couldn't say if she really even registered to them, or if she was just one of their many classmates. She had heard rumors that they were all trying to graduate after a single year, and that Naruto was already practically guaranteed to do so with Ino close behind. Then that minimum graduation age law had been passed. She had expected them to be upset about it, but other than the Nara boy saying troublesome even more than usual, none of them seemed to react or even care. She watched curiously as Shikamaru called the group together and they consulted about something, whispering too lowly for her to make out any of what they were saying. One of them would scan the room every now and then, as if looking for something, before returning to the conversation. After a few minutes, there were nods all around and Naruto stood up. She watched curiously as he began walking across the room, heading in her general direction. She glanced around, wondering what he was looking for. She was seated near the back of the room, alone, and there really wasn't anything interesting or useful back here. "Hey, Sakura," Naruto said suddenly. Sakura squeaked, then blushed. She couldn't believe that Naruto Yamanaka had come over here just to talk to her. Yes," she replied. "You ranked 9th overall last year, didn't you?" Naruto asked, smiling encouragingly. Yes," she said again, slightly confused. "That's what I thought," Naruto said, his smile widening. "The others and I got to talking, see. We'll be graduating in 3 years and we'll be split up into teams of 3. The problem is that there's only 8 of us, so 2 of us could get paired with somebody we don't know or like. We got our heads together and decided that we could fix that by just picking our own 9th team member. If we have 3 years of working together, there's no way the teachers will try to break us up. Sakura nodded mutely. That certainly made a lot of sense, and showed a great deal of foresight and planning. Well? Naruto asked expectantly. What? Sakura asked, confused. Are you going to join us or not? Sakura gaped. You want me to? She trailed off. Yes? Naruto said with a grin. You don't want another ninja kid? Everyone would love to join your group. I'm sure they would, but we don't want just anyone. The other ninja kids had access to experienced ninja at home and had every chance to train just as long and hard as we did, and they chose not to. You, on the other hand, come from a civilian family and didn't have those advantages. Everything you've done was all you. That's what we want. We want you, hardworking, intelligent, dedicated Sakura Haruno. We all like you too, so that certainly helps. Sakura was blushing bright red at this point, inarticulate squeaking sounds escaping from her mouth. Their conversation had finally drawn the attention of the rest of the class, most of them looking as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. She noticed Ino stomping over and wondered if the group had changed their minds. There was just no way they really wanted her, was there? Ino shoved Naruto to the side, muttering under her breath. Honestly, couldn't you have done this without embarrassing her like that? She said to Naruto. She then turned to face Sakura and smiled, holding out her hand. Come on, Sakura. You can sit with us from now on. Sakura hesitantly reached out her hand and took Ino's, part of her still not believing this was really happening. That feeling lasted nearly the whole day, only fading entirely when she was being introduced to half the clan heads in Konoha as the newest member of the team. March 13th, 343 NE. -7:00 AM. Land of Wind, near Sunagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sand. A lone figure trudged slowly through the sand. His entire form was shrouded in light, loose-fitting clothing, a scarf wrapped around his head providing protection from the sun that was already beating down upon the broken earth. He carried a long staff on his back, one end wrapped in cloth that concealed whatever capped the staff. He also carried a large pack on his back, though he did not seem to notice the weight. He's definitely around here, Konori, he asked aloud, though no one replied. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? In the desert? That's the best you can do? No, I understand that. Yeah, I hate it here too, far too dry. Yeah, most likely. Means we can't get to him though, with all the ninja around the area. Suna's not exactly welcoming of visitors these days. No, they were definitely headed in this direction. No, I didn't lose them. They're good, but not that good. Who do you think I am? Yes, thank you. I'm so glad you approve. The man sighed, finally stopping his trek through the sands. He pulled the scarf from his head, wiping his face and pulling out a canteen. He poured a bit of water over his head, dampening his gray hair. A long scar ran from the bottom of his left eye all the way down his cheek, and his pink, pupilless eyes were squinting in the harsh glare of the sun. He took a long drink, then stowed his canteen away and began wrapping the scarf back around his head. Still, this should be enough to confirm his presence, right? On to number 4 then? Yeah, Kumo is next. At least it will be cooler. Me too. June 12th, 343 NE. -9:30 PM. Konoha. Anko Mitarashi was in the middle of relating the greatly exaggerated tale of her latest mission to her companions Karina Yuhi and Yugugo Yuzuki, a half-eaten skewer of dango waving wildly through the air as she gestured, when she was rudely interrupted. Hey, I know you! You're the Snake WH lady, a man said loudly, voice slightly slurred. The noise level in the bar fell for a moment before the chatter resumed even louder than before. If the man had been paying attention, he would have noticed a lot of bets taking place and money being slapped on tables. I hear you like a good time. I think I can help with that, the man leered. His eyes wandered over Anko's body, taking in her tan trenchcoat that hung wide open to reveal a tight skirt that stopped halfway down her thighs and a mesh bodysuit. The nearly see-through material technically covered everything while still managing to emphasize Anko's curves. She was in excellent shape and had absolutely no problem showing it off. Karina and Yagugo just groaned, but Anko eyed the man for a moment before grinning widely. Oh, I guarantee I can show you something you'll never forget. Come with me, big boy, Anko motioned, and led him out of the bar. The betting reached a fever pitch as the door closed behind her. Karina and Yagugo exchanged a long look, consulted briefly, and added their own money into the pool. A few seconds later a loud scream of horror echoed from outside and Anko strolled back into the bar, flipping through a wallet. The bar fell silent as she made her way back to the table, whistling merrily. She picked up her dango skewer and pulled off the last bite with a moan of satisfaction. Well, shouted someone from the crowd. Anko finally deigned to notice that the rest of the bar was waiting on her to say something. What? Oh, poisonous, of course. He interrupted my story. Shouts of victory and groans of disappointment echoed throughout the bar, and Karina and Yagugo shared a grin as they collected their winnings. Anko just laughed before waving the wallet in the air. Free round for everybody and another plate of dango, courtesy of, whatever his name was. Anko yelled before sitting back down at her table. Praise for Anko-sama rang throughout the bar. Kami bless the civilians, she said. I might have to pay for my own food without their donations. Dango is wonderful, but free dango is even better. Karina snorted. You didn't kill him, did you? Nah, he'll be fine, eventually. His little friend may never be the same though, Anko said, smirking. Now, where was I? September 18th, 343 NE. A small tavern in the land of water. They're trying to keep it quiet, but dash. Oh, come on! Has the whole village gone missing this time? Jiraiya asked. Will you let me finish? I like my dramatic reveals, thank you very much. It may not be as polished as your books, your wonderful, incredible, amazing, delightful books, ahem, but I do a good job, don't I? Jiraiya sighed, but waved him on. Go ahead. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, they're trying to keep it quiet, but they just sent out 4 whole squads of hunterine after somebody. Jiraiya waited for a few seconds, but his informant didn't add anything else. That's it? That's all you've got? Hey, it's 4 whole squads. They gotta be after some big fish. Heh, maybe they tracked down Hoshigaki. Despite the terrible joke, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh a little. Hoshigaki's shark-like appearance had always amused him, though people who faced the former swordsman in battle usually had nightmares about it and that damn sword of his instead. Anyway, that's gotta be worth something, right? Yeah, it is. It's worth you buying me a bottle of sake for wasting my damn time, Jiraiya said, snatching the bottle off the table and heading for the door. Hey! Come on, give me something here. I can't help it that things have been quiet. Not my problem. I'll reconsider when you actually have a name or a destination. TCH, hey, did you hear about what Sword and Hammer did in Dash? For the love of Kami, yes. Jiraiya shouted, and slammed the door behind him as he left the room. October 11th, 343 NE. Dash 11:00 AM. Hokage's office. I appreciate all of your efforts in Anbu, Kakashi, and I'm sorry to see you leave. Still, you were in for a very long time, so perhaps it's for the best that you are returning to the less demanding side of the ninja force. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, bowing. Do you have any immediate plans? Any intention to use your 8 months of accrued leave? I was thinking of taking a Jonin team actually, Hokage-sama. I'm very happy to hear that. I think you would make an excellent teacher, and your students will certainly benefit from your vast experience and jutsu repertoire. Minato would be proud of you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Speaking of Minato, this decision wouldn't have anything to do with Naruto graduating in a few years, would it? I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Hokage-sama. The Hokage just chuckled. Of course not. Well, I'll see you in 2 weeks for the team assignments. And, Kakashi? Yes, Hokage-sama? Do try to be on time? I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Hokage-sama. April 1st, 344 NE. Near the border of the Land of Rain. Orochimaru cursed as he fled. The constant rain soaking the ground made it difficult to move quickly, even with his chakra aiding his footing. Just a few more minutes, though, and he would be out of the storm and the threat it represented, away with his prize. He let a small chuckle escape. All his efforts will have paid off handsomely as soon as he made it to. Hello Orochimaru, Itachi said. I think you have something that belongs to me. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, staring at the young man who had appeared before him. Itachi's hair was matted down by the rain, and his solid black cloak was parted slightly, showing the already drawn sword in his hands. Orochimaru began to laugh quietly. Ah, everything seems to be going my way today. First I claim my prize, he said, patting the bundle secured to his back, and then another dearly held wish of mine is fulfilled without any effort on my part. His words were sibilant, and his yellow-slitted eyes glowed eerily in the darkness of the storm. Itachi smiled slightly. If you wanted to die, you could have just asked nicely, he said. No, I think I'll be taking your eyes instead. You won't have any use for them after I'm done with you, boy. You can have them if you like, Itachi said, still smiling softly. Orochimaru's confident smirk faltered as he heard the Uchiha's words and relaxed tone. I haven't needed them for years. He suddenly blurred forward, sword flashing. Orochimaru barely managed to dodge in time, and the battle began. August 4th, 344 NE. -5:00 p.m. A small outpost in the land of whirlpools. We got another letter from Konoha, Tsunade called out. Kushina immediately stopped her training exercise and hurried to Tsunade's side. Well, she asked impatiently. No attacks since Itachi, progressing very rapidly in his Mednin training, she recited, not bothering to keep the smug tone out of her voice as she read that part. Started studying seals, got a girlfriend, mastered a dash. What? Kushina yelped. Oh, sorry, that was just Ino again, Tsunade corrected, smirking. Still not funny, Kushina growled, though she too was smirking a little. They both found Ino's relationship with Naruto adorable. They were happy he got along so well with his adoptive family, even if they wished he was with them instead. It made their own situation a little easier to bear. December 6th, 344 NE. -3:00 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. Hello, Naruto-kun. Or should I say, Kushu? Ah, Itachi, I thought that was you. So nice to see you again. I must say, you are looking relaxed. I followed your advice, and you were right, the world looks very different now. I feel more alive than I ever did here. Kushu grinned. So, ready to hear more? Before that, I just happened to stumble across something you might find very interesting. Itachi said, pulling a large scroll out of his cloak. I think even you will learn something new from this. Kushu unrolled the scroll, reading quickly. A low growl issued from his throat as he saw what was written within. Where did you get this? He snarled. Itachi smirked. Oh, a little snake just dropped it in my lap before it slithered away. Kushu grinned, sensing an amusing story there. Still, he kept his attention focused. What do you know about this Akatsuki? April 23rd, 345 NE. -1:30 a.m. Sunagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sand. Gaara sat silently as he stared out at the city. His eyes were dull and listless, though every now and then they would twitch or crease in pain. His family, and he used the term loosely, was currently asleep in the building below him. He knew they were related by blood, but he also knew that the constant terror in their eyes when they looked at him wasn't normal for a family. He'd observed enough other people to know that real families didn't look at each other like that. Still, Kankuro and Temari were the only ones who would get anywhere near him, terrified or not, and they kept coming back even after he threatened to kill them. He wasn't even sure himself if he meant the threats or not. There were times he'd kill anyone just to make the voice in his head shut up. He'd done it before, and would do it again. It never worked for long, of course, but sometimes those few minutes of peace were worth it. He envied them their sleep, envied everyone their sleep, really. Every night he wondered what it was like as he sat staring at the city bathed in moonlight. Did they feel nothing as they slept? Did they dream of happy things? What must it be like to feel rested and refreshed? He had killed the last person who told him he looked tired. He'd actually enjoyed that one, watching with a vicious grin on his face as his sand slowly squeezed the man to death 1 inch at a time. He'd never bothered to learn the man's name, before or after. Temari and Kankuro had avoided him for a week. Was sleep like death? He thought he'd heard someone say that, once. Maybe he was doing all those people a favor, letting them sleep forever and ever. He tried to crush himself to see, but the sand that protected him blocked the sand that was trying to crush him, and ultimately he accomplished nothing. He'd killed 2 people the next day, one for the voice, one for himself. It didn't help. He tried not to think that everyone else in the city was asleep at the moment. It made him want to crush the entire village in an endless sea of sand. He couldn't do that, though. It wouldn't stop the voice for long, and then he'd have no one left to kill and the voice would never, ever stop. Just the thought of that made him shiver. He hated the night. He hated the peaceful scenery. He hated the quiet. He hated the stillness. It made the endless screaming in his head seem that much louder. October 25th, 345 NE. -10:00 AM. Konoha Academy. Congratulations to all of you on successfully graduating from the academy. This is a significant achievement and sets you on the path to becoming a strong and successful ninja of this village, Irika Yumino called out, smiling. On a personal note, I just want to say how proud I am of all of you. You have worked very hard and truly earned this. You should be proud of yourselves as well. The graduates in the room sat up a little bit straighter after hearing their teacher praise them. Irika cleared his throat roughly, then continued. Now, as promised, all of you will be receiving your team assignments today. Starting with Team 1. Niji shifted impatiently as the names were rattled off, keeping an ear out for his own name. Finally, he heard it. Team 9, Hyuga, Niji, Higurashi, Tenten, Rock, Lee. Irika recited. Niji kept his face neutral as he considered his new teammates. Tenten was fine, but Lee. Niji could sympathize with Lee's troubles and was honestly impressed with the incredible level of effort and raw talent it had taken his fellow student to graduate from the elite academy without being able to use either ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He had helped Lee out on occasion himself, giving him the occasional pointer on throwing techniques or agreeing to a spar every now and then. He didn't have a problem with Lee on a personal level, but he worried how Lee would perform out in the field. In battle he had a feeling Lee would do well, but it was all the little things ninja took for granted, all the minor ninjutsu and jinjutsu that they used without. Even thinking about it, that would trip Lee up. Tenten, on the other hand, he had no such concerns about. A civilian earning the Kunoichi of the Year title was practically unheard of, and she had overcome a Nara, and a Kimichi, and an Inazuka to earn it. She could pose a challenge to the likes of Ino, Sakura, and Hinata-sama if she tried. There was a thought. He'd have to invite his new teammates to the training sessions. Some fresh challengers and new perspectives could push their skills in new and interesting directions. Tenten's talent with throwing weapons in particular was the best he'd ever seen, bar none, and Lee's focus on taijutsu could mix up the bouts a bit. Tenten and Lee joined him at his desk as they waited for their instructor to arrive. They chatted quietly about who their instructor might be and what they would be like for a few minutes as they watched the other teams slowly leave the room. Yash! I am Gaimado, Jonin instructor of Team 9. Team 9, to me, a loud voice cried out from the doorway of the classroom. All sound in the room ceased as every student still in the room turned to stare. Standing in the doorway was a tall, heavily muscled man in a green jumpsuit, with orange leg warmers and a Jonin flak vest worn over it. His black hair was arranged in a bowl cut and his eyebrows were incredibly large. His appearance, astonishing as it was not the only reason why the room was silent, though. Gaimado had one hand thrust forward giving a thumbs up, and a wide smile on his face. Even as Niji watched, a stray beam of light struck the man's teeth with a nearly audible ping, and his blindingly white teeth shone even brighter for a moment. No one said a word. No! This won't do. You are still young, you must be burning with the flames of youth. Now, Team 9, to me. Guy cried out again. Niji, Tintin, and Lee slowly stood up and began walking down the stairs towards the doorway. The other students in the room shot them pitying looks, but Guy's smile just seemed to grow even brighter. Yash! My youthful students have finally come forth. Let us adjourn to Training Ground 9 where we shall introduce ourselves and revel in the springtime of youth. Guy said, and then dashed away, not even waiting to see if his students were following. Niji, Tintin, and Lee shared a long look before Tintin finally spoke. It's a test. Yeah. We just have to pass the test and everything will go back to normal. Niji and Lee didn't look convinced, but they nodded and set off towards the designated training ground. As they began to run, Niji recalled what his father had said about Gaimado. It had been around the same time as the incident and had been shunted aside by the other events of that time period, but it came rushing back to him now. He could recall his father dragging himself into their house looking like a giant bruise and the words that he had said in response to Niji's concern. Gaimado is absolutely fucking insane. March 15th, 346 NE. -1:00 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. So this is where you sneak off to, little brother? Ino asked, observing the clearing. It's pretty nice, but did you have to go so far out? It's private and has everything I need. I've actually grown rather fond of it over the years, Naruto replied, sitting against the base of a tree. Ino plopped down in front of him. So what did you bring me out here for? Need your older sister to give you some more training tips? Perhaps, but there's something we need to talk about first, Naruto said. If Ino wasn't mistaken, he actually sounded nervous. What's up, little brother? You know you can talk to me about anything. Yeah. Ino-ne-chan, do you trust me? Of course I dash. I mean really trust me. If I asked you to do something that everyone else told you was a bad idea, would you still do it? Naruto asked, his face intense. Ino was taken aback for a moment. Eventually though, she nodded. If you really needed me to, yes, I would. Naruto smiled grimly. I need you to use the mind-delving technique on me. Ino gasped. That's but dash. I know. Tusan said it would kill me. As far as he knows it would. Then dash. Do you trust me? Ino shot to her feet and began pacing around the clearing. She was shaking as the conflicting impulses clashed in her mind. On the one hand she would do anything for her brother, but on the other her father had made her swear up, down, and sideways to never ever use any Yamanaka techniques on Naruto. Every day for an entire month he had repeated the lecture on how she would die, and how her family would be miserable, and how Naruto would never forgive himself. Just the thought of it roused a strong feeling of terror, which she knew had been her father's intent. How important is this? Ino asked finally, her voice trembling. Possibly the most important thing I will ever ask you to do, Naruto replied, his voice firm. Her eyes became watery. And I won't die? She asked softly. Naruto nodded his head. I would never do anything to hurt you, Ne-chan. I swear to you that you will not die. It took Ino another minute, but she finally nodded her head jerkily and sat in front of Naruto. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking as she slowly went through the hand signs for the technique, and she had to restart several times. When she stopped on the last hand seal, holding it for a moment, she looked at Naruto and smiled wanly, tears flowing from her eyes. "I love you, little brother," she said, and cast the jutsu. Her body fell over sideways, limp. Naruto leaned back against the tree and closed his eyes, looking like he had simply dozed off in the afternoon sun. Chapter 16, Trust in Me. As Ino became aware, she felt like she was floating on a cloud while wrapped in a warm blanket. The feeling of comfort and safety was incredible. It reminded her of her sleeping in her own bed, or relaxing in her mother's embrace. Her eyes fluttered open as she took in her surroundings. She was in some sort of white room, the walls extending upwards and vanishing into a pure white sky. She turned her head to look to the side and saw more of the white walls, but her view was obstructed by some sort of red haze. She could vaguely see through the edges of the haze, but it grew opaque as she looked down. She was actually lying on the red haze that seemed to fill the bottom of the room. Pushing her hand against it experimentally, she noted that it gave a bit before springing back. There was also an odd tickling sensation when she made direct contact with it. Looking at her hand, she could see bits of red energy playing over her fingers for a moment before they fell back into the mass of red below her. Ino was confused. She was certainly alive, as Naruto had promised, but this was nothing like what she had seen when she practiced the mind delve on her father or other Yamanakas. In particular, always before she had seen some representation of the person she had used the technique on. The Yamanakas could make the representation act as themselves, though she had been told other people would have no control over it once she was inside their mind. "Naruto-kun?" Ino called out hesitantly. "Hello, Ino-ne-chan. Thank you for trusting me." The voice seemed to echo from all around her, and she felt a deep thrumming from the red stuff she was lying on. "Of course, Naruto-kun. I shouldn't have doubted you for a moment," Ino replied. "Where are you?" "Before I get to that, there's something you need to see. I know Toussaint told you my secret, but there's another secret that no one knows but me and one other person. I've wanted to tell you for a long time now, but I wasn't ready until today." "That's fine, Naruto-kun. I'm glad you're telling me now. But, what is the secret? Why did I have to use the mind delve before you could tell me?" "I couldn't just tell you, because I don't think you'd understand with just words. Now you can see for yourself, though. I need to show you a memory." As Naruto spoke, his voice still echoing throughout this weird room, a small orb of purplish chakra appeared before her. Ino recognized this as the standard representation for a memory in a ninja's mind, though the purplish tinge was probably unique to Naruto. "I know Yamanakas can tell when a memory is real or fake, and I want you to make sure you pay close attention to that, okay? Everything I will show you is real, though it may not seem like it at first." "Alright, Naruto-kun. I don't see why you're so worried about this, though," Ino said. She reached out and touched the memory, letting it wash over her. As Ino entered the memory, she felt a disturbing shift in her senses. She had been warned that the mind delve technique could be disorienting, especially if she viewed memories, since everyone's senses functioned a little differently. Some might have sharper eyesight or blurred vision, others might have better or worse hearing, and so on. She had experienced it a bit herself during training, but this was something entirely different. There was no sight, no sound, nothing she was familiar with. The closest thing she could compare it to would be like sensing chakra, but for everything all at once. This is what Naruto wanted to show her? What was this? She remembered his words about checking if it was real or fake. Sure enough, the scene was consistent and continuous, but it still didn't make any sense. The scene shifted suddenly. Now there were 8 other things nearby. It was like sensing someone using chakra, only so much more intense that compared to what she felt in this memory, the chakra she had personally sensed was like a candle held up before the sun. The other presences began to interact, and when one of the other presences touched her, her very soul sang. It was indescribable. Brethren. The thought was powerful, and lodged deep within the memory. It echoed through her mind, never quite fading. The memory began to shift rapidly now, small snippets of events whirling past, but always the other presences were there. The memory lingered on a feeling of loss and sorrow followed by relief and joy, then moved on again. The memory finally stopped on something she could recognize, her perspective settling on rolling hills covered in waves of rippling grass. She was far too high, though. Was she on top of a tower or something? She gasped when ninjas suddenly surrounded her and began flinging jutsu at her. She screamed when the jutsu connected, but the memory itself conveyed no sensation of pain or even fear. Just surprise? Amusement? Disgust? What was going on? She checked again. Still real. A barrier surrounded her, and a man in a black cloak with red clouds was using some sort of jutsu. She gasped again when a horrible feeling of other pervaded her senses, and felt a ball of unease settle into her stomach when the man referred to the other as the death god. The scene was all wrong. If this was Naruto's memory of the ceiling, it should be in a forest, it should be the Fourth Hokage on top of Gamabunta, and she should be looking out from the baby's eyes, not from. She shuddered when her perspective suddenly stretched, the sensation just shy of painful but incredibly uncomfortable. She felt a brief sense of confinement, an incredible surge of rage, and then, a shift. The memory sat staring at a glowing portal for the longest time. There was anger now, lots of anger, but also loneliness, determination, fear, grief. The words from the death god kept playing over and over in her head, or rather the memory's head. It was a constant refrain, a mocking refrain. She checked again, the memory was real, but it still wasn't making any sense. The barrier flickered, and a surge of joy rushed through the memory. Another shift and she was towering over a forest. There was the strongest sense of victory and she let out a powerful roar, but it was soon overwhelmed by the need to search, the need to find. She began moving forward, her senses constantly stretching outward. More ninja appeared, once again flinging jutsu as quickly as they could. Not again, not now. She watched in horror as the ninja were swiftly destroyed. This was far more familiar, she recognized these events from Konoha's history, but this wasn't making any sense. How could Naruto possibly have a memory of this? She checked again, but it was still real, still consistent. She watched helpless as the memory was sealed yet again, the death god speaking the same words as before. She felt the building fury that was soon brought under control. She watched as the memory explored the white room, a room she recognized. She watched the door smashed open, and the red haze flowing out of the room. She felt the confusion, the understanding, the panic. Dead. The feel of the memory shifted now, the return of such mundane senses as sight and smell startling her. She watched the Hokage carrying the memory around, the blonde woman named Tsunade, she knew that name, from somewhere, talking about chakra, the white-haired man staring at her stomach, the red-haired woman bursting in. The memory jumped ahead, and she was startled to see herself lunge forward and hug the memory, heard her mumbled words and felt the wetness of her tears. She knew when this was, of course, but to see it from this perspective, she felt the absolute shock, the realization that the little girl actually cared, and the unacknowledged shift in perception of the little human from human child to brethren. She tumbled out of the memory, tears flowing down her face. She breathed in slowly and deeply several times. I am out. I am out. Naruto? She asked. Yes, Ino-ne-chan? I'm going to freak out now. After an indefinite period of time, Ino collapsed back onto the red haze, panting and sweating. She was certain most of that had been inarticulate or composed almost entirely of swear words, but she had really needed to get that out of her system. Naruto hadn't said a word the entire time, just watching patiently as she ranted and raved. She settled deeper into the red haze and just stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, letting the warmth and comfort of it wash over her. Naruto never said a word, waiting for her to respond. This really should change everything, she thought. What Naruto had just shown her was, that was really important, wasn't it? She had always been taught that the tailed beasts were mindless, evil beasts that would destroy everything and everyone if allowed the chance. The ninja villages had to seal them, out of self-defense, to protect the entire world. And now that she knew, she should. However, for every memorized response to a history lesson in the academy, there were 100 memories from her personal experience that screamed that the other ninja were wrong. She could remember Naruto smiling at her, hugging her, teasing her, making sure she was always included whenever their friends came around, helping her with homework, asking her for help with his own homework, playing with her, gently wrapping her scrapes and bruises and bandages, shoving her out of the way and taking what would surely have been a killing blow from that Kumo ninja in her place. "Naruto?" she asked again. "Yes, Ino-ne-chan," the voice responded, still echoing. "What am I laying on?" "Me," he answered, the voice clearly coming from below her now. She turned her head to look, and found herself staring into two giant red eyes. The vertical black slits studied her intently, widening and narrowing slowly. She could feel the rise and fall of the haze below her, now. It wasn't really a haze anymore, though. What had been cloud-like now had the very definite feel of fur, soft and luxurious and warm, but definitely fur. The rise and fall coincided with the gentle puffs of air flowing across her skin coming from the large nose in front of her. She heard a swishing sound behind her, and turned to see 9 large tails swaying through the air. Deep breaths. In out. In out. She calmed much more quickly this time. "Naruto?" she asked yet again. "Yes, Ino-ne-chan? I've got some questions now." "All right. Well, first, is that really what you sound like? I mean, you sound just like you do on the outside. I could talk like this, if you prefer." Ino squeaked and shrank back into the fur. "No, the other voice is good. Normal is good." Naruto chuckled a little, Ino bouncing softly as the body beneath her shook. Ino felt oddly reassured knowing that he was still capable of laughing at her. "I trust that wasn't your only question?" Naruto asked, his voice back to the comforting sound she was familiar with. "What were those other things in the beginning? The ones that made my soul sing?" She blushed as she realized what she had just said. "Made your soul sing?" Naruto said musingly. "Yes, that is as good a way to put it as any, I suppose. Those were the other bijou, my brethren." Ino frowned. There was that word again. "They're really important to you, aren't they? More important than anything. And you really think of me like that?" "I have come to, yes." "Why?" "There isn't really any one reason, but, more than anything, because you cared. Even my brethren never worried about me as I worried about them. I was the strongest, what could possibly harm me? But you? You were terrified that I had been hurt, terrified that I would turn you away. And you cared not because you felt that you owed me something, but because I was your brother." Ino nodded slowly. Naruto was right about one thing. If she hadn't experienced the memory for herself, she couldn't possibly have understood just how much that word meant to him. Even now she grappled with the all-encompassing enormity of it. The meaning was so broad, so thorough, so complete. Most people considered family to be bound by blood. With Naruto the concept was part of his very being. Where are the others now? The growl that issued from his throat was terrifying even knowing that it wasn't directed at her. "Sealed," Naruto said furiously. Ino frowned, thinking about the memory she had seen. "But the death god said you would be banished. Wouldn't they have gone back to the same place you did?" "If they were sealed in the same manner I was, yes. I have come to the conclusion that my seal was different somehow, perhaps because of the design, perhaps because of the death god himself. Whatever happened to the others has prevented them from escaping as I did. So, I must find them myself to free them." Ino nodded again. That much had come through clearly from the memory. "Hey, what's your real name? You do have a name, right?" "Yes, I do. My name is Kushu, the Burning Sky." I like Naruto better." Naruto snorted. "Somehow, I'm not surprised. It's probably best that you continue to refer to me as Naruto anyway. If someone heard you calling me another name, they would become very suspicious. She frowned suddenly as she recalled something Naruto had said early on. You said one other person knew this secret. Who is it? Toussaint? The Hokage? No, they would likely have killed me already if they knew. After all, I am the tailed beast that attacked the village. But that's not what happened. You didn't even know the village was there. You were just looking for the others. Ino shouted indignantly. The world considers my kind to be nothing more than mindless beasts, serving no other purpose than to destroy and kill. I'm sure you remember how often they harped on that in the academy. I have been unable to determine when or how this shift in perception occurred, as we had enough exposure to the humans of the past to learn their language and communicate with them. They knew us and revered us as mighty beings. I recall Saika actually had a group of them worshipping her at one point. Naruto laughed. Saika? Ah, I believe you would know her as the Two Tails. Still, I am getting off track. The ninja would consider the presence of any tailed beast as an attack. That your fourth Hokage tried to use the death god to kill me and seal my power into a human child reveals their true purpose, however. Ino frowned. That's not. Perhaps, Naruto allowed. I am hardly the fairest judge in this matter. Nonetheless, there are many things they could have tried, and they chose to try stealing my power for themselves. Ino's frown deepened. She couldn't refute Naruto's words at the moment, but she didn't really want to think of the fourth Hokage. Holy shit! What? That memory, just after you were sealed. They called you Minato's son. Hell, the fourth Hokage even referred to you as his son during the sealing. You're the fourth Hokage's son. Well, the body is, anyway, Ino finished lamely. Does that matter? No one has ever mentioned it to me, and even the Hokage avoided naming the fourth Hokage when telling me about my parents. Given my experiences since the sealing, I had assumed that the people who raised the child were considered more important than the biological parents. Ino opened her mouth to scream yes it matters, but paused, at a loss. It should matter, yeah. He's the fourth Hokage. Why doesn't anyone know that you're his son? The third Hokage and the other people in the office knew, at least. She pondered the question for a minute, then shook herself. You changed the subject. You didn't tell me who the other person who knew was. If you don't want to tell me, it's Shizune, isn't it? Naruto snorted. No, it's not Shizune. I must say, I've never understood why you dislike her so much. Ino growled softly. She's the only other person you ever refer to as Nachon, she replied sullenly. Perhaps, but she is not my sister. You are. Ino felt a warm glow when he said that. She'd always liked having a brother before, but hearing him say that now, after she knew just how much it meant. Hey, she snapped. You changed the subject again. TCH. What the hell? Why don't you want to tell me? You aren't going to like it. I just found out that my brother is a bijou, is like a bazillion years old, has 8 other siblings, and has killed hundreds of Konoha ninja, regardless of the circumstances, and you think I'm not going to like this? Yes. Oh, Ino said softly. She fell back onto the fur and stared up at the ceiling for a while. Finally she said, musingly, well, how bad could it be, really? I mean, I think I handled this bit of news fairly well, didn't I? Besides, it's not like it's Itachi or something, right? You're supposed to say right there. It's Itachi, isn't it? Yes. What? The Fuck, Ino shouted as she jumped to her feet and began pacing around. You told fucking Itachi before me? The guy who tried to kill you? Wait, is this why he tried to kill you? Why didn't you kill him back? You could have killed him, couldn't you? Possibly, but what everyone else knows about that night isn't exactly accurate. By which you mean it's complete and total bullshit. More or less, yeah. Itachi figured out my real identity on his own from some very tiny clues and gut instinct and confronted me about it. And then tried to kill you? Are you going to let me tell you what happened or not? Fine, Ino said, then settled back into the fur. Despite the fact that she was lying on top of a giant red fox that could possibly destroy Konoha if he really wanted to, she felt comfortable and safe. Thinking about it, even when she'd first figured out that Naruto was actually the tailed beast, she hadn't felt scared or in danger. Confused, absolutely, but not scared. Even if he was actually taller than the Hokage Tower and had 9 tails, he was still Naruto to her. He revealed that he knew I was actually the tailed beast, told me how he figured it out, and even guessed my real goals. I only had time to explain a little about the bijou before the search parties started closing in on us. I convinced Itachi to become a missing nin, although I think he'd already decided to do that himself, and we set up our battle scene to fool the other ninja. Everything from there you know. Why did you let him go? Isn't it really dangerous to have someone who knows who you are out there? In this case, no. Itachi won't betray me, we understand each other far too well for that, and there's a mutual respect between us. He's already proven to be a very valuable ally, in fact. He has? How? And how do you understand each other? He brought me a scroll which detailed part of how the other bijou and I were originally sealed, as well as who was behind it. When? You haven't left Konoha ever, have you? I have not. He came to me, in the same training ground we are currently in fact. Holy shit. He waltzed right through Konoha's defenses, just like that? Oh yes. When he left Konoha he was already one of the best ninja I've ever seen, and he's only gotten better since. Like I said, a very valuable ally. As for how we understand each other, I'm sure you've heard other ninjas talk about him, perhaps even felt a little wary of him yourself? I've heard other people talk about him, yeah, but I never understood why they didn't like him. He reminded me of O. Exactly. I've taken great pains to blend in with the general population, a task you and your family have helped tremendously with, I might add, but Itachi did not. You know that your father has counseling sessions with me every week, and I have learned how they want me to behave as a human being rather than as a ninja. I suspect Itachi was told just the opposite and learned his lesson too well. You are possibly the only person who could actually see the similarities between us, as I allow myself to act more naturally around you than anyone else. Even beyond his external actions, however, is the way he thinks. He always seeks to grow stronger but rarely takes pride in what other people consider exceptional or amazing about him. He doesn't value the adulation of the general populace, instead seeking approval and companionship from a select few, his family. He evaluates everyone else based on whether they could pose a threat to him or not, and prepares to act accordingly if need be. I have heard your father refer to this as the veteran ninja mindset, and spoke of it as if people had to force themselves to acquire it and that they had lost something when they finally did. He was also greatly concerned that I showed traits of this mindset and focused a great deal of time and effort into fixing me. He failed to realize that such a mindset is natural to me, and to Itachi as well. Itachi may be human, but his mind is that of a demon, without question. So they hate him because he acted like a ninja is supposed to act? Ino asked. I'm not sure that's all of it, there's probably some jealousy and fear mixed in as well. I've actually been able to learn from some of his mistakes, by emphasizing the more human traits of my personality and limiting the veteran ninja aspects. They believe that I am getting better and thus dismiss their own doubts. Itachi never let his guard down around others, and so they continue to be wary of him. They probably could also tell on some level that he had little love for Konoha. Demons do not give their loyalty to physical locations or abstract concepts. That is most certainly a human conceit. Our family is made up of distinct individuals that we know personally, and we give our loyalty to them and them alone. But it's not like you're some sort of killing machine. You joke around, tease people, have things you enjoy even outside of studying or training. Ino replied. Yes, I do, but partially because that is what is expected of me. I would normally limit my interactions solely to you and a few others I respect, and dismiss everyone else as irrelevant. Itachi never found people he could respect until I came along, which I suspect was part of his problem. Now that he has freed himself from Konoha, he has fully come into his own. He looked far more relaxed and at ease when I saw him last than he ever did here, which tells me that he has found a new family, or at least someone he can respect and interact with. Ino absorbed that for a few minutes. "All right," she said finally, "I suppose he's not a complete and total asshole after all. I feel a little bad about all the things I said about him now. You were quite inventive when it came to him, as I recall." Ino blushed slightly. "He tried to kill you. Or I thought he had, anyway." "Hey!" she suddenly shouted, punching the fur below her. "You scared the crap out of me that night for no reason." "I did say I was sorry." "Humph. Well, now you have to make it up to me again." Naruto chuckled, the vibrations traveling through the fur and jostling Ino slightly in her resting place. "If you insist." "Well, I do, so there," she said, relaxing again. "Although," Naruto said, his voice teasing, "you did call me a stupid-tailed beast. But, that was, sorry," she finally said. "Ah, but now you have to make it up to me," he replied. "I hate when you do that," Ino muttered. "Fine, even?" "Even," Naruto said, chuckling. Ino laughed a little herself as she settled back onto the fur again. She reflected on everything she had learned so far, and came up with another question. "What are you going to do now?" "I mean, I can see why you've spent so much time studying and learning, but we're going to be Jonin in a few months, so. My purpose ever since I came back to the human realm has been to find my brethren and free them from their seals. I didn't intend to get sealed again, but it may have turned out to be a good thing. I can't say I regret it now. I've learned much about the human world, acquired skills I never would have thought of before, and now that I've begun studying seals I may find a way to prevent this from ever happening again." "And met me," Ino said, smirking. "That goes without saying," Naruto replied. "Well, you want to free your brethren, but what if you keep getting sent on missions to other places and can't find them? What if you get stuck in the village for some reason? What will you do then?" "My purpose is to find and free my brethren." "But, oh. I see," Ino said softly. If it came down to it, there was no choice for Naruto. He would leave the village in a heartbeat if it meant finding the other Bijou. Where would that leave her? It didn't take her nearly as long as she thought it would to come to her own decision. "I'll help you." "Thanks, Ino-chan, but what if dash?" "I said, I'll help you. Period." "I see. Thank you." "No thanks needed. You're my little brother, so that means the others are too. Of course I would help." The flood of emotion that washed over her was breathtaking and beautiful. It wasn't quite like what she had experienced in the memory, but it was far closer than anything she'd ever felt before in her life. She just laid back and basked in it for several minutes, reveling in the feeling. After a few minutes, she got a sly smile on her face. "Hey, Naruto? I've got another question." "Yes, Ino-chan? Do I make your soul sing?" she teased. His answering groan sent her into peals of laughter. July 18, 346 NE. -3:00 p.m. Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, you have received another 7 applications for the Jonin instructor group," Mitsuko, his secretary, said. The Hokage sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "How many does that make now?" Mitsuko referred to her notes. 114, Hokage-sama. 114 requests to become a Jonin instructor for a batch of academy students that will produce 15 teams at most, probably less. I usually have to offer incentives to get people to take up the job. I believe it's because of Naruto-kun and the others, Hokage-sama. The requests don't say it outright, but they all mention their familiarity with clan techniques as part of their qualifications. "Of course," the Hokage said sullenly. "The kids who least need an instructor are the ones drawing all the attention. Alright, we need to trim these numbers down. Throw out all the ones who have previously turned down the chance to become an instructor at any point. When you've done that, let me know how many are left and we'll go from there. Mitsuko spent nearly half an hour sorting, arranging, referencing, and shuffling while the Hokage filled out some of his other paperwork. Finally, she was prepared. 27 candidates remain, Hokage-sama. He frowned. That was more than he had expected, actually. He thought he would need to allow someone from the other group to take a team in order to have enough instructors. Who has been trying to get a team the longest out of that group? 30 seconds later Mitsuko had his answer. That would be Hataki-san, Hokage-sama. He has been trying for 3 years in a row but no team has managed to pass his exam. Normal operating procedure states that an instructor is allowed to select his own candidates, subject to approval by the Hokage, if their previous team was assigned to them and failed. His file states that he has declined to exercise this right the prior 2 years. The Hokage chuckled to himself. Kakashi knew exactly what he was doing and had positioned himself to handpick his own squad out of what would likely prove to be the strongest class of graduates Konoha had ever seen. He might have to change things up depending on who exactly Kakashi picked, but that pretty much guaranteed Naruto was already taken. Who comes after Kakashi? Mitsuko spent several minutes shuffling through her papers. No one, Hokage-sama. Since you eliminated those who had previously declined the request to become an instructor, all remaining candidates are actually in the pool for the first time. Based on general seniority within the ranks, your son would be next. Well, we've never considered general seniority before, and this would be a bad time to start for several reasons. Very well, send a notice to Kakashi letting him know that he has uncontested first pick of the graduates this year. For everyone else, I want them to submit potential team assignments using every student in this year's class. For each team they are to explain the team's primary role, secondary role, strengths, weaknesses, and provide a sample training schedule for the first 6 months. For all the teams, Hokage-sama? He smirked in reply. Oh yes, all of them. They'll have till the end of September to submit their proposals. If they don't do so on time, they will not be considered for this year's Jonin instructor pool. I see. Very well, Hokage-sama. I will send the notices out immediately. Thank you, Mitsuko-chan. Once you finish that, feel free to take the rest of the day off. I think I'll be heading out early myself. Thank you, Hokage-sama. July 19th, 346 NE. -9:00 p.m. Konoha. Karina gaped at the message in her hand, then dropped her head to the table with a loud thump. The other people in the bar paid her no mind, but her drinking companion looked curious as she gobbled down another dango. What's up, Nai-chan? Anko asked. When she didn't receive an answer, she snatched the message out of Karina's hand and read it over. She whistled lowly once she finished reading it. Didn't know you'd signed up to be an instructor. Looks like a lot of work. This is the first year I am eligible. I didn't actually think I'd make the cut, but I heard you get an advantage the next time you try. Nobody mentioned it took this much work. Yash. I see that your flames of youth are dimming, and must lend my own experience as a Jonin instructor so that they may burn brightly once again. Anko threw her freshly stripped dango skewer at Guy. He caught it between his fingers and began to twirl it around his fingers at high speeds, laughing. Ha! You must try much harder before you will be able to best Konoha's beautiful green beast. Give it a rest, Guy. Anko snapped, waving another dango skewer in a vaguely threatening manner. Very well. I shall abide by your youthful plea, Guy said. His body relaxed and his voice dropped into a less exuberant tone. It was actually quite disconcerting to see a calm Guy for those who hadn't witnessed this rarest of events before. Now, I hear you have applied to be a Jonin instructor this year? Karina finally looked up and nodded. Yeah, I've always wanted to teach, especially Jinjutsu. Outside of the Kurama clan, a lot of ninja don't utilize Jinjutsu to its full potential, and rather than trying to convince ninja who have already developed their own styles, I thought I could train Jonin and work my way up from there. Guy nodded. A worthy goal. However, Anko-san mentioned something about a lot of work. I know training 3 Jonin can be difficult, but you must not. He trailed off when Karina shook her head. No, it's all the work before you can even be considered. How nobody thought that was worth mentioning. Guy frowned. I don't understand. What work are you referring to? The write-ups on all the possible Jonin teams, Karina said, dropping her head to the table again. Guy shook his head, but finally spotted the note Anko was holding. After asking for it and reading it over, he nodded his head solemnly. I see. I guess this year there must be an abundance of potential instructors. This year? Karina asked. You mean? Correct, this was not a requirement last year. In fact, Kakashi, my eternal rival. Join us and lend your own experience as a Jounin instructor so that we may help our fellow Jounin. Kakashi slowly wandered over to the table, his nose still planted in his orange book. Despite having one eye completely covered and appearing to be completely focused on his book, he dodged and weaved his way through the crowd without a single misstep or so much as bumping into anyone. You say something, Guy? Alas, despite your eternally hip attitude, I must refrain from proposing another contest at this time. Kakashi's head snapped up, his eye widening in disbelief. Must be serious then, he said, snapping his book shut and putting it away. All right, he said, pulling another chair up to the table. What's up? Karina took a moment to reply. She was actually feeling a little intimidated now, sitting at a table conversing casually with 2 S-rank ninja. Kakashi and Guy were considered 2 of the strongest ninja in the village, and here she was a newly promoted Jounin. I submitted my name to be a Jounin instructor this year, but no one warned me about all the work. Kakashi shook his head. I know teaching 3 kids can seem like a lot of work, but I meant the write-ups for all the potential teams, Karina interrupted. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Guy wordlessly handed him the message and he quickly read it over. Ah. I see. My eternal rival, did you not receive a similar message? No? Did your team last year not fail? Are you not trying again? They did fail, and I am trying again. Anko suddenly started laughing. Poor Nai-chan. What? Karina snapped. You said there are advantages after your first year. Looks like this is one of them. You don't have to do the write-ups, do you, Kakashi? Anko asked. Nope. Karina gaped. That's not fair. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly. Perhaps not, but it's the Hokage who makes the final call. If you have any complaints you can always take them up with him, he said, his tone even. Karina recoiled slightly, then blushed. Sorry, she muttered. Relaxing, Kakashi just waved her off. If it makes you feel any better, I think I'm the only one who doesn't have to do the write-ups. If you do a good job, you might be pleasantly surprised. With that, he got up and wandered off to another part of the bar. After saying farewell to Anko and Karina, Guy followed him, his voice back to its normally exuberant levels. Anko began working on another skewer of dango. So what you gonna do, Nai-chan? Karina read over the note again, then nodded resolutely. I'm going to get to work, she said. August 9th, 346 NE. We have still been unable to locate Yagura, Leader Sama. Our last reported sighting placed him near the land of waterfalls, but we have been unable to confirm that he was there at all, much less capture him. That is unfortunate. I shall have to be more careful in my approach in the future. Leader Sama, you are certainly not to blame for No, it was my mistake. I was too trusting that he would understand our goals, and he has since chosen to hide away from us. I shall be more careful in the future. As you say, Leader Sama. Thank you for your report. You are dismissed. As the door closed behind the messenger, the leader turned to his companion. How are Jun and Kyoko doing? They have finally begun their training and seem to be doing well. The new seal designs have calmed the beast's Yuki considerably and the loss of potency is tolerable. It will still take time, but they should be able to harness more power overall without running into the risks that Jinchuriki normally encounter. Excellent news. And they understand our cause? Absolutely. They are eager to take their places at your side. Good, hopefully I will have a chance to visit them myself before too long. I should get to know them personally if they are to stand by me. The door burst open and another messenger rushed in. Leader Sama. We have located the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. The leader stood and offered a hand to his companion. Shall we, my dear? It seems we have some work to do. October 18th, 346 NE. -3:00 p.m. Konoha Academy. Well, that was the last student to take the exam today. Congratulations to all of you who passed. You will need to return to this room in 1 week at 10 a.m. to receive your team assignments and meet your Jonin instructors. Dismissed. The children flooded out of the room, chattering excitedly and showing off their headbands. The clan kids walked as a group at a more sedate pace, heading to the Nara compound. Their parents were already gathered there to prepare for a graduation party. How do you think they'll divide up the group? Kiba asked. His canine partner Akamaru yipped from his perch on top of Kiba's head. Troublesome, any possible combination could work well within this group, so there's no way to say for sure, Shikamaru replied. You don't think they'll try to put us on a team with someone else? Chuji asked nervously. They might think we'd benefit the other teams if we were spread out, Sakura pointed out. They can try, Naruto said, smirking. As if we'd let them get away with splitting us up, Ino said confidently. It would not be logical to separate a group which has consistently demonstrated such a high level of dedication and teamwork, Shino said, adjusting his sunglasses. Hinata nodded, adding, we've prepared for this for years. We'll be fine. Like I'd accept being on a team with anyone else, Sasuke said. They all shared quick grins and determined nods before they resumed walking to the Nara compound. End Part 1. Chapter 17, A Place for Everyone. October 20th, 346 NE. -1:00 p.m. Hokage's office. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Ah, Kakashi, how nice of you to join me, and only 37 minutes late. I'm impressed. I think that might be a record for you. Kakashi just laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. The Hokage cleared his throat sternly but decided to let the matter rest, for the moment. The reason I called you here is to let you know about the team assignments for this year's graduating class. I reviewed your request, but unfortunately I can't fill it in its entirety. Kakashi stiffened and started to protest, but held his tongue when the Hokage raised his hand. Relax, Kakashi, you still got Naruto-kun. And Ino-chan as well. I know better than to try to split those two apart. No, I've decided that Sasuke will need to be placed with another team. Kakashi relaxed slightly, but still appeared tense. May I ask why, Hokage-sama? You may indeed. As you may have heard, I had the other Jonin instructor candidates create potential team assignments using every student in this year's class. 2 instructors in particular submitted team designs using Sasuke that haven't been fully explored before and have quite a lot of potential. I believe that Sasuke will ultimately prove more successful in one of those teams than in your requested team. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I find it hard to believe that any other instructor outside of an Uchiha would be better equipped to teach Sasuke than I. You do have a certain advantage in that regard, yes. However, I am not concerned about your instruction so much as Sasuke's role in your team. Hokage-sama dash. I understand your feelings on this matter, Kakashi, but I will not be changing my mind. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said stiffly. If I may ask, who will be my third genin? Sarutobi nodded sharply and relaxed, leaning back in his chair. Ah, that's the question, isn't it? The two instructors in question will be arriving shortly to discuss their ideas. That discussion will determine which genin you will be able to choose. Hokage-sama, Rest assured that your third genin will be one of the clan kids regardless, so I don't think you'll have anything to complain about. Typically the Rookie of the Year and Kunoichi of the Year are placed on a team with the student with the worst scores, but I'm not going to do that to you for several reasons. Kakashi sighed quietly. Understood, Hokage-sama. When will the other instructors arrive for this discussion? Oh, I'm sure they'll be along any time now. You arrived early, after all, the Hokage said, smirking. Kakashi just sighed again. This day was not turning out well. He perked up a bit though, remembering that he had successfully gotten his teacher's son as one of his genin. Ino should also be a pleasure to teach, if the reports he had heard were any indication. 30 minutes later the door opened to reveal Asuma Sarutobi and Karina Yuhi, both looking slightly confused as to why they had been called to meet with the Hokage, much less at the same time. They quickly noticed Kakashi stretched out on the couch reading an orange book and grew even more confused. Ah, excellent. You're both here, the Hokage said, looking up from his paperwork. Kakashi snapped his book closed and moved to stand next to the two newcomers. Now we can get this meeting started, the Hokage said, smiling. I have called you three here to discuss the team assignments for this year's graduates, in particular Sasuke Uchiha. Asuma and Karina both submitted compelling ideas for a team which included Sasuke, and I wanted to discuss them as a group. Karina, we'll begin with you. Explain your reasoning behind the team of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Shino Aburame. Ah, yes, Hokage-sama. Karina paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then stepped forward and began speaking. I proposed a squad with the primary role of Jinjutsu/anti-Jinjutsu infiltration and combat support with a secondary role of ambush and capture. Sasuke's abilities are well balanced, but his Sharingan gives him a key edge in a Jinjutsu battle. His skills in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu will allow him to respond well to any potential scenario, making him a strong member of any team. The reports from the academy noted that he has some difficulty in the team exercises. However, he apparently tries to overcome every obstacle on his own rather than rely on his teammates, even when working with the other clan kids. I hope to correct that problem on my team. Sakura has demonstrated incredible chakra control and a sharp mind, both very valuable in utilizing Jinjutsu. Her chakra reserves aren't as large as they could be, but she still has far more than most kunoichi would at her age. She would serve as the primary Jinjutsu caster and overall support until I can get her trained up to better fill other roles as needed. Her Taijutsu in particular is weak compared to most of the clan kids. Her stealth and survival skills are among the best, however, especially considering that she comes from a civilian background. Shino is another well-balanced graduate. He has strong Taijutsu abilities that complement his Kakaichu-based jutsu well. The Kakaichu consume a large portion of his chakra reserves, which leaves him weak in ninjutsu, but he has compensated by developing his tactical awareness and chakra control. The few ninjutsu he can use are low-cost and highly accurate. His offensive capacity with Jinjutsu is weak, but the Kakaichu make his defense against Jinjutsu nearly perfect. They also provide an excellent means of tracking. Between Shino and Sasuke we should have no problems detecting or pursuing any target. Beyond the known drawbacks of the Aburame bloodline, Shino has no clear weaknesses, but I hope to help him become more creative with the application of his Kakaichu. My proposed training schedule was dash. Thank you, Kurenai, that will be sufficient, the Hokage interrupted. Kurenai blushed slightly and stepped back. Both Kakashi and Asuma nodded thoughtfully as she finished speaking. Konoha had never had a focus on Jinjutsu thanks to so many clans having a built-in defense against them. Between that and the Kurama's Jinjutsu-boosting bloodline, most ninja in Konoha felt that it simply wasn't worth studying that field at all. Kurenai's own career as a chunin had shown that Jinjutsu could be highly effective when used thoughtfully and carefully, and the idea of a whole team capable of operating on that level while still capable of performing other duties was compelling. Asuma, please explain your reasoning behind the team of Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara. Yes, Hokage-sama. The team's primary role would be a combat strike team, with a secondary role of an ambush and capture squad. As Yuhi Jounin pointed out, Sasuke is a well-balanced genin. With his Sharingan he will soon be able to win any ninjutsu and most taijutsu matchups, and won't have to worry about jinjutsu. Hinata is focused on her taijutsu and clan abilities, and Shikamaru has become something of a prodigy with the shadow techniques. Sasuke would become the ninjutsu specialist and either take enemies out himself or herd them towards Shikamaru and Hinata. Hinata would be the primary scout and use her Jukin, while Shikamaru will be the team strategist and use the Nara techniques to capture or harass enemies, Asuma recited, not bothering to go into as much detail as Karina had. The Hokage nodded. And for the sake of comparison, what was your basis for requesting Sasuke on your own team, Kakashi? Both Asuma and Karina stiffened. Word had gotten around that Kakashi had free rein to request his own team, and he had clearly done so. If that was the case, why were they even talking about this? Scouting and long-range ninjutsu, Kakashi replied lazily. The Hokage nodded again. I trust you see why I want him on another team now? Kakashi just nodded, resigned. Asuma and Karina both looked confused. It was Asuma who finally spoke up. Hokage-sama, if he's not going to be on Kakashi's team, then who gets him? Well, obviously one of you two, but which one still remains to be decided. To that end I would like to ask a few questions to get a better understanding of your proposed teams. Asuma, why did you design this team with Hinata Hyuga instead of Chuji Akimichi? Surely you are aware of the close ties between the Nara and Akimichi clans, and particularly between Shikamaru and Chuji? I am, but Hinata has the Byakugan, making her the perfect scout, and the Jukin is a powerful style made only more so when coupled with the Nara's Shadow Jutsu. I see. The Sharingan, while perhaps not perfect, is also capable of tracking targets thanks to its increased observational abilities. How does this fit into your plan? Well, it wouldn't, really. Hinata would have that angle covered, allowing Sasuke to focus on his ninjutsu. I see, the Hokage said again. He turned to Karina next. You seem to focus on Sasuke's abilities to handle any situation. Does this mean that Sakura and Shino are expected to function solely as support for Sasuke? No, Hokage-sama, Karina replied. I would expect the entire team to be able to respond well to any situation, regardless of their individual specialties. I would further expect each to be able to support the other two as the situation called for it. I see, the Hokage said. Thank you both, that will be all. Asuma and Karina hesitated, clearly expecting to hear more about the team placements, but nodded and left. Kakashi remained behind, watching them leave out of the corner of his eye. When the door closed behind them, he turned back to the Hokage. She's quite impressive, isn't she? Oh yes, Konoha is fortunate that she decided to be an instructor. She's still new, of course, but I think she'll do an excellent job. What did you think of Asuma's proposal? Kakashi shifted uncomfortably. It was short-sighted and lazy? Yeah, especially after hearing Karina's answers. He focused on what they could already do, rather than on what they could become. Sarutobi sighed, shaking his head sadly. Most of the proposals were like that, actually. Very few looked beyond exploiting the bloodlines or proven abilities when designing their teams. I had hoped Asuma had given it a little more thought than that, but it appears he did not. His proposed team could have performed very well as a stealth and infiltration team or even a hunter-nin squad, but it appears he lacks the drive and foresight to even begin to train them in that manner. It may be necessary to start off by allowing most genin to specialize and focus their efforts on one particular area in order for them to be of any real use in the field, but with the clan kids that would be a mistake. Even as they are now, they could likely outperform most of the older genin teams and even a few chunin teams. They already have strengths, they need to shore up their weaknesses. Even you are focused on the abilities the Sharingan provides Sasuke, though I have faith that you would have trained him well regardless. Nonetheless, I think Sasuke will be a much better fit paired with Sakura and Shino than with Naruto and Ino. I take it Karina will get her team then? Yes. She has the right attitude and is prepared to push the kids in directions they aren't fully comfortable with while still utilizing their innate talents well. Give her a year and her squad will be a force to be reckoned with. You don't think she'll place too much emphasis on their Jinjutsu training? That was her stated primary role for the team, after all. The thought had crossed my mind, but her training schedule was quite balanced and her responses today further reassured me. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. Where does that leave my team? Among the 4 remaining, who would you want for your third Jonin? Kakashi thought for nearly a minute before he answered. Hinata, he said finally. The Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. I trust you want her for more than the Byakugan, he prompted. Naruto has more chakra than I do at this point, Kakashi began, choosing to fully explain his reasoning, not to mention the tailed beast's power, but he has his little distance problem thanks to the seal. I've watched him try to use the violent water wave jutsu. It either fell apart once it got past roughly 10 feet or turned back on him. He admitted he tried a fire technique first, with painful results. Sarutobi nodded sagely. Yes, it's easy to overlook just how many techniques rely on chakra to sustain their power. I've helped Naruto out with this issue myself with only limited success. Right. I've got a few techniques he could try, but as far as ranged attacks go he's got air bullet and that thing scares me when he really pumps chakra into it or the boulder techniques. Useful, granted, but not exactly versatile. He's an absolute menace up close and can spam jutsu within that range all day long, not to mention his taijutsu. Guy and Lee won't shut up about how youthful he is. Guy actually came to me about that a few months ago, Sarutobi replied with a small shudder. I never want to see Guy beg for anything again. I don't want to know, Kakashi said flatly. Ino has the Yamanaka techniques and is apparently already quite skilled with them. A bit of work on her stealth and acting skills and she could be an excellent spy or infiltrator. However, she tends to reserve most of her chakra for her clan techniques, which leaves her lacking in the ninjutsu department. She's become a little too reliant on Naruto's offensive abilities rather than developing her own. If she does have a lightning affinity like most Yamanakas, I'll be able to help her a great deal there. Sasuke would have filled the ranged ninjutsu gap nicely in the beginning while adding some much-needed scouting abilities. Long-term he would have probably balanced between ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Why Hinata then? Her records don't indicate that she has a large ninjutsu repertoire either, Sarutobi prompted. Neither do Shikamaru, Kiba, or Chuji. From among the remaining Jonin, however, the Byakugan fills the need for a good scout nicely, and her clan techniques don't require a heavy chakra expenditure, unlike the other 3. I'm sure you are aware that Hisashi-sama trained himself to the point where he could keep his Byakugan activated for hours on end. Indeed, and an incredibly useful ability it is. Hinata's chakra control is nearly as good as Naruto's, as evidenced by her success in picking up medical ninjutsu, so I believe that she'll be able to do that as well, and sooner rather than later. I strongly suspect that she has a water affinity, which is well suited to controlling the battlefield. Once I can teach her some techniques, she'll be able to fill the ranged ninjutsu role in addition to her prowess with the Jukin. That would also work well with Ino's lightning affinity or Naruto's absurd chakra capacity. He could create large amounts of water for her to use for her own techniques, and so on. In addition, I have a few ideas for combining jutsu with the Jukin forms that I would like to try out. The Hyuga themselves seem to avoid experimentation, but they can't do anything if I'm her Jounin instructor. You do realize this would break the traditional gender balance on the teams, don't you? Does that serve any real purpose? We both know that once you reach Chunin, the gender balance never works out that cleanly anyway. True. Very well, Hinata will be your third Jonin. Kakashi nodded gratefully. I take it Asuma will get the remaining 3 clan kids? Sarutobi shuffled through the papers on his desk for a moment, then pulled out a file. After his poor showing earlier, I think that would be a mistake. If he truly wants to be a Jounin instructor, he can do so without relying on bloodlines. No, Given that they are heavily balanced towards taijutsu at the moment, I think this person would be well suited to teach those three, he said, handing the file to Kakashi. Kakashi's eye widened as he took the file. This is, he muttered. I didn't even know she was eligible. She's worked very hard since she rejoined the ninja force, and I think she's actually stronger now than when she originally went inactive. It's been quite impressive to watch, actually. At any rate, this is her first year requesting to be a Jonin instructor, and she's never turned down the chance before, so she made the first cut. She also put far more effort than most into her write-ups, and I'll actually be using some of her ideas for the other teams. A lot of people aren't going to be happy about this, you know. I doubt the kids or their families will complain, and no one else should have any say in the matter. If they do, they are welcome to explain themselves to me personally. Kakashi nodded, smiling slightly as he examined the file. This would certainly be interesting, if nothing else. October 23, 346 NE. -8:00 p.m. Konoha. Geez, you need to relax, Nai-chan, Anko said, poking her dango stick in Karina's direction. But I haven't heard anything since the Hokage called me into his office. Asuma was there too, and he's the Hokage's son. Granted, the Hokage is usually very careful about avoiding favoritism like that, but he should know how his father thinks and have an advantage that way. Hokage-sama didn't even say anything about my answers, just I see, and then he sent us on our way. Well, if he called you in, then there must have been something useful, don't you think? Anko replied, trying to be supportive. Yuhi Jounin, the Hokage has requested your presence for a meeting in his office regarding the team assignments at 9 tomorrow morning, and Anbu said, dropping a slip of paper on the table in front of Karina. The masked ninja had already vanished to their next destination before Karina even had time to process what had been said. Karina picked up the slip of paper with shaking hands, but it only repeated what the Anbu had told her. See? Everything's fine. If he wants to see you again, it's gotta be a good thing, right? Anko trailed off uncertainly. There was no way to tell for sure, really. The Hokage made a habit of delivering both good and bad news personally whenever possible. Casting about for a way to cheer up her friend, who was swiftly working herself towards a nervous breakdown, Anko decided to offer the ultimate gesture of kindness and respect. Here, you can have the last stick of dango, Anko said, handing it to Karina. Karina looked at the stick in her hand, then looked at Anko's face. Her expression was so serious and concerned, but her eyes kept moving towards the dango in Karina's hand with a hungry glint. Karina couldn't help it, she burst out laughing. October 24, 346 NE. -9:00 AM. Hokage's office. 11 Jounin were gathered outside the Hokage's office, eyeing each other speculatively. Everyone was wondering which Jonin they had gotten on their team. Kakashi was standing to one side of the room, reading his book and giggling quietly to himself, steadfastly ignoring the occasional dirty look he received from the others in the room. The Hokage finally summoned them inside and began the meeting. First off, I would like to thank you all for agreeing to become Jounin instructors. This position is a vital but often underappreciated role that ensures the continued prosperity of Konoha. We actually had over 100 applications this year, and those of you gathered here today have shown yourselves to be the most dedicated and thoughtful from among the applicants. I have reviewed your submissions regarding the potential teams, and while obviously not every idea can be implemented, there were several fresh ideas that your Jounin commander and I have decided to incorporate. Now, as Kakashi has the most seniority among this year's applicants, we shall start with his team, Yamanaka, Naruto, Yamanaka, Ino, Hyuga, Hinata. Their designation will be Team 7. There was a stir of surprise in the room. While technically not an official rule, it was incredibly rare for a Jonin team to have two females, even more so for one fresh out of the academy. That Kakashi had chosen to snag both the Rookie of the Year and the Kunoichi of the Year was no surprise, though most of them would have done the same, given the chance. There had been a great deal of speculation regarding who his third Jonin would be, though the betting pool had been surprisingly even on that front. Now, moving on, Satoshi Yamashita will have Team 1, consisting of the Hokage continued. Team 5, Ogawa, Kinsuke, Mori, Mamoru, Fukuda, Noriko. Jounin instructor is Sarutobi, Asuma. Wa Hokage-sama? Asuma asked, startled. Yes, Sarutobi Jounin, the Hokage replied, his voice slightly stern and one eyebrow raised. Asuma quickly stifled his objection, recognizing his father's tone and knowing no good would come from pushing the issue. Nothing, Hokage-sama. The Hokage nodded sharply and continued. Kurina's heart started beating faster when he began reading off the names for Team 8. Team 8, Haruno, Sakura, Aburame, Shino, Uchiha, Sasuke. Jounin instructor is Yuhi, Kurenai. Yes! Kurenai shouted happily, then immediately slapped a hand over her mouth, blushing. The Hokage just chuckled. I hope you maintain that level of enthusiasm once you begin teaching your students, Yuhi Jounin. I am expecting great things from you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I won't let you down, Hokage-sama, Kurenai babbled. The Hokage just chuckled again and resumed reading. Eventually he ended after reading off the name for Team 12. Every Jounin in the room had been assigned a team, but it was Asuma who asked what most of the people in the room were thinking. Ah, Hokage-sama, what happened to Team 9? There are also 3 students who graduated who haven't been mentioned yet, the Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka kids, he pointed out. Indeed, however, their Jounin instructor has been out on a mission the last few days and isn't expected back until tonight. As you no doubt surmise, those 3 are on Team 9, but I will refrain from announcing anything until I can inform their instructor personally. If there are no other questions, that concludes the meeting. The other Jounin slowly drifted out of the room, chatting about their teams. Asuma had a rather displeased look on his face, a stark contrast to Kurenai's exuberant expression. October 25, 346 NE. -10:00 AM. Konoha Academy. Alright, now the moment you've all been waiting for, team assignments. Starting with Team 1, Irika said, reading off the scroll. Team 7, Yamanaka, Naruto, Yamanaka, Ino, Hyuga, Hinata. Ino pumped her fist victoriously while Hinata smiled and moved over to join Naruto and Ino at their desk. The other kids shuffled around to give her room, eagerly waiting to find out their own teams. Naruto smiled and turned to Hinata. Glad to have you on the team, Hinata-chan, he said, smiling. Hinata returned his smile, blushing slightly. Team 8, Haruno, Sakura, Aburame, Shino, Uchiha, Sasuke. The kids shuffled around again, exchanging grins. Team 9 will be Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Chuji, Inuzuka, Kiba. Hey! And Akamaru, of course. Kiba's canine partner yipped in response, drawing chuckles from the other people in the room. More smiles all around, as they had expected. Their group had been kept together as much as possible. Shikamaru and Chuji exchanged a quick thumbs up. After Irika finished listing the teams, he said, once again, congratulations to all of you. I look forward to hearing more about your successful careers as Konoha ninja. Your instructors will be along shortly to collect you. Irika had barely cleared the door before several ninja in Jounin vests entered, calling out team numbers. Only one caught the group's attention, however. Team 8, you're with me, a female voice called out. The group turned to look and saw a woman with long black hair, fair skin, and red eyes standing near the door, smiling nervously. She didn't have a Jounin vest, instead wearing a dress covered with what looked like crisscrossing ribbons that stopped just shy of her knees. Her eyes with their solid red pupils were particularly striking. Whoa, Kiba breathed, your teacher is hot. Ino and Hinata both reached back and punched him in the arm. Sakura looked like she wanted to as well, but was currently out of range. She settled for letting the other 2 girls handle the situation for now. Instead, she stood up and began making her way down the stairs, Shino and Sasuke following close behind. Let's move to the training grounds for the introductions, shall we? Their instructor said, motioning them to follow her and heading out of the room. Lucky, Kiba grumbled. It'd be awesome if our teacher was that hot, he added, earning himself another set of punches. He winced this time, rubbing his arms. Hey, you don't have to do it that hard. Then stop being an idiot, Ino snapped. Hinata nodded along, glaring slightly. Naruto's the one who got 2 girls on his team and he certainly isn't complaining. We've got 3 guys, we at least need a female teacher. Shikamaru and Chuji remained silent, even if inwardly they agreed, on both counts. Naruto just turned to stare at Kiba, looking as if he was about to say something. He stopped, his eyes drifting to the side for a moment, before he suddenly grinned. Shikamaru groaned, recognizing that grin. Someone was about to be thoroughly embarrassed and he had a feeling Kiba was Naruto's target today. Now Kiba, Naruto said loudly, much louder than was strictly necessary, I know you find older women attractive and all, but there's no reason to believe that your Jonin instructor, if female, will simply fall for your manly charms just like that. Your instructor is almost certainly going to be an experienced and powerful kunoichi who could break you in half with her pinky. I doubt you'd have anything to offer. Hey! Kiba shouted indignantly. I do too have plenty to offer. You may have gotten lucky and beat me out for Rookie of the Year, he exclaimed, steadfastly ignoring the disbelieving coughs and snickers from everyone else in the room, but before long me and Akamaru will be able to whip you without breaking a sweat. Once she sees how strong we are, it'll only be a matter of time before the Inuzuka charm kicks in. I bet you if I wanted I could totally get my instructor to go out with me, he proclaimed. He quickly added, if she's female, of course. And hot. Naruto's grin just grew even wider even as Akamaru began sniffing the air, having caught a familiar scent. How about we make a bet, then, if you're so certain? Kiba really should have known better, having spent several years hanging out with Naruto and having seen his more mischievous side at work, but he plunged ahead anyway. What are the stakes? He demanded. If you can get your hot female instructor to go out with you on a serious date, even once, let's say within a year, I'll buy you a full set of A-rank ninja gear out of my own earnings. If you can't, you have to buy a set for me. Kiba hesitated a moment, thinking about the cost and beginning to recognize that he had perhaps bitten off more than he could chew, but his pride was on the line now and he wasn't about to back down. Deal, he said, thrusting his hand out. Even as Naruto took his hand and shook it, sealing the bet, Akamaru began barking. What is it, Akamaru? You smell who? He asked. Akamaru yipped again, and Kiba's face began to drain of color. He turned to look woodenly at the door even as a Jounin stepped through it, a smirk on her face. She wore a standard Jounin uniform and her long black hair was tied back into a ponytail. Despite being nearly 40 years old, her skin was still smooth and fair and the Jounin uniform only emphasized her thin, graceful form. Team 9, Makoto Uchiha announced dryly, you're with me. Kiba turned his head slowly back to Naruto, even as Ino and Hinata dissolved into laughter. Shikamaru and Chuji felt some sympathy for Naruto's latest victim, but were having trouble holding in their own laughter. Just thinking of Kiba trying to woo the Uchiha clan head, who was older than Kiba's own mother even if they privately acknowledged she was quite attractive, and imagining Sasuke's likely reaction was hilarious. I hate you so much right now, Kiba said. Naruto just grinned. Go on! Time to work that Inuzuka charm, he said, setting off fresh peals of laughter. Even Makoto was having trouble keeping her smirk from growing even further, and her shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Hate you. So much. Kiba slinked out of the room with Shikamaru and Chuji following behind. Naruto settled back into his seat as Ino and Hinata finally got their laughter under control. They watched as all the other teams were collected and headed out to their respective meeting places. Within 30 minutes they were the only ones left in the room. They discussed their team's possible role, how they could combine their respective skills now that they knew they were on the same team, and made other idle chit-chat as they continued to wait. Same day. 10:30 a.m. Training Ground 5. Now, let's start with introductions. My name is Karina Yuhi. I am a recently promoted Jonin and you are my first Jonin team. I enjoy reading and creating and refining Jinjutsu. I like and Mitsu and dislike people who look down on Kunoichi for being female. My dream is to see you all reach the rank of Jonin and inspire more ninja to study Jinjutsu as seriously as they study ninjutsu and taijutsu. Sakura, why don't you go next? My name is Sakura Haruno. I enjoy spending time with my friends and studying medical jutsu. I like green tea and dislike jealous people. My dream is to become a strong kunoichi like Tsum-sama or Shizun-sama. My name is Shino Aburame. I enjoy spending time with my friends and hunting for new species of insects. I like sweet things and dislike those who kill insects of no reason. My dream is breed a new species of Kakaicha capable of sustaining themselves with far less chakra. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I enjoy spending time with my friends and training. I like pickled beets and dislike those who blame people for the mistakes of others. My dream is to restore the honor of my clan. Excellent! Thank you for doing that. I know you know each other very well already, but I hope to get to know you better myself. The three Jonin just nodded, watching their new sensei curiously. Now, I've got a bit of bad news for you. You aren't officially Jonin yet, she said, bracing herself for their protests. None came. You don't seem surprised. Naruto warned us, they replied. Same day. 11:00 a.m. Training Ground 10. Well, normally we would introduce ourselves at this point, but I think we can skip that, don't you? Makoto said, smiling. Troublesome, it's going to be impossible to take it easy with you as our sensei, Shikamaru said. Chuji just shrugged, perfectly content with their teacher. Kiba was still sulking in a corner, occasionally rifling through his wallet and counting his money with a sour look on his face. You've got that right, Makoto said, smirking. I know exactly what you kids are capable of, and exactly how far I can push you. I also plan to make sure that you pick up some new skills. You're very well trained for Jonin, but you've tended to specialize and avoided growing in certain areas. I will be correcting that, she added, a feral grin on her face. Shikamaru just groaned and Chuji gulped nervously. Kiba continued to sulk. However, before we get to that, I've got some bad news for you. You aren't officially Jonin yet, and you knew that. Naruto-kun warned you, didn't he? Yep. Hate. So much, Kiba muttered to himself. Same day. 12:30 p.m. Konoha Academy. 2 hours later Naruto, Ino, and Hinata were still waiting, and starting to get rather hungry. Hinata finally decided to comment, seeing that both Naruto and Ino were growing restless. Did Irika-sensei happen to mention a time limit? Or anything specific to our team? Naruto growled and shook his head. No, he didn't. He apparently expected our teacher to be here by now. Ino nodded in agreement, then sighed. How long do you think we should wait? Hinata shrugged. Do you think this is some sort of test already? To see how well we can follow orders, maybe? Ino frowned. Maybe, she said doubtfully, but none of the other teams had to do this. Hey! Why don't you check and see if anyone is coming, Hinata? Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan, wincing slightly as her eyes adjusted to the intense glow coming from Naruto. Even after years of seeing his aura, it still took a few moments to adjust to it when her Byakugan activated, and it only seemed to have grown more intense as time passed. She took a quick look around and deactivated her bloodline. There's no one else in the building at all. Naruto stood up. Right, that's it. If our sensei can't bother to show up on time, I'm not going to go hungry waiting for him. It's not like Irika-sensei said we had to wait here, anyway. He said shortly, and we're way past that. Let's go eat lunch and come back, shall we? Ino hopped to her feet immediately, and Hinata hesitantly followed. Maybe we should eat somewhere close by, so we can keep an eye out for our sensei? Naruto shrugged. Sure. Is there anything good around here? We don't usually eat in this area. Hinata frowned uncertainly. We don't either, she confessed. Activating her bloodline again, she swept the area looking for restaurants. There's a dango stand, a small bar, a takoyaki stand, and a ramen stand. Let's try the ramen stand, Naruto said. Lead on, Hinata-chan. Same day. -1:00 p.m. Konoha Academy. The door to the classroom slid open, revealing a tall man with spiky silver hair and a Jonin uniform. He had his headband slanted across his forehead, completely covering his left eye. His hand was rubbing the back of his head as he stepped into the room. Sorry I'm late, I got lost, on the Kakashi trailed off as he took in the empty room. Chapter 18, and everyone in their place. October 25th, 346 NE. -1:15 p.m. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Naruto, shouldn't we be heading back now? Ino asked, eyeing him warily. The Jounin who entered the classroom is heading in this direction. He doesn't look happy either, Hinata added. Naruto just slurped down another bowl, letting out a moan of contentment. The stand owner, Tsuchi Ichiraku, stared at the stack of bowls next to the blonde with disbelief. How could a boy possibly hold that much food? Why have we never come here before, Ino-ne-chan? Why have we never eaten ramen before? This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my entire life, he said, motioning for another serving. Tsuchi just nodded before serving up another bowl, watching as the stack grew even higher. I dunno, Ino replied. We usually eat at home anyway, so I guess Tusan and Ka-san just never made it. I hadn't really noticed, to be honest. And, don't get me wrong, it's good, but, the most delicious thing ever? Naruto just nodded, already devouring his next bowl. Well, that's great that you've found a new favorite food, little brother, but we do need to get going. I think our teacher has finally shown up, Ino said, looking outside the stand. Naruto turned around, still slurping ramen from the bowl, to look at their supposed Jounin instructor. Kakashi's eye was narrowed, and even through the mask covering his face he looked angry. Jonin, just what do you think you are doing? I believe you were told to wait in the classroom until your instructor came to get you, he said, his voice menacing. Ino and Hinata appeared rather worried, but Naruto simply tipped back his bowl and drained the last of the broth with a loud slurp. Patting his stomach, he placed the bowl on the counter, then turned back to Kakashi. Actually, we were told no such thing. We received no explicit orders, and were simply informed that if we waited in the classroom our instructor should be along shortly to collect us. Kakashi's eye narrowed even further, staring at Naruto and beginning to leak a bit of killer intent. When Naruto didn't say anything further, he turned to look at Ino and Hinata, both of whom looked quite concerned in stark contrast to Naruto's nonchalant attitude. Do you two agree with the smartass here? Do you honestly believe that you aren't disobeying orders by leaving the room before I arrived? Naruto raised one eyebrow curiously, but didn't say anything. Ino shook herself and straightened her spine. She nodded sharply, staring defiantly at Kakashi. Kakashi turned all of his focus onto Hinata, who shrank into herself a bit. What about you, Jonin? What would your family say if they knew you were disobeying orders before you even met your instructor? Kakashi pressed, raising his killing intent even further. Hinata shrank back even more, but seemed to find a well of courage from somewhere and raised her head to face Kakashi firmly. Naruto-kun is correct. We have disobeyed no orders. Kakashi shook his head slowly. If you simply admit you are in the wrong, I will make sure you escape the punishment waiting for the other two. There's no hope for Naruto, and I'm sure he'll drag Ino down with him, but you don't have to suffer as well. Her gaze never wavered. If there is a punishment, I will face it with them, she said firmly. Their Jounin instructor just sighed, shaking his head sadly. This must be some kind of record, he mused. You just met your Jounin instructor and you've already passed, he finished, the aura of doom he had been projecting vanishing as if it had never been there. Hinata blinked slowly before gaping in disbelief. The sudden loss of tension left her disoriented, but Ino filled the silence nicely. "What the hell was that?" she yelled. "What do you mean we passed?" Kakashi smiled and plopped down onto a stool next to them. The Academy graduation test simply determines whether you have the necessary skills and knowledge to potentially become a ninja. It's up to the individual instructor to determine if you have both the personal and professional mettle to perform the dangerous tasks that may be required of a ninja. The exact form of the test is up to the instructor, but both your teamwork and performance under pressure must be tested. Then, Hinata said, beginning to recover from her shock. "Yep, I decided to make that your test." You guys decided to leave the room as a team, and Naruto correctly pointed out that you had no explicit orders to remain there. However, that doesn't mean I couldn't be genuinely angry with you for leaving before I got there. I pressured you to see how you would react to having your own judgment challenged, as well as if you would continue to support your team despite the threat of punishment or the promise of personal gain. You all passed easily," Kakashi said happily. Naruto nodded slowly. "So Hinata was right, and we actually were being tested when you didn't arrive for 2.5 hours, he mused. Kakashi started to shake his head, but changed his mind. "Exactly," he said, not entirely convincingly. All three Jonin narrowed their eyes at him, but he resumed speaking before they could respond. "Now that you've all been fed and have passed the second exam, we can move straight onto the skills evaluation. Ah, and just so we're clear, this is an order. We'll start with speed. You have 10 minutes to reach training ground 7, starting now," he said, and disappeared in a shunshin. The three Jonin blinked before pulling out money and slapping it on the counter. "Thanks for the food," they shouted, and took off running. Tucci just shook his head slowly, gathering up the money. "Ninja are crazy," he muttered to himself. "Hey Dad, I'm back." Ayam called out as she entered the stand. "Holy crap, how many customers did you have?" she asked, eyeing the stack of bowls and the large amount of cash in his hand. 3, he said distractedly, counting the money. "No, really." "How many?" 20? 30? "I know you must have been busy, but that's no reason to leave all the washing for me," she complained, donning her apron. Same day. 6:00 p.m. Yamanaka residence. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Kiba dragged themselves into the backyard and collapsed near the other kids. They were dirty, bruised, sweaty, and generally looked as if they had been run ragged. The other kids, with the notable exception of Naruto, all looked nearly as tired and worn out. Naruto looked dirty, but he seemed to have as much energy as ever. "Being a Jonin is too troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. Chuji nodded, pulling a bag of chips out of his bag and beginning to munch away. Kiba just rolled over so he could glare at Naruto. "Still hate you," he said petulantly. Ino and Hinata managed to laugh, but the other team just perked up curiously. "What's up with those two?" Sakura asked. As you all heard, Kiba was rather taken with that black-haired sensei. "What is her name, by the way?" Naruto asked. "Karina Yuhi, right. Anyway, after you guys left, he continued to complain about the distinct lack of a feminine presence on his team. From there it somehow turned into a bet that he could get his teacher to go out with him on a serious date within a year. Somehow my ass," Kiba snapped. "You knew who our teacher was and tricked me into making that bet. I can assure you no trickery was necessary." "Hey!" Kiba yelled, insulted. He smirked though, looking smug. "It doesn't matter anyway, the bet is invalid." Shikamaru could guess what was going to come next, and slowly began rolling himself out of the line of fire. Chuji followed his lead and scooted across the grass next to him. Naruto just smirked again. "And why would that be?" "Because I said she had to be hot, and she isn't." Shikamaru just groaned. "Kiba, you really need to learn when to shut up." Ino and Hinata also saw where this was going, and moved out of the way as well. Sakura looked between Kiba and Naruto, who continued to smirk at each other. "As much as I should feel insulted by this conversation, I have to ask, who is their sensei?" Shikamaru sighed. "Kiba, As your teammate, I advise you to start running now. Kiba finally turned to look at Shikamaru and caught sight of Sasuke, who was watching the conversation curiously. Kiba turned to look at Naruto again, glaring. Hate you so much, he growled, then turned and began running as fast as he could towards the gate that lead out of the Yamanaka compound. Why is he running? Sakura asked, confused. Naruto's grin grew even wider. Because their teacher is someone we all know quite well, he began teasingly. You're going to make me ask again, aren't you? Fine, who is it? Well, our teacher is Kakashi Hatake, and since we passed the second test we are now Team Kakashi. Your team is now Team Karina, right? Sakura just nodded, looking annoyed. Their team is now Team Makoto. Sakura's mouth fell open before she turned to look at Sasuke and collapsed into laughter, setting off the rest of the group. Sasuke himself blinked slowly as he ran his mind back over the previous conversation. He then shot to his feet and took off after Kiba, already beginning to catch up. Ino wiped her eyes as she got her laughter under control. I can't believe he actually said that. I thought the first time was hilarious, but this was even better. Naruto continued to grin. Oh, there's more to come. He still has to decide whether to pay up now, thus admitting Makoto is hot, or refuse to pay up, thus implying that he either believes she is not hot or that he will actually try to use his Inuzuka charm on her. I figure I've got at least a week before he finally caves and pays up. And either way Sasuke is going to continue to be pissed at Kiba rather than you, troublesome blonde, Shikamaru grumbled. Naruto nodded smugly. Exactly. Ino finally decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. So what did you guys have to do for your tests? Shino decided to answer her question first. Kurenai-sensei created a layered jinjutsu that we had to escape or dispel, then we had to track her down within the confines of the training ground and take one of two scrolls from her. We were informed that any of us who did not manage to take possession of a scroll within the allotted time would be failed and sent back to the academy. Sakura picked up the story from here. We all managed to free ourselves from the Jinjutsu, and Sasuke-kun and Shino-kun tracked down Kurenai-sensei while I set up some traps. When they led her into the area, I activated the traps and closed in. Between Shino-kun, Sasuke-kun, and the traps she was distracted enough that I could snatch both scrolls from her. After that I just gave one scroll each to Sasuke-kun and Shino-kun. Sakura-san quickly noticed the loophole in the rules and took advantage of it. The rules as given by Kurenai-sensei did not require that we maintain possession of the scrolls, merely that we possess them at some point. Thus we were able to all pass within the rules. Shikamaru spoke up next. Makoto-sensei was much more direct. We had to land a solid blow on her, and the last one to do so would be sent back to the academy. She gave us 5 minutes to prepare and vanished. There was no way we would accept being sent back, so we came up with a plan that would allow us to all land a blow simultaneously. She made us work for it, but I eventually managed to trap her with the Binding Shadow Jutsu. From there it was easy for all of us to hit her at the same time. Chuji nodded in agreement, then looked at Team 7. What did you guys have to do? Naruto just smirked and began, well. October 26th, 346 NE. -9:00 AM. Hokage's office. Team 1, passed. Team 2, passed. Team 3, failed. Team 4, passed. Team 5, passed. Team 6, failed. Team 8, passed. Team 9, passed, Makoto announced, her face carefully neutral. There was suspicious coughing and shuffling from a few ninja in the room, but no one spoke up. The Hokage had made his personal support of Makoto very clear over the years, and the other ninja families had pointedly gone out of their way to include Makoto and Sasuke whenever they planned events. The Uchiha in general were quite unpopular, especially after Itachi's defection, but even the most diehard of Uchiha haters knew better than to say anything about Makoto or Sasuke, especially in front of the Hokage. Team 10, passed. Team 11, passed. Team 12, passed. which just leaves Kakashi's team, the Hokage said as he finished recording the results. Team 7, passed, Kakashi said as he entered the room. Sorry for being late, Hokage-sama, but an old lady threw out her back and I had to take her to the hospital, then I had to feed her cat which was starving. The Hokage just stared at Kakashi for a long moment before shaking his head and looking down at the paper to record the result for Team 7. This also hit his mouth, which quirked into a smile. Kakashi's excuses, while normally complete bullshit, could be quite amusing. Kakashi also kept things interesting by occasionally slipping in a real event amidst his other, completely made-up, excuses. As long as Kakashi didn't keep him waiting long, he was more than willing to enjoy his antics. 10 out of 12 teams passed this year. With Naruto and his group pretty much guaranteed to pass, I had hoped for a perfect record this year. About that, Hokage-sama, Karina said hesitantly. My Jonin had actually been warned that there was a second test ahead of time, even if they didn't know the particulars. The other ninja in the room added their own reports, revealing that all of the teams had known ahead of time. Sarutobi frowned, thinking. Did they say where they got their knowledge? Naruto told them, Hokage-sama. Of course he did, the Hokage groaned. Given how intelligent and resourceful Naruto was, there was no telling how he had found out. If he knew enough not to warn the other teams that the test involved teamwork, however, the results of the second exam were likely still valid. Do any of you believe your Jonin passed solely on the basis of their prior knowledge? The Hokage asked. The ninja in the room answered in the negative or simply shook their heads. Very well, I see no reason to modify the results in this case. Nonetheless, thank you for bringing this to my attention, Yuhi Jounin, the Hokage said, nodding to Karina. Next on our, wait. You don't think he told them about the D ranks, do you? The other Jounin in the room groaned. Kakashi chose to intercept that question. I don't believe so, Hokage-sama. His own teammates don't seem to be aware of what exactly a D rank entails, given their level of enthusiasm when I told them they would get their first mission today. Naruto himself seemed to be enjoying their enthusiasm a little too much, so I do believe he knows and has kept the knowledge to himself, Kakashi said, smirking. Excellent. Then let us discuss the schedule for assigning the first missions today. The photographer has been booked already, and we simply need to space out the teams accordingly. As usual, we will go by team number, so the former Team 1 will get their mission at 1, Team 2 at 1:15. Same day. --2:30 p.m. Mission assignment room. This is going to be awesome, Ino said, marching into the room. The mission assignment room served as the nerve center for the Jonin and Chunin ranks of Konoha. All missions D through B rank were assigned here, and teams would report back to this room after their mission to submit reports and collect their pay stubs. The room itself was filled with several long tables stacked with scrolls of various colors. Each color corresponded to a specific mission rank and type, so that any experienced ninja could tell at a glance which types of missions were available and request one accordingly. Jonin weren't expected to know this system yet, and so were assigned missions while they learned all the little details that went along with being a professional ninja. The Hokage himself was seated at a desk in the center of the room. There was a large empty space before the desk where the Jonin team would stand that also just happened to provide a clear view from all the other desks in the room. His desk only had a few scrolls on it. Sarutobi smiled pleasantly at Team Kakashi as they approached his desk. Hokage-sama? Do you always hand out missions? Ino asked curiously. Not always, Yamanaka Jonin, but I like to handle each team's first mission personally. It helps me get to know the ninja under my command a little better. Kakashi cleared his throat before Ino could continue, and she held back whatever she had been about to say next. Team Kakashi reporting for duty, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said formally, saluting. His team quickly imitated him, getting into the professional spirit, or the appearance of it, anyway. Naruto stood slightly ahead and to the side of his teammates, angled so that he had a clear view of their faces without being obvious about it. Kakashi continued, as my team has shown considerable promise already, I would like to request that we be given a special mission to help showcase their talents, he said, looking steadily at the Hokage. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked between the Hokage and Kakashi. Ino and Hinata didn't seem to catch the undercurrent and were glowing with pride that their sensei thought so highly of them. Oh, a special mission, is it? Are you sure they're ready for it? Oh, after their performance yesterday, Hokage-sama, I feel that they have more than earned it, Kakashi said, his voice serious. Ino and Hinata glowed even more, but Naruto's eyes kept darting back and forth. Well then, I suppose I have no choice, the Hokage said seriously. He set down the scroll he had been holding before and reached to the side, picking up a bright red scroll with a black ribbon around it. Even among the other tables there was no scroll that looked like this. The other ninja in the room grew quiet as attention focused on Team 7. The Hokage cleared his throat and addressed Team 7. Now, before I give you this, I must warn you that while many teams have attempted this mission, very few have succeeded, and even fewer have done so within the allotted time. Rarely is a team entrusted with this mission as their first, but because your instructor feels you are ready, I will allow you to try. Do you agree to take this mission? Hinata looked like she was about to hyperventilate and Ino had fires burning in her eyes. Naruto tried to stop her, but Ino stepped forward and said firmly, Absolutely, Hokage-sama. The Hokage smiled. Excellent, he exclaimed. Your mission is to locate and capture Tora. The full details are on the scroll. Tora, Ino said slowly. I know that name. I imagine you would, the Hokage said, smirking. Madame Shijimi's cat is quite famous in Konoha, after all. Naruto groaned and dropped his face into his hands. Hinata had stopped breathing altogether and her eyes were slowly widening in disbelief. Ino had the most intense reaction, however. Her face kept cycling between pale white and a flushed red as she took in the grin on the Hokage's face and the laughter coming from the other ninja gathering in the room. The flash of a camera finally set her off, however. What? The Foo dash. Same day. Dash 4:15 p.m. Training Ground 7. So, what have we learned today, Kakashi asked, his eye focused on his orange book as he leaned against a tree. Never accept a mission before you know the details, Ino mumbled unhappily. Her arms were bandaged and her shirt had several rips in it that had not been there this morning. Cats can be surprisingly vicious, added Naruto. His clothes looked like they had been mauled by some wild animal and he had bloodstains covering his form, though he did not seem to have any wounds. Hinata looked up from her jacket as she used a needle and thread to mend some of the rips. The Inuzuka aren't the only ninja who can use animals in combat, Hinata rephrased. Therefore, Kakashi prompted. Therefore we should always be wary of any living being, regardless of how harmless it looks, Ino said. Anything else? Hinata and Ino looked at each other and shrugged. Naruto sighed before he replied, and we shouldn't needlessly antagonize our sensei since he can get back at us in unexpected and painful ways. Always a good thing to keep in mind, he said. He snapped his book closed and moved to stand in front of his team. They looked up attentively as he addressed them. Now, let's discuss your performance during the mission. First off, Ino, no matter how upset you are, it's considered very bad form to curse at the Hokage. Many other genin make the same mistake when receiving their first mission, but I would advise against repeating it in the future. Ino blushed and nodded. Hinata, excellent work in tracking down Tora, but you were far too hesitant to engage in the battle once you had him cornered. I understand that you have a fondness for cats, but you need to be able to put aside sentimental matters in the heat of battle. 1 second of hesitation can mean the difference between life and death, and enemies can and will exploit such moments ruthlessly. Hinata nodded quietly. Naruto. I know you can heal quickly, but you are still far too quick to engage an enemy without first assessing their capabilities, and you are still too willing to take injuries during combat. I know other people have attempted to correct this flaw in the past without success, but I will be much harsher. I will restrict this team from ever taking a C rank if need be. What? Naruto cried out, echoed by Ino. I am deadly serious. I will not take my Jonin out of this village only to have you charge in and get killed in your first battle. I know you are skilled, but you just got your ass handed to you by a cat. How do you think you'll handle a real ninja aiming to kill you? That was because I wasn't allowed to hurt it. Naruto protested. And you think you'll never be asked to capture another ninja or take out targets without resorting to lethal force? The lesson all of you missed from this little mission is that it is much, much harder to fight an enemy that is aiming to wound or kill while you are restricted from doing the same. Tora is just the latest in a long line of cats bred and trained for ninja work, and he's capable of far worse than what he did to you today. Which also leads me to my last lesson of the day. D ranks may seem trivial or a waste of time on the surface, but every single one of them has something to teach you. If you can't learn to look underneath and find the hidden meanings or unexpected opportunities, you will never make it to Chunin, much less Jounin. You and the other clan kids are all quite skilled, but that skill has instilled a bit of arrogance in all of you. You've worked hard, but I dare say it's been years since you faced a real challenge. Kakashi paused to take in his team's reaction to his speech. Naruto was eyeing him speculatively and was clearly thinking about his words. Ino appeared to be somewhere between hurt and angry, and she kept glancing at Naruto as if to gauge his reaction. Hinata was taking his words surprisingly well. Actually, he had pegged her as a little shy and lacking in self-confidence, but she had repositioned herself so that she was sitting on her knees with her hands folded in her lap and her back straight, her face calm and composed as she listened intently. Of the three, she seemed the least affected. Now, with that said, you all did a very good job on the mission. You actually broke the record for a team taking the mission for the first time, and were only 20 minutes off from beating the overall record. Your teamwork in tracking the target was solid, and once Hinata engaged in the fight, you played off of each other effortlessly. I don't know if you noticed, but the majority of your wounds came in the first 3 minutes of the battle. After that you kept Tora off balance and took very few injuries. I believe Naruto already knows ANBU code, though he shouldn't have taught it to either one of you without the Hokage's permission. I have actually secured that permission and we will begin learning it tomorrow. Meet me back here at 9 a.m., we'll take another D rank and then spend the rest of the day training or practicing. Are there any other questions or comments before we dismiss for the day? He finished. Ino and Naruto just shook their heads, but Hinata spoke up. Chapter 19, Let the Blood Flow. December 5th, 346 NE. -10:00 AM. Training Ground 10. Makoto watched closely as Chuji and Kiba sparred. She had set some additional rules for the match in order to push her Jonin outside of their comfort zones. Kiba was currently fighting without Akamaru, and Chuji was not allowed to use any Akimichi techniques. As an Uchiha, she had seen all too often what can happen if a ninja relied on specific skills too much and became predictable. She was determined to not allow her students to make the same mistake. Shikamaru sat on the sidelines resting from his own recent spar with Chuji. His attention was focused on the fight as he observed how his teammates adapted to the rules. Kiba was used to fighting along with Akamaru and using the Ninkin to distract or hurt his opponents, while Chuji relied on the raw power of the Akimichi techniques extensively. Even after several bouts where they had to fight under these restrictions, they still had trouble adapting on occasion, though Kiba more so than Chuji. Shikamaru winced as Kiba launched into a passing Fang attack. The technique was powerful if it connected, but Kiba had difficulty landing it without Akamaru helping him restrict his opponent's movements. As expected, Chuji was able to dodge, using a quick substitution technique with a log. As Kiba battered the log about, his claws were not reinforced with chakra during the spar, so the damage was greatly reduced. Chuji charged in from the side, fist reared back. As Kiba realized he missed his target and tried to leap away, Chuji's fist launched forward and caught Kiba square in the back. Shikamaru winced as Kiba bounced off the ground and all the air in his lungs was forcibly expelled with a loud oomph. Even without the Akimichi techniques, Chuji's punch had some serious power behind it. Chuji pulled out a kunai and held it at Kiba's throat, but it was a needless gesture. Kiba was still struggling to pull air into his lungs and was in no condition to fight back at the moment. Match, called out Makoto, ending the spar. Chuji withdrew his kunai and stared down at Kiba for a moment, panting. He then reached down and helped Kiba sit up. Sorry about that, Chuji said apologetically as Kiba finally got his breath back. No problem, Kiba coughed out. Excellent timing on the Kawarimi, Chuji, I'm glad to see you've been working on your mobility. Kiba, the passing Fawn was a good try, but even without Kawarimi you would not have gotten a solid hit on Chuji. You launched the attack from too far back and he would have time to dodge it, at least partially, as it was he dodged it completely and managed to fool you long enough to land a decisive blow. Got it, Makoto-sensei, Kiba said. If Akamaru had been with me I would have nailed him, though. Which is the entire point of this exercise, you're so used to fighting with Akamaru you can't adjust to fighting without him. I readily acknowledge the devastating power that the Inuzuka human-canine combinations can produce, but there will come a time that, for whatever reason, you must fight on your own and I want you to survive the battle. I also intend to have Akamaru fight on his own so that he can get experience in this area as well. Still, that's enough for our morning session. Let's head to the Hokage's tower to pick up our next D rank, shall we? Troublesome, Shikamaru groaned as he stood up and began to amble towards the others. We've actually completed the minimum number of missions required to qualify for a C rank, you know. Hell yeah! Kiba shouted. Akamaru barked loudly, echoing his partner's excitement. That you have, but what makes you think you'll get one today? Makoto said, arching an eyebrow. Shikamaru sighed again. We've already completed every type of D rank available, including beating Team Kakashi's record for the Tora mission by 6 minutes. On your third try, yes, Makoto pointed out dryly. And I'm surprised to see you arguing for a harder mission, Shikamaru-kun. Don't you want a nice easy D rank so you can relax? She asked, her tone only slightly sarcastic. Shikamaru nodded, acknowledging her point. D ranks are pretty simple at this point, but if we take it easy we'll fall behind the other teams. Team Kakashi has already left on their first C rank, and Team Karina has met the requirements as well. It's troublesome, but we need to keep moving forward. Chuji nodded in agreement, and Kiba added his own thoughts. Yeah, we need tougher missions so I can finally get stronger and beat that smug guy, he finished lamely, correcting his language in response to Makoto's glare. We'll see, Makoto said. Same day. 10:45 a.m. Hokage's Tower. Oh, a C rank, is it? Very well, you have met the requirements and if your sensei believes you are ready, then I suppose it's time, the mission officer said. He glanced at Makoto and asked, what sort of mission did you have in mind? Makoto caught his eye in a steady gaze as she said, I think an escort mission would be good for their first time. There's always weapon merchants traveling the roads this time of year, I'm sure we can handle one of those. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed slightly. That was an oddly specific request, especially since Makoto-sensei rarely worried about the particulars when requesting a mission. The mission officer nodded slowly and reached over to a pile of green scrolls, pulling out one with a black ribbon tied around it. He pulled it open and scanned through the contents briefly, before rolling it back up and handing it to Team Makoto-sensei. Yep, I think this one will do just fine. The merchant sets out tomorrow morning, so you'll have till then to prepare. December 7th, 346 NE. 4:00 p.m. Between Konoha and Tanzakugai. You know, Kiba mused, I honestly expected something a little more, you know? He jerked his thumb to the string of 4 carts they were escorting. Chuji nodded, adding, yeah, so far the D ranks were actually harder than this. Shikamaru shook his head. That's because the risk of enemy contact was 0. If the destination was inside Konoha this wouldn't even qualify as a D rank. Precisely, Makoto interrupted. As Shikamaru-kun pointed out, there's always the threat of someone attacking the caravan, which is why these merchants decided to hire ninja in the first place. The Land of Fire is pretty safe so there's only a small chance of anything happening, but bandits do pop up from time to time. If there was a chance of enemy ninja interrupting the mission, it would be ranked even higher, a B or even an A rank. Her tone was relaxed and conversational, but her eyes kept sweeping the area around her expectantly. Akamaru growled softly as he trotted alongside Kiba. Kiba's head jerked slightly, but he maintained his pace and showed no other reaction. Makoto-sensei, he said quietly, Akamaru has caught the scent of several other humans, maybe as many as 24. They seem to be on either side of the road up ahead. I see, Makoto said softly, maintaining her place at the side of the caravan. Hopefully it's nothing, but until we know otherwise, assume they are a threat to the caravan and prepare to act accordingly. Unless things get out of hand, I'll leave this up to you. You need experience in such things, and there's no time like the present. And boys, she added, if they do attack, you are to do whatever it takes to stop them. The safety of the caravan and your teammates comes before the lives of your attackers. Understood? The genin stumbled slightly as they walked and looked a little pale, but nodded in acceptance. They had been training for years to become ninja, but never before had the prospect of having to take another person's life seemed so clear and imminent. The caravan continued its plodding pace for a few more minutes. The genin tried to keep up a steady and relaxed banter, but their conversation was stilted and strained as they contemplated the coming battle and the fact that they would soon be making their first kills. Makoto watched their reactions with a small frown, but said nothing further. The tension continued to weigh upon the genin as they walked. When the arrows shot out from the forest and 10 bandits charged the caravan from either side, shouting and waving their weapons, it came as almost a relief. Now that they had a clear threat to focus on, their tension and hesitation melted away and they reacted with reflexes honed through years of training. Shikamaru hopped onto the back of one of the carts and pulled out a brace of kunai as he began analyzing the movements of the bandits, snapping out a quick command to his teammates as he did so. In response, Kiba and Akamaru charged out to meet the bandits on the right while Chuji moved to meet the bandits on the left. Makoto remained where she was and continued observing. She appeared completely at ease, but a close look would reveal that her jaw was clenched and her hands kept twitching towards the kunai holster strapped to her thigh. The arrows were poorly aimed and only 2 came anywhere close to hitting a target. Both were easily knocked out of the air by Shikamaru's thrown kunai. The bandits were running full tilt towards the carts, but both Kiba and Chuji were moving more than twice as fast already and accelerating. Their hands came up and they flung their kunai with practiced precision. They had both chosen to aim at non-lethal areas, so 3 bandits tumbled to the ground clutching their legs while a 4th lurched to the side and dropped his axe as a kunai buried itself in his shoulder. Another set of arrows came arcing from the sky, more accurate this time, and Shikamaru flung his kunai to intercept arrows that could have hit the cart drivers who were scrambling to hide under their carts or the horses who were beginning to stamp the ground and tossed their heads frantically. Makoto continued to watch, her eyes sharp. Kiba and Akamaru closed in swiftly, but the bandits finally showed signs of organization and began to spread out, trying to surround the genin and the dog. Kiba eyed them for a moment, noting the sharp weapons they carried and their apparent willingness to use them before he swallowed thickly. Akamaru, he called, voice slightly unsteady. Fong passing Fong. His partner barked once in acknowledgement. Kiba and Akamaru jumped forward, both landing on all fours next to surprised bandits before they launched themselves forward, their forms blurring into a whirling cyclone of claws and teeth. Blood flew through the air and the screams of their opponents were swiftly cut off. Shikamaru forced himself to watch Kiba's progress for a long moment before he turned his attention to Chuji's side of the battle. He absent-mindedly stepped sideways to avoid another arrow. Now that the cart drivers were safely sheltered beneath the carts, it was time to end the battle before the horses spooked and took off, possibly trampling their drivers in the process. He leaped over the side and ran towards the bandits facing Chuji, his hands flashing through the seals for his most practiced jutsu even as he moved. Chuji jumped to the side, avoiding a bandit's swing and punching forward, catching his opponent in the chest. The bandit stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, but the blow had been weak and he was already recovering and regaining his feet. Chuji cursed to himself. He knew he could hit much, much harder than that, but the thought of ending another person's life made him hesitate and reduce the force behind the blow. The other bandits were slowly circling around Chuji, trying to completely surround him and remove his ability to dodge their attacks. Soon the encirclement would be complete and Chuji would be in serious trouble. Shikamaru's shadow lanced out and connected with several of the bandits currently behind Chuji, freezing them in place. He was already stretching the available shadows to the limit, however, they were currently in the cleared area beside the road, the deep shadows of the forest far away from their current position. "Gold General," he snapped. Chuji reacted instinctively, years of teamwork coming to the fore as he channeled chakra into his arms. "Partial multi-size technique," he called out as his arms and hands rapidly grew until they dwarfed the rest of his body. He thrust his fists straight out to his sides, catching two bandits with punches that launched them backwards with a sickening crunch. He paid the sound no mind, and similarly ignored the wetness on his knuckles, as he flattened his hands and he swept his arms forward, smashing his hands together in a thunderous clap. Something wet splashed on him and he felt something slice into his hand, but Shikamaru's voice was already calling out another command and he immediately responded, trusting his best friend to guide him through the battle. "Reverse! Night!" Shikamaru shouted as his shadow detached from two of his victims and grabbed the last remaining free bandit. He was now holding three of them with his shadow. Chuji spun in place as he raised his fists high in the air and then smashed them down, crushing two more bandits to the earth. The remaining bandits began screaming loudly, but Shikamaru rapidly pulsed his shadow as he shuffled around, releasing and grabbing the bandits as he moved them closer together. Once he had them positioned as he wanted them, he raised his hand slowly into the air. His hand was empty but appeared as if it was holding something. The three bandits mimicked his actions, but their hands were not empty, each currently held a sword in their hands. Their eyes were wide and panicked as their bodies moved against their will. Shikamaru swallowed thickly and thrust his hand forward, striking the empty air with all his might. The bandits mimicked his movements, but rather than striking the empty air they ended up stabbing each other. After a long moment Shikamaru released his shadow technique and moved swiftly to Chuji. His friend had released his own technique and was currently staring at his blood-covered hands. "Come on, Chuji. We need to get the archers before they get away," Shikamaru said softly, his hand resting on Chuji's shoulder. Chuji looked up and stared at Shikamaru for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Same day. 9:00 p.m. Between Konoha and Tenzakugai. Makoto had talked to each of her students individually about their first kills. Their parents had talked to them before about this aspect of their duty as ninja and they were as prepared as anyone could be, but it was still a traumatic experience. They all took comfort in the fact that they had come through it together and safe, and that they had done their duty in defense of innocent people. It helped ease the guilt and pain, a little. Shikamaru's mind was focused on a different matter, though. "Makoto-sensei," he said, his voice breaking the contemplative silence that had descended around their campfire, "you knew the bandits were there, didn't you?" Chuji and Kiba both looked at Shikamaru oddly before turning to face Makoto. Makoto considered her response for a moment before she nodded. "Yes," she replied. Kiba frowned. "What, like before Akamaru spotted them?" "That's pretty badass, impressive, but she is a jounin." "No, I mean she knew about them before we even left Konoha." Kiba looked at Shikamaru as if he had grown a second head. "There's no way she could detect them from that far away, jounin or not," he exclaimed. "Troublesome," Shikamaru groaned. "Not detected them, knew about them." She knew there would definitely be bandits on this mission. In fact, that was the point of the mission, wasn't it? Kiba still looked confused, but Chuji had a look of startled realization. "You mean," he began, his voice soft. "Yeah, Chuji," Shikamaru replied. "The purpose of this mission was to have us fight and kill those bandits." They all turned to stare at Makoto, who met their gazes with a calm demeanor. "Yes," she said again. "How did you dash?" Kiba started to ask Shikamaru, but he cut himself off with a growl. "This is more of that hidden truth and under-the-surface stuff, isn't it?" Makoto nodded, and decided to fully explain the situation. "As I'm sure you've learned by now, there is a lot more to being a ninja than jutsu and training. Like the Tora mission, all Jonin teams go through this at some point in their careers. Unlike the Tora mission, however, the purpose of this is very straightforward. This is when we find out if you can kill or not. Chuji swallowed past the lump in his throat. Those bandits? He asked. Those were real bandits, make no mistake. By the laws of the Land of Fire, they would be sentenced to death for their crimes. Konoha evaluates the skill level of such bandit groups and marks a few of the appropriate level as reserved for missions such as this. By allowing Jonin teams to experience their first kills against those who truly deserve it, it is hoped that you can be eased into the harsher side of ninja life as much as possible. It also makes sure that the Jounin sensei is prepared to intervene should things go wrong. She waited for the Jonin to say something else, but they all seemed to be lost in thought. Well, since you're prepared to think about the situation, let's discuss your performance, shall we? The Jonin turned their attention back to their sensei. Once the battle started, you did quite well under the circumstances, but your preparation, or rather the lack thereof, was pathetic. The Jonin flinched at her harsh tone. You were so distracted by the idea that you might end up killing someone that you lost all sight of the situation. You didn't scout out to confirm the enemy's numbers, instead relying on Kiba's vague report via Akamaru. You didn't confirm their positions, or their intent, or even their armament. You gave no thought to warning the caravan of an impending attack or working out a plan of retreat should things go badly. You didn't account for the horses at all. I had to hypnotize 2 of them to keep them from stampeding. You also gave no thought to a preemptive strike which could have potentially ended the battle before it began and possibly eliminated all risk to the clients. Now, before you start complaining, I know there are many factors which could have influenced your decision and the approach you ended up taking could have been the best one, but you didn't consider any of that. You surrendered control of the battlefield before the battle even started and allowed the enemy to strike at a place of their choosing and at a time of their choosing. If this had been enemy ninja instead of ill-trained bandits, you would all be dead right now. She examined her Jonin, noting their pale faces and grim expressions. It seemed they understood just how badly things could have gone. Good, that meant they were less likely to repeat their mistakes in the future. Fortunately, that exact problem is another reason why we have these missions in the first place. Now that you have experienced your first kills and engaged in a battle to the death, you are far less likely to let the thought of death distract you from your mission in the future, she said, her voice softer. We've got another hour before we need to start our night watch rotation, so until then let's discuss the actions you could have taken to better prepare for the fight. December 10th, 346 NE. 5:00 p.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage looked up as he felt a familiar chakra enter his office through the window. The Anbu guarding him tensed, but he simply waved them off. Even if Jiraiya was a threat, it was doubtful the Anbu would be able to stop him before he could do anything. Good to see you, Jiraiya-kun. You're a bit early for your scheduled report. There's nothing serious going on, is there? Jiraiya shook his head. Not for Konoha, sensei. I need to talk to you, privately, he added, cutting his eyes towards the Anbu lurking in the office. The Hokage motioned for the Anbu to leave. Once they had completely vacated the room, he touched a security seal and locked down his office. Now, what's so important? Sarutobi asked. Have the monkeys ever talked to you about the nature of the contract? Jiraiya asked abruptly, beginning to pace around the room. No. I can't say that it has ever come up. Why? Can you summon Enma? I need to confirm something the toads told me. Sarutobi just nodded and performed the summoning jutsu. Enma, the Monkey King and current leader of the Monkey Summons, appeared in the room in a ready stance. His body was covered with white fur and he wore a black suit with bits of mesh armor barely visible underneath. His white tail whipped through the air behind him as he rapidly scanned the room. After seeing that he had not been summoned for battle, he turned to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, why have you summoned me? He asked curiously. Jiraiya-kun here wanted to ask you a few questions, if that's all right. Enma turned to look at Jiraiya, nodding slightly. Ah yes, the Toad Summoner. I had heard they were going to make the offer to you finally. So it's true, then? All the contracts are like that? Jiraiya asked, his voice tense. Indeed. Do you not trust your own summons? Given that you have progressed so far down the path of a sage, I must say that I'm surprised that you would doubt them now, Enma said. It's not that, it's just I mean arg. Jiraiya said, throwing his hands up in the air and pacing around the office. Sarutobi turned to look at Enma, a curious expression on his face. What is he talking about? Enma just looked at Sarutobi and shook his head. I have a great deal of respect for you, Hiruzen, so I will allow Jiraiya to inform you, but you both must agree to not tell anyone else. Jiraiya gave his assent, still partially distracted, and Sarutobi nodded solemnly. You can't tell me yourself? Sarutobi then asked, confused. No. You have not made any progress in becoming a monkey sage, and have chosen to focus your efforts on your village instead. I can understand and respect your decision, but that also means that certain doors will remain closed to you. I will leave you to your discussion. With that, Enma dismissed himself, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya, what is going on? Bunta and the Toad Sages summoned me to Myobokuzen for a discussion. They said that hundreds of years ago there was an incredibly nasty war that completely wiped out several tribes and damn near wiped out the rest, and before you ask, they refused to say who or what they were fighting for some reason. I got the impression that they couldn't talk about it, but I could be wrong. Anyway, the surviving tribes were on the verge of extinction and a few didn't have enough members left to begin growing their population again, like the toads. But, Sarutobi started to say, but trailed off as Jiraiya continued. Yeah, they're doing just fine and dandy now, but they say that back then there were only a handful of them left. Somehow, and again they refused to say how, they came up with the idea of forming contracts with ninja. They help out the summoner with whatever the summoner wants, within reason, in exchange for blood and chakra. They then use that blood and chakra in some process, and again, they refuse to say how, that creates new members of their tribe. We have children among the summoned tribes? Sarutobi asked, his voice flat. Jiraiya shuddered. No, thank Kami. That was the first thing I asked. Whatever it is they do doesn't work like that. They made it sound more like throwing wood on a fire than giving birth, but, again, no real details. Sarutobi relaxed, his face betraying his relief. So, what then? The contract allows them to repopulate their species? I would have liked to have known about this, but that hardly seems objectionable, or even something they really need to keep secret, although, why would they need the contract in the first place? Couldn't they just ask? That's where the other bit comes in, Jiraiya said, still tense. December 15th, 346 NE. -9:00 p.m. Konoha. Makoto-san, Kurina-san, so nice to see you this evening, Kakashi said from his seat at the table, his book in one hand and a drink in the other. Since we are all teaching the clan kids, I thought it might be useful to compare notes, especially since they will most likely continue to train together whenever not split into teams, Makoto said, settling down at the table. Kurenai took the third seat, nodding in agreement. Sounds reasonable, Kakashi said, snapping his book shut. His eye focused on his fellow jounin as he continued. Where would you like to start? How about their first blood missions? Kurenai asked. You first then, Kakashi replied. Oh, well, we just got back from that mission 2 days ago. It went about as well as could be expected, I suppose. The bandits didn't pose any trouble, but I had to explicitly order them to go for lethal shots. Shino and Sakura's abilities lend themselves more to non-lethal takedowns at the moment. They were a little hesitant, but they did get their kills and handled it well enough. How did they handle the planning phase? Makoto asked curiously. Kurenai blushed in response. They didn't. Sakura had the hardest time preparing herself for it, and between helping her out and feeling worried about their own kills, Sasuke and Shino didn't spend any time preparing for the battle. Don't feel too bad, my group did much the same, even though they had Shikamaru and his brain. What about you, Kakashi? I finally managed to get through to Naruto about not just charging into battle, so he actually took the lead on planning this one. Hinata located the bandits, confirmed their numbers and armament, and Ino snuck up behind them and used the mind transfer jutsu to take one of them over. She sowed enough confusion in their ranks that Naruto and Hinata had no trouble picking some of them off. Once the bandits realized what was happening, they attacked, and Naruto and Hinata took care of the rest with some ranged support from Ino. It could have been planned better, of course, but the caravan never so much as saw a single bandit, so I'll call it a success. Makoto and Karina just stared at Kakashi for a long moment. They had both talked to their teams about proper planning, but they hadn't actually expected a fresh Jonin team to do so well on their first blood mission. They didn't have any problems killing the bandits? Karina asked. Naruto certainly didn't, but this is hardly his first life or death battle. Ino surprised me with how well she handled it. Actually, there was barely any hesitation on her part. Hinata was more along the lines of what I expected, but both her teammates supported her and she got through it with a minimum of fuss. They knew how to help her without any prompting from me, part of growing up a Yamanaka, I suppose. They fell silent as they contemplated the results of the various teams. Kakashi broke the silence next. The Chunin exams are hosted in Konoha this year, you know, he observed idly. Makoto nodded, 7 months away, now. Karina looked between them. You're not suggesting that the teams will be ready, are you? I wouldn't be surprised if they will be, actually, Kakashi replied, but that's beside the point. The exams are in Kumo next and IWA after that. The Hokage isn't going to send our teams into unfriendly territory. Between us we have the most prominent Jonin in Konoha as well as almost all of its major bloodlines. That's way too tempting a target for IWA or even Kumo. We also need to make a strong showing this year, and sending in rookie teams that can compete with foreign teams that have years under their belts will look very, very good. Makoto snorted. Everyone knows the exams are essentially rigged anyways. I doubt it'll make that much of a difference. Karina recoiled sharply. Rigged? We cheat in the exams? Kakashi and Makoto turned to look at her in disbelief. You seriously don't know? Makoto asked incredulously. Karina felt torn between irritation and embarrassment. Should I? She asked. Kakashi shrugged. I suppose most people would assume you already knew, and it's not exactly a common topic of conversation, he allowed. Makoto shook her head in exasperation, but decided to fill Karina in. As far as breaking the official rules of the exam goes, no, we don't cheat. If one village did it, the others would soon follow and the exams would lose any meaning whatsoever, not to mention that cheating would prove very boring for the spectators. However, nothing says that a village must send their Jonin to the exam, and it's obviously not the only way to get promoted. Even in peacetime only 30% of Chunin are promoted through the international Chunin exams. Kakashi interrupted for a moment. I think you'll find among the current crop of Jounin that very few were promoted in that fashion, actually. Between the second and third ninja wars nearly all the Jounin I work with received battlefield promotions. You are actually on the leading edge of the group that has known mostly peace, he said, nodding to Karina. That said, actually attending the exams is a very, very good way to get experience fighting other ninja in a relatively low-risk environment. So each village makes a judgment call about which teams to send to enemy exams and which to reserve for ally or neutral exams, Makoto continued. If they always send weaker teams, other villages might tend to underestimate them, but then the spectator, which is to say, potential clients, also have a low opinion of that village and don't send mission requests to them. Aren't most missions fairly local, though? I mean, I can't remember the last mission I received that went more than 50 miles past the borders of Fire Country. Kakashi shook his head. For Chunin that's usually the case, but for Jounin, especially elite Jounin, it's a very different story. Any mission that sends you that far away from your village and potential backup is automatically an A rank and quite often S rank, the kind you have to specifically qualify for. Further, anyone willing to go that far from home is looking for some serious help, which means they are willing to pay serious money. A single S rank can cost as much as 100 times more than an A rank, the really nasty ones get even higher. Karina's jaw dropped. Even if it was just 10 times the average A rank, they were still talking hundreds of thousands of ryo. What kind of mission would justify paying that much? The kind no one ever admits to asking for or taking, Kakashi said, holding her gaze. She quickly decided she didn't want to pursue that line of conversation, and really didn't want to know what Kakashi would consider really nasty, and turned her attention back to Makoto. So the villages rigged the exams by holding some Jonin back and sending others to make themselves look good? Yes and no, Makoto said. The village has to balance the risk of losing the team in the exam, the risk of exposing any village or clan secrets during the course of the exam, the chance to gather information, the chance to spread disinformation, the value of attracting foreign clients, the risk of alienating those clients, which Jonin gain experience fighting the best other villages have to offer and which are held back to go through the relatively easy exams held in their own or allied territory. There's a lot going on, and each village goes about it differently. Kakashi spoke up again. Konoha itself tends to take a balanced approach. We'll send 1 or 2 highly qualified teams along with a batch of weaker teams to enemy exams and reserve the rest for allied exams. Lately the Hokage has made a point of holding back certain Jonin teams from promotions just a little bit longer than strictly necessary, specifically so they could make a splash in enemy exams. Hana Inuzuka's team is a good example. Still, we never send anyone to IWA as it's considered outright hostile territory, and we're very careful about who we send to Kumo since the incident. Karina's face lit up in understanding. So if we don't make a splash now, it'll be over a year before we get another chance. Yep, and the Curie exams tend to be the worst attended, so it's really closer to 2 years. With a group of the potential this one has, well, we could make an impression that could last a lot longer than 2 years. Karina nodded, then asked, so, our teams will definitely be in the upcoming exams as rookies? Makoto snorted. Once they get a bit of real experience under their belts, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a real shot to win the whole thing. February 2nd, 347 NE. -3:00 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. Ino and Kushu had taken advantage of their day off from training and missions to retreat to their private training ground. The training and experience they were getting on Team Kakashi was quite valuable, but they couldn't talk openly or address some of the more unique aspects of Kushu's skills around their sensei or teammate. Have you gotten any farther with the whole Yuki backlash thing? Ino asked. Kushu shook his head. The distance has only slightly increased. It's still far too limiting compared to what I could do before I was sealed. Well, how about progress on seals then? You've been studying them for years now, surely you've gotten something. Storage seals, security seals, and basic exploding tags is about it. They're quite useful, granted, but there don't seem to be any sealing specialists around to allow me to progress further. I already know more theory than most of the ones I've talked to. What about Sage Jiraiya? Didn't the Hokage mention him specifically when you asked about seals? He was the Fourth Hokage's teacher and he was there in the office after you got sealed, so he knows who you are, Ino said uncertainly, trying to find some way to help. Kushu snorted. I haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. If I remember his signature right, he's only in the village once or twice a year and I haven't been able to accidentally bump into him. He goes straight to the Hokage's tower and then straight out again. Ino frowned and leaned back on her hands, thinking, well, the Fourth Hokage was a seal master too, right? He sealed you, after all, so he must have been pretty good. Wouldn't he have notes or something? Kushu cocked his head to the side, considering the idea. Almost certainly, but where would they be? He had to live somewhere. I know he didn't live in the same place Sandame-sama did, the Hokage's personal compound. The Fourth actually passed a law that made what used to be the Hokage's personal compound into the Sarutobi compound, in recognition for the many years of selfless service of the Third Hokage. Does the Hokage still live in the Sarutobi compound? Yep. So, what happened to the new compound for the Hokage? That is a very good question. February 9th, 347 NE. 11:00 p.m. Outside the Namikaze compound. Between Ino and Kushu, it had been a trivial matter to determine where the Fourth Hokage had lived during his reign. They had actually seen it many times as they grew up. They had just never connected the rundown, ill-kept house tucked away in a corner of the Shinobi district with the Fourth Hokage. Sneaking out of the house and avoiding the ninja patrols was also simple. The majority of the security was focused outside of the village, and internal security focused more on the civilian areas. Ninja were expected to provide their own security when it came to their homes. Most preferred it that way anyway. He had reacquired some personal ANBU watchers after the Itachi incident, but they had eventually been reassigned elsewhere after years without any sort of attack or threat, so there was no need to worry about them tonight. Kushu straightened up as he finished examining the seal on the front gate. Yep, definitely a blood seal. Lots of nasty traps, or what look like traps, anyway, waiting on anyone who tries to force the gate open, but just trying the lock seems safe enough. Ino nodded excitedly. They were actually going to enter the Fourth Hokage's house. There was no telling what sorts of secrets he had left lying around. Maybe they could even find a scroll about how to use the Hiraishin. She giggled quietly, imagining herself being hailed as the second Yellow Flash. Naruto would get to use it too, obviously. They could be the Flash twins. Okay, she definitely needed to come up with a better name that would properly capture the awesomeness they would soon contain. Kushu shook his head as Ino's gaze grew distant. She kept giggling to herself and mumbling the word Flash over and over. He probably didn't want to know what that was about. He pulled out a kunai and sliced open his palm, letting the blood splash over the seal. Since the body was that of the Fourth Hokage's son, his blood should release the seal. The seal began to glow a soft blue, and he grinned widely. The seal continued to glow for a few seconds, then reverted back to its original state. His grin faltered. The seal should have disappeared, or the gate should have opened, or something. Ino snapped out of her daze when she noticed the seal revert back. What the hell, she hissed. Why isn't it open? She stepped forward and started to push against the gate. She barely had time to feel more than a small tingle before Naruto yanked her backward. That would be a very bad idea, he said quietly. I can't even recognize half the trap seals on there, but the ones I can decipher would do very nasty things to me. I don't want to see what they could do to you. Ino's face turned chalk white. Oh, she said faintly. Right. No touching. She nodded shakily to herself. Why didn't it work, though? You're definitely his son, it should have worked, right? Yes. The entire point of using the blood seal is to make sure close relations can also open it. Even the most restricted designs still work for first cousins. I can only conclude that the Fourth Hokage is not the one who placed the seal. Who the fuck placed the seal on the Fourth Hokage's compound if it wasn't the Fourth Hokage? You can tell just by looking at the place that no one has taken care of it for years, and there's no way anyone would let the Hokage's personal compound just rot if they had a choice. Kushu carefully wiped away the blood on the seal, making sure not to make direct contact with the gate. It would be very bad if he left any evidence behind and this somehow got traced back to him. He knew all too well that even small drops of blood could be enough for a comparison and possibly a match. Just to be safe, he extended a small bit of his yuki, razor thin, and burned away any of the remaining blood. Come on Ino-chan, time to head back, Kushu said, moving away from the compound. Ino followed behind, giving one last forlorn look at the dilapidated house. She mumbled something mournfully before she hurried to catch up to Naruto. Kushu's ear twitched. What the hell was Flash Twin supposed to mean? Chapter 20, What's in a Name? February 27th, 347 NE. -2:00 p.m. A few miles west of Konoha. He's passed this way recently. Yeah, he's definitely out on missions then. It's a shame we haven't managed to run into him. I'm sure he can detect you as well, but there's no guarantee he's made contact with his container. The Fourth Hokage was a seal master of the highest caliber, and his teacher Jiraiya was every bit as good with even more experience. There's no telling what sort of seal those two came up with. Well, what now? We've confirmed all of them as best we can. The man sighed quietly, staring in the direction of Konoha for a long minute, for he turned and began walking west. I was afraid you were going to say that. March 13th, 347 NE. -11:00 AM. Konoha Training Grounds. Kurenai-sensei, is something wrong? You've been training us especially hard lately, and you seemed a little tense, Sakura asked hesitantly, her voice concerned. Shino and Sasuke turned to face Sakura for a moment, then looked at Kurenai expectantly. They had also noticed Kurenai's tension and had discussed possible causes with Sakura after their team was dismissed last week. It had started gradually, but their workload and the hours they spent practicing had increased significantly lately, far more than seemed normal. Kurenai startled slightly, then turned to face her Jonin. What makes you think anything is wrong? She asked. The Jonin just stared at her for a long moment, and she blushed. Even to her that was a very weak defense. She sighed, and motioned for her Jonin to follow her. Their daily mission could wait for a while. They settled down in a quiet tea shop that served her favorite brand. She allowed the Jonin to order their own drinks before she settled back in her chair and eyed them appraisingly. They returned her stare calmly, each privately wondering what they were going to talk about. I'm not really supposed to say anything for a couple of months still, but there's technically no hard and fast rule about it. The other Jonin instructors pointed out that the Chunin exams are in Konoha this year, and that all of our teams are likely to participate despite their rookie status. Her Jonin appeared startled at her revelation. Well, Sakura and Sasuke looked startled. Shino's eyebrow twitched slightly, which was about as startled as an Aburame got. She was learned to read him though, and the tells were there if you knew what to look for. Sasuke sat back, deep in thought. Chunin, he mused aloud. That's why you've been pushing us so hard. You don't think we're ready? His tone was even, but there was a slight hint of accusation there. She shook her head, blushing slightly. No, you all were already near Chunin level when you graduated, skills-wise at least. You've been acquiring the experience needed quickly as well, so by the time the exams start you will all be more than ready. Sasuke relaxed, nodding to himself, but Sakura just looked confused. Then why have you been pushing us so hard? Her blush deepened. I may have, made a bet, she finished quickly. Both of Shino's eyebrows twitched this time. You made a bet? He asked. With the other Jonin instructors, I presume? She just nodded silently. Sasuke looked interested. What are the terms? He asked. Kurenai blinked, then looked at her team. They all appeared curious, but not angry. I thought you would be upset, she said quietly. It seems inappropriate for a teacher to bet on her students. It's not like you bet against us, right? Sakura said, waving off her concerns. Of course not. Kurenai replied, offended. Then there's no problem, Sakura said firmly. Still. What are the terms? Bragging rights or something? Kurenai waited until their drinks were delivered and the waiter left. Once he was gone, she leaned forward over the table, her students unconsciously mimicking her action. No, not bragging rights. Something much better than that, she said. The Jonin listened intently, their drinks forgotten. Once she had finished speaking, Sakura surged to her feet, planting one hand firmly on the table. We are so going to win this, she shouted. Sasuke stood next to her, nodding firmly and already chomping at the bit to resume training. Even Shino appeared eager. Kurenai smirked to herself as she followed her Jonin to the Hokage's tower. She thought that would motivate her students properly. By the time the exams rolled around she would give them good odds even against someone like Naruto. Oh yes, that bet was in the bag. March 20th, 347 NE. -9:00 AM. Sunagakure, Kazekage's office. You wanted to see us, Kazekage-sama? Temari said, her tone professional and polite even though she was addressing her own father. She had her war fan strapped securely to her back, and was currently wearing her normal on-duty outfit, a mesh bodysuit covered with a white robe that stopped a little above her knees and was tied off with a red sash. Her younger brother Kankuro stood stiffly next to her, his black bodysuit covering most of his body and head. His face was painted white with purple markings and what he considered his war paint. Gaara stood quietly behind them, staring dully out the window. He wore a mesh undershirt mostly covered by a black shirt, black pants, and a large white sash across his chest. A large gourd, nearly half as tall as he was strapped to his back. "Yes. Your team will be attending the Chunin exams in Konoha in 2 months, the Kazekage replied, not even bothering to look up at his children. Temari wanted to ask why they had been held back so long only to be sent to the Chunin exams held by their ally. She wanted to ask why he had waited this long to tell them, as she doubted he had only recently made this decision. She wanted to ask why he wasn't even looking at them when he talked to them. She wanted to ask why he didn't even bother to address them by name. She wanted to ask many things. She'd learned to stop asking years ago though, he never answered. "Understood, Kazekage-sama," she replied instead, saluting stiffly. Kankuro mimicked her action. Gaara continued to stare out the window. The Kazekage kept writing for a few seconds, leaving them standing in their stiff postures. He slowly signed the document he was working on and calmly placed it on top of a small pile on the side of his desk. As he moved the next sheet in front of him and began reading it over, he added, "You will have a special mission while you are there. Baki will provide the details in due time." "Understood, Kazekage-sama," she said again, still maintaining her salute. She had relaxed out of the salute before he gave her permission once. He made them wait for nearly a minute this time. As he added another paper to the slowly growing pile on his desk, he finally spoke again. "While you are there, make sure your teammate doesn't do anything excessive. I will hold you personally responsible if anything goes wrong." Temari quivered in place, but saw Kankuro send her a warning look out of the corner of her eye. It took all her strength not to scream at the Kazekage, but she knew better than to give in to that impulse. She'd done that once, too. Once. "You are dismissed," the Kazekage finally said. Temari turned sharply on her heel and left the room as quickly as possible without crossing the bounds of propriety. Kankuro followed at her heels, and Gaara wandered out after them, his pace as relaxed and indifferent as always. Temari stifled her anger and frustration as she left Tsunagekyu's administration building. She should be used to this by now. She should be used to the way the Kazekage treated his own children, the way he barely acknowledged them and refused to acknowledge Gaara at all, as his son or even as an individual. She literally could not remember the last time the Kazekage had addressed Gaara directly, for any reason. She forced herself to slow her pace lest they leave Gaara behind. Gaara moved at his own pace, and other people either adjusted to match or got used to waiting. There was also a great deal of danger in leaving Gaara alone for any length of time. He was far more likely to kill random people when on his own. Merely being in the presence of his siblings seemed to have a calming effect on him. And they were siblings. Despite what the Kazekage liked to pretend, Temari refused to think of that man as their father, not even in her own mind, or what the other people in the village thought. Gaara was their brother. She would never forget that, nor would Kankuro. She was afraid that if they did, there would be nothing to stop Gaara from becoming the monster everyone else already believed him to be. April 4th, 347 NE. -2:00 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. Ino settled back into Naruto's fur as she mulled over the memory she had just witnessed. Naruto had asked her to perform the mind delve technique on him again so that he could get her perspective on certain memories. I didn't pay much attention to it the first time, but Tsunade said something about your Yuki and your chakra vibrating? Have you ever figured out what that meant? My first guess was that it has something to do with my Yuki controlling the chakra forcefully, but that didn't make sense. Merely making contact causes that reaction, regardless of whether I do anything with the chakra or not. Have you tried seeing if your Yuki causes this reaction with other people? I haven't had a chance to experiment with that. You could try it on me, Ino offered. On someone I wouldn't mind killing or otherwise damaging. Ah, never mind. Actually, am I not in contact with your Yuki now? No, I've made sure you are only exposed to my blended chakra. I don't want to risk anything until I have a better idea of what pure Yuki does to a human. Ah, gotcha. What about your alterations then? June 18th, 347 NE. -1:00 p.m. Training Ground 7. Jiraiya stared at Kakashi and his team from his spot among the trees. The Genin were currently sparring with Kakashi 3-on-1, trying to take him down by any means necessary. He still had his Sharingan covered, though, so it didn't seem like he was taking them too seriously. Naruto and Hinata were tag-teaming Kakashi at close range while Ino provided ranged support, throwing kunai and causing the occasional spike of earth to thrust up at him. That she managed to avoid hitting her own teammates while still threatening Kakashi himself was impressive and spoke well of their teamwork. As he continued to watch, Ino waited until Kakashi's back was turned, then suddenly changed tactics and charged forward. Her acceleration was easily Chunin level and she was right in the mix with the other two within a second. Her own attacks blended seamlessly with Naruto's and Hinata's as they circled Kakashi. Two of them were attacking at any moment while the third was covering their weak spots and blocking Kakashi's counters. Jiraiya was impressed. Kakashi wasn't fighting anywhere near his full strength, but for three Genin to fight at this level was nearly unheard of. His brow furrowed as their formation suddenly shifted. Ino led the charge with Hinata close behind while Naruto slipped around to Kakashi's back. This should be interesting. His eyes widened as Hinata suddenly began striking at Kakashi from behind Ino, her body twisting around Ino's and her hands whipping towards Kakashi's arm that was currently extended in a punch. Ino herself had adopted a defensive stance but didn't stop her own attacks. The whole thing seemed ridiculous at first glance, but the two girls were standing so closely together and seemed to effortlessly predict each other's movements. The overall effect was as if Kakashi was suddenly fighting two people in the same spot. Their wildly different attack patterns had to be throwing him off as well. Kakashi swayed back and forth for a moment as he observed them, then kicked straight ahead. Ino managed to block in time and caught the kick aimed for her stomach on her arms. She winced, but her feet didn't budge an inch. Kakashi quickly pulled back as Ino tried to grab his leg and Hinata's hands blurred towards it, threatening to close the Tenketsu points and render his leg useless. Still, Jiraiya shook his head in disappointment. The skill required to pull that off was impressive, but it was more a trick than a battle tactic. All Kakashi needed to do was retreat. Jiraiya could already tell that Ino's feet were planted firmly on the ground as she performed the standing rock jutsu, part of her contribution to this little maneuver. Before Kakashi had the chance to do so, however, Naruto joined the fray and the other part of their plan became clear. Kakashi couldn't afford to look away from Ino and Hinata as he avoided their strikes, and Naruto was already attacking before he had a chance to move away. Naruto's fist lashed out and a loud crack echoed throughout the clearing. Jiraiya whistled lowly. Judging by the damage done to the log Kakashi had switched with, Naruto was a lot stronger than he looked. It reminded him of Tsunadeheim's strength a little. "Alright, that's enough for now," Kakashi called out. He was currently leaning against a tree casually, not even looking winded from the spar. Ino and Hinata were breathing deeply but not exactly panting, and Naruto looked every bit as rested as Kakashi did. The three Genin moved over to Kakashi and plopped down on the grass, looking attentive but relaxed. "Good work on that last bit, that was definitely unexpected. You probably could have caught most opponents with Hinata's first strike, and quite a few more with Naruto's follow-up. Still, that puts Ino in particular at high risk, so I wouldn't use that one on a taijutsu specialist. My little kick was roughly Chunin level, and she isn't ready to handle anything higher than that." Ino winced, rubbing her arms. "Yeah, Lee kicks harder than you did. Then again, he has those damn weights of his," she added. Kakashi nodded sagely. "I'm glad to see you understand, although measuring taijutsu based on Dai or Lee is like using Naruto here as a baseline for chakra reserves. Naruto shuffled over until he was sitting next to Ino, his hands already glowing green. She immediately held out her arms, leaning against him as he healed the bruises. Kakashi watched them for a moment, smiling to himself, before he resumed his analysis. Ino was supposed to grab hold of me somehow to lock me down for either Hinata's or Naruto's follow-up, right? Have you considered trying that combination with Naruto in Ino's place? Naruto just nodded distractedly, but Hinata's face turned suspiciously red. Ino stepped in to save Hinata from having to answer. We did, but I don't have enough power and speed behind my taijutsu to take advantage of the opening, which leaves the third role kinda useless. Did you consider ninjutsu? Ino's mouth opened to reply, but she paused. No, actually. Wouldn't that hit Naruto and Hinata as well? Not necessarily, Kakashi corrected. Your timing and communication is very good already, and Hinata could use her Byakugan to see the jutsu approaching and judge when best to move away. Both she and Naruto are fast enough to move out of range. Naruto finished his work on Ino and moved over to Hinata. Her face was still a little red, but she allowed him to fix up the few bruises and scrapes she had acquired during the spar. What jutsu would work best with that? Hinata asked quietly, trying to ignore the tingling from Naruto's hands running over her arms and shoulders. Kakashi paused to consider for a moment. Ino has a lightning affinity, but her aim isn't precise enough yet. Her secondary earth affinity could work here. Any of the boulder jutsu, even something like a mud jutsu, could catch your opponent. This doesn't have to be a finisher, you know. What about the headhunter? Ino asked. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Still upset that I caught you with that, More upset that you won't teach it to us. But it was so amusing to make you sweat for it. You're right though, that would be another good one, assuming you were quick enough or already in place. I guess I'll finally have to teach you that one. Why don't you guys try that move out again with those changes during the next spar? Naruto just nodded again, but Hinata squeaked quietly and blushed further. Kakashi hit it well, but he was definitely smirking under his mask. Well, time to pick up our mission, unless our visitor has something to add? Kakashi said, raising his voice and turning to look at Jiraiya's hiding place. Jiraiya just smirked and launched himself out of the tree, landing roughly 10 feet away from the group. Time to make his entrance. The strongest in the north. The south. The east. The west, he chanted, hopping on one foot as he danced about and waved his hands dramatically through the air. The ever-popular. The ever-gallant. The ever-brilliant. Behold, it is I. The Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama has arrived, he finished, striking a pose. He observed his audience to gauge their reactions. Kakashi was no longer leaning against the tree in his relaxed pose. Instead, he was standing straight, his eyes shining and one hand digging into the pouch at his side. Jiraiya knew he was a fan, though, so a certain level of adulation was expected. It was the kids he was interested in. Ino and Hinata were staring at him, jaws slack as they observed his amazing performance, or out of disbelief. Sadly, he admitted it was likely the latter. Women seemed to have trouble understanding the art his work contained. He turned his eyes to Naruto. Naruto had a large smile on his face and was watching him eagerly, observing his every movement. Excellent! He had already made a good impression there. Trust Minato's son to know brilliance when he saw it. Before he could speak, however, Kakashi had appeared before him brandishing an orange book and a pen. Jiraiya-sama, could you please, if it's not too much trouble, of course, please, Kakashi added, motioning to the book. Jiraiya just smiled and accepted the book, flipping to the title page and signing with a dramatic flourish. Anything for one of my greatest fans, he said. Kakashi giggled to himself, carefully stowing the book away in his pouch. He then cleared his throat and shifted to a more serious demeanor. What can I do for you, Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi asked. Actually, I'm here for Naruto, he replied. Since you just finished up your sparring session, I'm sure you won't mind if I borrow him for a bit? Shouldn't take more than an hour at most, he added. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly. May I ask what you want him for? As his Jonin instructor, I should be kept apprised of any official business concerning my Jonin. Jiraiya was actually impressed. Most ninja wouldn't dare question him on any level, but it looked like Kakashi was very protective of his students. Nodding respectfully, he replied, and you will be, should anything official happen. For the moment this is simply an interview of sorts. Kakashi's eye widened as he considered what Jiraiya could mean by that, and he nodded slowly. Very well. We'll wait for him at the Hokage's tower. Kakashi gathered up Ino and Hinata and headed off. Ino in particular wanted to stay, but relented when Naruto motioned for her to go on. Now that they were alone, Jiraiya took a moment to size up Minato's son. He stood a couple of inches over 5 feet, but seemed to be avoiding the awkward lankiness that plagued some kids. His yellow hair was kept short but still managed to spike up, reminding Jiraiya of Minato's own hairstyle. His blue eyes were exactly like his father's, though his smile had a slightly mischievous look to it that reminded him strongly of Kushina. Kami, he felt depressed just looking at the kid. Everything about him reminded him of mistakes he had made and promises he had failed to keep. He knew that he had been kept far too busy as Konoha's spymaster and strongest active shinobi to have possibly looked after Naruto properly, but that didn't stop the guilt from clawing at him. He could have done more, somehow. Visited more often, looked in on him every now and then, something. Instead, here he was, 12 years after the kid was born and only now meeting him properly for the first time. He had no doubt that things had turned out for the best for Naruto. The Yamanakas had given him a true home and, by all accounts, a true family. That was something he never could have provided, even without the demands on his time from his ninja work. Families just weren't his thing. His first try to form bonds on that level, Team Hiruzen, had turned into a disaster that still haunted him to this day. That pattern continued with every attempt thereafter. It had taken him over 10 years to work up the nerve to try one last time with Minato's son, and even that decision had required a serious push from both the Toads and Sensei. Bah! All this morose crap wasn't like him. He was about to make up for all his failures in one fell swoop, and none of the dangers that had felled his other students loomed over Naruto. There was no need to dwell on the past. So, I hear you're pretty good, for a brat, he said awkwardly. Naruto just stared at him for a long moment, then finally shook his head slightly. So I'm told, he replied, his voice flat. Yeah, not the best conversation starter. Right, well, let's just get to it, shall we? I'm here to make you a once-in-a-lifetime offer that I think you're going to love. My duties are about to change and I need to pass on my skills to the next generation before I move on. I carefully evaluated all the ninja available in an exhaustive process, as well as consulting with the Hokage, and I have come to the conclusion that you are uniquely qualified to become my next apprentice, Jiraiya said. Naruto's eyes widened and another smile appeared on his face. At least he seemed interested, Jiraiya thought to himself. It would be an honor to learn from a seal master such as yourself, Naruto replied, bowing formally. Jiraiya faltered. He had been referring to his position as the Toad Sage and passing on the Rasengan to Minato's son. He hadn't really thought about the sealing arts at all. Still, he could work with that. Minato had proven to be highly skilled with seals, so it only seemed right that his son would follow in his footsteps in that regard as well. Indeed, though the apprenticeship wouldn't be restricted to that. I am also the holder of the Toad contract and a Toad Sage, as well as possessing unique knowledge of certain techniques. You will be learning a great deal should you become my apprentice, Jiraiya said. He smiled to himself as he watched the grin on Naruto's face grow. Naruto suddenly frowned. What exactly would this apprenticeship entail? I don't want to leave my team, and the Chunin exams are coming up soon. Jiraiya nodded, having expected an objection along those lines. He knew from Sensei that Naruto was fiercely loyal to Ino in particular and the other ninja kids to a lesser extent. I wouldn't worry about that. I have my own work that will keep me occupied quite often, so it won't be a full-time commitment on either side. I will expect to have priority while I'm in Konoha, however. The Hokage will be able to arrange your team's schedule so that there's a minimum of disruption anyway. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. In that case, I would be honored to become your apprentice. When can we begin? Jiraiya grinned and pulled the large scroll he always carried around off his back. He untied the cloth that held it closed and rolled it open with a flourish. Right now, in fact. I need a drop of your blood and your signature right here, he said, motioning to the blank space at the bottom of a list of names. Nearly all of the names appeared to have been written in black ink, but one shone bright blue, Jiraiya's. This is the Toad contract, one of the most respected and sought-after summoning contracts in all the elemental nations. The Toads will be your greatest allies throughout your life, so be sure to treat them accordingly when you summon them. Naruto approached eagerly, but paused as he eyed the contract, apparently trying to puzzle out the writing at the top. Don't bother, kid, no one's ever been able to read that. All you need to know about the contract is that you will be able to summon the Toads by using the summoning jutsu and that you won't be allowed to sign any other summoning contracts without the Toad's permission. Naruto turned and gave him a very strange look, but nodded slowly. I see, he said. He paused for a moment. Do I need to sign in blood, or is a drop sufficient? A drop's fine. Here, use this pen. Naruto nodded and made a small cut on his finger. After pressing the bloody finger firmly onto the scroll, he quickly signed his name, writing Naruto Yamanaka. The name glowed blue for a moment before it, along with the blood, was burned off the scroll in a bright flash. Naruto blinked rapidly, then turned to Jiraiya. Is that supposed to happen? No. That would be a definite no, Jiraiya replied, staring at the contract. I think you have to sign your real name though. Try Uzumaki. Naruto tried that. Then Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki Yamanaka and every other combination and ordering they could think of. Jiraiya had a pretty good idea of what other name they should try, but that would definitely be going way past what the Hokage had agreed to. Time for another meeting. Chapter 21, Family Matters. June 18, 347 NE. -3:00 p.m. Hokage's office. After dropping off Naruto, Jiraiya quickly began trying to convince the Hokage to allow him to reveal Naruto's parentage, at least to Naruto himself. So far the Hokage was holding firm in his refusal. Not until he's a Chunin, at least, Sarutobi said. Once he knows he's going to have to assume a lot of responsibilities, and I'd prefer to hold off on that until he has a lot more experience under his belt. He can't claim any of his family's properties until then anyway, and we still haven't managed to undo that blood seal. He doesn't have to do any of that crap right away, Jiraiya countered. I just need to let him sign the Toad contract, and I can hardly have him try Namikaze without tipping him off as to who his father is. The Chunin exams are coming up soon anyway, and even I can tell he's already more than qualified. It'll be, what, less than 2 months early? Sarutobi massaged his temples for a moment. Jiraiya needed to pass on the contract before he accepted the Toad's offer, and Naruto was both the best candidate and the most appropriate for a variety of reasons. He hadn't expected these sorts of problems, although given that it was Naruto he shouldn't be surprised. Nothing ever went exactly as planned where Naruto was concerned. How certain are you that his real name is the issue here? What else could it be? Have you tried asking the Toads directly? Well, no. Why don't you do that then before we go any further? A quick summoning jutsu later and the keeper of the contract had joined them in the Hokage's office. This Toad's sole duty was to maintain the true copy of the contract and oversee all ceremonies related to it. The scroll Jiraiya carried around was a copy that was linked to the true scroll kept in Myobokuzen. While the prospective summoner's true name is required in order to sign the contract, that is not the only problem in this case. The one known as Naruto Uzumaki is ineligible, the Toad replied flatly. What? Cried Sarutobi and Jiraiya. The one known as Naruto Uzumaki is ineligible, the Toad repeated. Why? Jiraiya demanded. You are both aware of the true purpose of the contract, correct? the toad asked, getting terse nods in reply. Due to his condition, we are unable to utilize Naruto Uzumaki's chakra in the necessary manner. It is quite likely that allowing him to sign the contract and perform the summoning jutsu will cause irreparable damage to the Toad tribe, the Toad explained. Because of the tailed beast's chakra? Sarutobi asked curiously. Essentially correct, the Toad replied after a long moment. Jiraiya cursed. If Naruto would never be able to sign, then most of his plans for the apprenticeship were shot, not to mention that he now had to find another candidate to inherit the Toad contract. Sarutobi continued to probe the matter further, however. Do you have any other objections to working with Naruto? For instance, if Jiraiya summoned one of you and asked you to assist Naruto in battle, would you be willing to do so? The Toad eyed Sarutobi for a long moment before answering carefully. As long as the request does not represent a danger to the Toad's life or the Toad tribe as a whole, we are bound by the terms of the contract to fulfill any request made of us. It is up to the individual Toad's discretion should they choose to go above and beyond the terms of the contract, as Gamabunta-sama did in battling the nine-tailed beast. Sarutobi frowned thoughtfully, noting that the Toad had not directly answered the question. I see, he said, and turned back to Jiraiya. I have no further questions at the moment. Do you, Jiraiya? When Jiraiya replied in the negative, they thanked the Toad for his time and allowed him to return to Myobokuzen. Though Naruto will not be able to sign the contract, I assume you will still be teaching him the Rasengan? Sarutobi asked after a moment. Jiraiya signed and nodded. Yeah. He also seemed really excited to learn seals from me, though I hadn't really given that any thought until now. Sarutobi chuckled. Ah yes, I should have known. Naruto has devoured sealing knowledge even more quickly than he did medical training, and has submitted requests at least once a week for more advanced sealing instruction. He has already exhausted all the knowledge the other practitioners in Konoha possess, it seems. Oh? I hadn't paid that much attention to his progress. Has he really gotten that far? I'm no expert, but he already knows more than I do. He's been very conscientious about not experimenting above what is allowed, but he probably has a solid grasp on the theory of just about every seal Konoha knows B rank and below. That's pretty impressive. I'll have to test him myself, but that should serve as an excellent base for what I can teach him. That still leaves the problem of the Toad contract, however. You may not be able to have Naruto himself sign, but have you considered one of his friends or teammates? All of them are quite promising, and their close association would still allow Naruto to interact with the Toads on a regular basis. I'll think about it. Knowing you, you already have someone in mind though, don't you? Sarutobi just chuckled. That I do, but I won't try to influence you. As a fellow contract holder, I understand just how important that relationship is. It should be your decision, not mine. June 19th, 347 NE. Konoha Training Grounds. Sorry, brat, but looks like you won't be able to sign the contract after all, thanks to the beast stuck in your gut, Jiraiya said apologetically. I can't sign the contract because I'm a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked quietly, sounding subdued. That's what they told me. That's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to summoning the Toads. Yeah, I'm rather bummed about it myself, but I still have plenty of other stuff I can teach you. I've gotten an update on your sealing knowledge and we'll figure out where we can start there, but first, Jiraiya said, holding up his hand with the palm facing upwards. A ball of swirling blue chakra appeared in his hand. This is one of the Fourth Hokage's personal techniques, the Rasengan, or Spiraling Sphere. June 27th, 347 NE. Sunagakure. We're supposed to do what? Temari shouted at their Jounin sensei, Baki. Kazekage-sama was very clear. During the exams you are to kill any Konoha genin you can, preferably without allowing the matter to be traced back to you. Failing that, allow Gaara to make the kills. What the hell is he thinking? There is no way we could possibly get away with that. Has he not heard what they did to that guy from Kumo? Baki blanched. Everyone had heard about what happened to Kaido Miyazaki. That incident may have strained relations between Konoha and Kumo, but it also bolstered Konoha's reputation as a village to be feared. Still, he was a Jounin of Suna and his Kage had given him orders. It is not our place to question Kazekage-sama's plans. Our time would be better spent focusing on how to accomplish this task without getting caught. The requirements for the exam state that at least one test must pit the teams against each other in a battle royale of sorts, usually with both an offensive and defensive objective. Killing is still discouraged, but it does happen and is within the rules. Even if we did get caught, they would be unable to do anything officially. I'm sure that Kumo guy thought the same thing, Temari snapped bitterly. Kankuro winced, but started off the discussion. I have a variety of poisons I could employ. If I use the more generic types, there's no way they could prove it was us. Some of them may have acquired resistance to those poisons, but certainly not all of them. Baki nodded gratefully at Kankuro. Good, good. That will help tremendously. What about you, Tim Dash? I'll just crush them all, Gaara said blandly, not even bothering to turn his head away from the window to look at the group. Baki looked like he wanted to object, but kept his mouth shut. He'd had a couple of close calls in the past and knew that whatever protection Gaara afforded his siblings did not extend to him. He turned a pleading eye to Temari. Temari moved over to stand next to Gaara. Her hand lifted hesitantly as if to grasp his shoulder, but the sand around Gaara's feet twitched and she swiftly withdrew it. Gaara, you have to be very careful about who you kill and when. If the Konohanin catch you, they won't just let you go, Temari pleaded. Yeah, man, Kankuro added. You'll have to wait until that battle royale thing starts. They won't be able to stop me, Gaara said dismissively. Gaara, please, listen to me. It won't be like it is here, they won't just let it drop. If you do kill the wrong person or kill someone at the wrong time, they'll try to arrest you or even kill you, Temari said. Her brother finally turned away from the window to look at Temari. His eyes had widened slightly and he had a manic grin on his face. Do you think they could? He asked. Temari actually felt her heart stop beating for a long moment. His voice was filled with energy and he sounded eager. He was excited at the thought that someone could kill him. She just shook her head in denial, unable to force any words past the lump that had formed in her throat. Kankuro and Baki both had stunned expressions on their faces. Gaara's grin slowly faded as he misinterpreted Temari's reaction. I guess not, he said quietly. He turned and began walking away. Temari just watched him leave, still paralyzed by what she had just heard. She couldn't have heard that right. She refused to believe that. July 1st, 347 NE. Amigakure. You three are to take your Jonin teams to the exams in Konoha. They have earned the right to represent AIM for this exam, and I am sure they will. Do our village proud. Thank you, Commander. However, while you are there, you and your teams will have a secondary mission. In this bag you will find 3 stones. Distribute them to your teams and make sure they keep the stones with them at all times. As you move about the village, they are to note when and where they vibrate, and who is in the area at the time. When you return, I will expect a comprehensive report on their findings. Understood, Commander. If I may ask, what will the stones be reacting to? It is better if you do not know at this time. Rest assured that you will be in no danger because of the stones or what they react to. Simply consider this a somewhat unusual scouting mission. Very well, Commander. And make sure they do not let the stones out of their possession. They are quite difficult to make and I will be most displeased if one is lost. Understood, Commander. July 12th, 347 NE. 12:15 p.m. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Ino watched as Naruto continued to rapidly consume yet another bowl of ramen. Ever since the first time they had eaten here on the day of the team assignments, Naruto had insisted on coming back as often as possible. Fortunately, Hinata had helped her persuade Naruto to limit their visits to twice a week as a team, though Ino had the feeling that Naruto visited much more often on his own. Ino had also noticed that the bar had a lot of new fixtures and that Itachi seemed to have a permanent grin whenever Naruto was in sight. "Say, Ichiraku-san," Ino called out to the stand owner. "You seem to be buying a lot of new equipment." "I think everything in the stand has been replaced," Ino observed. Itachi just nodded eagerly. "Naruto-sama's patronage has proven to be a great boon to my business. Once word spread that he liked the food here, we have had more customers than we can handle. The Akimichi approached me about working in one of their restaurants, but with Naruto-sama's help I was able to convince them to loan me enough funds to open a full-sized restaurant." "Seriously?" Ino asked, turning to look at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. He didn't even dignify her question with a response, instead slurping the broth out of the bowl loudly. Itachi nodded rapidly, his grin growing even wider. "The grand opening is next week. Ayam-chan is actually over there right now making sure everything is set up." Ino just shook her head, deciding not to think about why Naruto would spend that much time and effort securing his source of ramen. She was about to ask for a refill on her water when Naruto's head whipped up and he dropped the bowl of ramen he had been eating. "Naruto?" Ino asked, not liking the stunned expression on his face. Itachi also appeared concerned, asking if something was wrong with the ramen, but Naruto just waved him off and darted out of the stand. Ino gaped at him and stood to chase after him before realizing that they had yet to pay. She turned to look at Itachi, reaching for her wallet, but he just waved her off with a concerned expression. "Don't worry about it," he told her. "I know Naruto-sama will return, just make sure he's alright." Ino shouted her thanks behind her as she ran after Naruto. He seemed to be running full tilt towards the western gate. Same day. 12:20 p.m. Konoha's western gate. Temari shifted nervously as the gate guards reviewed their travel papers. The other teams from Suna had already arrived, none of them willing to travel together with her team or, more specifically, Gaara. She hated it, but was forced to admit they had probably been wise to do so. Gaara had started acting odd, well, odd for Gaara, as they approached Konoha. She was worried that he was going to start lashing out at anyone nearby and that he would end up killing someone before they even entered the city. The sooner they had secured their hotel room and she had a chance to talk to him the better. She noticed a small disturbance beyond the gates but couldn't make it out at this distance. Her attention was diverted to Gaara, who suddenly staggered and fell to his knees. "It stopped," he said, his voice soft. He sat back on his heels and raised a trembling hand to his temple. "It stopped." Temari gulped nervously as she noticed that everyone in the area was staring at Gaara. "Time to run damage control, fast." "Heh," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "Gaara, I'm glad your headache is gone, but there's no need to be so dramatic about it. Why don't we go to our hotel and you can relax, She wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted. A young teenager skidded to a halt near Gaara, his blue eyes, and Temari did a double take, because his eyes had slits for pupils, focused solely on Gaara. The boy's hair was a bright blonde and he wore loose black pants along with a tight black shirt that showed off his well-muscled frame. He had a few pouches strapped to his body and a Konoha headband tied around his forehead. He also had 6 lines across his face, some sort of tattoo or clan marking perhaps. An Inuzuka maybe? She had heard that they had animalistic qualities and tattoos on their cheeks. Gaara raised his head to look at the newcomer and stumbled to his feet. He moved towards the boy and stretched out his hands, grabbing hold of the boy's shirt. "It's you," he said, his voice slowly growing louder. "You made it stop." "How? Tell me how." The boy's expression was odd, shifting between elation and confusion. "Made what stop?" he asked after a moment. "The screaming." "You made the screaming stop." "Tell me no." Gaara suddenly shouted, his hands releasing the boy and clutching at his temples. "No no 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 no. Stop! I don't understand." "The screaming?" the boy growled. Temari shuddered. It must have been her imagination, but she would have sworn his voice changed, becoming far deeper and rumbling in a way that no human voice should ever be capable of. Gaara didn't appear to hear the question. Stop! What is Kushu? I don't understand. Just stop. Gaara threw his head back and let out a loud scream, filled with rage and frustration and grief and a dozen other emotions all at once. He then disappeared, sand slowly swirling and settling to the ground where he had stood a moment ago. In the stunned silence that followed, a girl ran up to them, panting lightly as she stopped next to the boy. Naruto, what the hell is going on? She asked. The boy, Naruto, apparently, slowly turned to face the girl, his face frozen into an expressionless mask. We need to talk, he said, and grabbed the girl before disappearing in his own shunshin. Temari just stared in bewilderment before she felt a hand settle firmly on her shoulder. She looked up and paled as she saw the animal mask of one of Konoha's ANBU. Two more were standing next to Kankuro and Baki, and a fourth appeared to be talking to the gate guards. Please come with us, the ANBU said in that creepy distorted voice. She looked at Baki, but he just nodded, a resigned expression on his face. Same day. 12:30 p.m. Konoha Training Grounds. What the hell is going on? Ino said again as she recovered from the unexpected shunshin. The sudden acceleration was a little tough on her stomach when she wasn't braced for it, not to mention that Naruto's shunshin was faster and much more abrupt than her own. Why was that guy yelling like that? That guy was the Jinchuriki for my brother, Ryuto, Naruto said, his voice tense and his fists clenched. He was pacing around the clearing and Ino could see small tendrils of his yuki curling off his body. Not good then, he was really pissed if he was losing control like that. That's the One Tail, right? Ino said, recalling what Naruto had told her of his family. Yes, Naruto replied tersely. Well, that's good then, right? You finally found one of them, so, why are you so angry? Because his container said that I had stopped the screaming, Naruto growled. What screaming? I didn't hear any. Oh. Fuck. Yes. Fuck. He didn't say yelling, or shouting, or cursing, he said screaming. Whatever that seal is doing to my brother, he's in a lot of pain, and has been for the last 100 years. He turned and lashed out at a nearby tree, a claw forming out of yuki and smashing into it. Several more trees suffered the same fate before Naruto finally relented, standing in the middle of the clearing and panting. Ino shuddered at that thought. She couldn't even imagine what it would take to make a Bija feel pain, much less enough pain to make them scream. Well, then we just have to fix it, Ino said firmly. Naruto turned to stare at her for a long moment before nodding slowly. Right. Yes, we can fix it. I don't know enough to work with seals at that level yet, though, he said quietly. His eyes widened and he smiled grimly. But Jiraiya does. He turned and looked as if he was about to charge out of the clearing that very moment, but Ino shouted at him before he could leave. Wait! You can't just go charging in like that. That whole scene with the Jinchuriki kid had to have set off all kinds of alarms, and if you go charging in on the Hokage or Jiraiya and demand that they fix the seal, it's not going to go well. Not to mention that you're still leaking yuki. Naruto glanced down. Sure enough, small tendrils of red energy were still curling off of his body. Naruto growled but stayed in the clearing. What would you suggest then? Same day. 12:45 p.m. Forest outside of Konoha. Two squads of ANBU were keeping watch on Gaara as he rampaged through the forests outside of Konoha, using sand he had acquired from somewhere. There was far more being flung about at the moment that he could possibly hold in that gourd on his back, to smash trees or rip them from the earth and throw them about. His ranting had devolved into incoherent screams and shouts. Jiraiya soon arrived and calmly observed the swath of destruction Gaara had left in his wake. He had a sheet of paper and a brush in his hand, and he was slowly crafting a seal as he watched. Anything to report? Jiraiya asked Bear. All he's been doing is ripping up trees and shouting. We haven't been able to make out anything of importance, the ANBU replied. After a moment of hesitation, Bear asked, This is Suna's Jinchuriki, isn't it? I've heard reports about the sand usage from the Second and Third Wars. Looks like it, Jiraiya replied, focusing on a particularly tricky section of the seal he was crafting. Naruto could have turned out like that, couldn't he? Jiraiya's head snapped up and he looked at the Anbu for a long moment. Possibly, yeah. If we had used a different seal, if we had treated him differently, yeah, he could have. Thank Kami for you and Yandame-sama then, Bear said fervently. So how are you going to stop him? A combination chakra suppressing seal and sleep seal. Won't suppressing his chakra kill him? I saw the medical reports on Naruto. A normal one could, maybe, hard to say how similar his condition is to Naruto's. But this ain't a normal chakra suppressing seal, not by a long shot. Watch and learn, kiddo. Jiraiya finished the seal with a flourish then put away the brush. He tucked the paper with the seal into his sleeve and observed Gaara's progress for a few moments. His hands formed two quick hand signs before he leaned backwards and fell off the branch he had been standing on. He fell headfirst with one hand stretched out. Earth release, swamp of the underworld, he shouted, intentionally drawing Gaara's attention. His leading hand made contact with the ground and sank straight into it, the rest of his body following until he had completely submerged. From the point of impact the ground began turning a dark, murky brown. The technique's effect reached Gaara's position within moments and he stumbled to his knees with a splash as the ground beneath him suddenly turned into muck. Gaara wanted to lash out, but the strange white-haired man had disappeared immediately after using this technique. His sand was also getting heavier, weighed down by the water he was in. He cast about for another target, but was suddenly hit from behind by a heavy stream of water that stripped the sand armor from his body and further weighed down his sand. He whipped around as quickly as he could, pulling the small bits of sand that remained dry into a spear to attack with, but a sheet of paper suddenly blocked his vision. He felt a hand pressing against his forehead and a surge of chakra, then nothing. Jiraiya smirked to himself as Gaara crumpled at his feet. A quick scan confirmed that the seal was working as intended and that his organs were still functioning properly. Damn, I'm good, he said smugly. He picked up the Jinchuriki and threw him over his shoulder, then began tree-hopping back to Konoha. Same day. 3:00 p.m. Anbu Prison. Baki, Temari, and Kankuro were currently sitting on one side of a small table, shoved together uncomfortably in three chairs. An Anbu stood in each corner of the room, watching them with those expressionless masks. None of them had said a word since they entered the room. Temari knew it was an intimidation tactic, but she also knew it was working. The three of them had been escorted politely to this room where they had waited for nearly an hour before a man with a heavily scarred face had entered the room. He had smiled politely and asked them politely what had happened to their teammate at the gates and what could have triggered such a response. Baki had handled all the questions so far, signaling his genin to keep their mouths shut. Kankuro and Temari had no trouble complying with that request. The Konoha ninja had so far not even laid a hand on them, but all of them couldn't help but think of Gaara's murderous tendencies and the mission the Kazekage had given them. The scarred man had left after 30 minutes and the ninja from Suna had been left to wait, uncomfortable, hungry, and thirsty, with the Anbu still staring at them silently. Temari shuddered slightly. It was definitely working. The door opened again, and Temari felt the blood drain from her face as two men she recognized very, very well entered the room. The taller and younger of the pair had a large mane of white hair and very distinctive red lines starting under his eyes and running all the way down his face, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The older of the pair wore a simple white robe and matching hat with the symbol for fire written in large, bold strokes upon the hat, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage of Konoha and the god of shinobi. She had heard that the Hokage liked to project a kind, grandfatherly image, but she saw no evidence of that here. His face was a grim stone mask, and he moved with purposeful strides as he swept into the room and stood across the table from them, his eyes sharp and piercing. Sakamoto Jounin, I would like to thank you for your cooperation in this matter, the Hokage began, his tone even. Technically speaking, your team has not committed any crime and you could have easily demanded to be released immediately. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I understand how this situation must look, and in light of Suna's alliance with Konoha, I am willing to endure this small inconvenience for the sake of continued good relations, Baki replied smoothly. Baki was one of Suna's most experienced Jonin, but ultimately he had been selected to lead the team which held all three of the Kazekage's children because of his political acumen and diplomatic cunning. Indeed, the Hokage said slowly, drawing out the word. In light of our alliance, I would ask that you explain something for me. When the Kazekage informed me that you and your team would be attending the exams, he also assured me that, despite any reports we might have heard to the contrary, Gaara had overcome the problems caused by his status as the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast and was quite stable, almost docile, the Hokage said, his tone still even and calm. Baki gulped quietly. They were finally getting to the heart of the matter. Why, then, did Gaara have what appears to have been, for all intents and purposes, a psychotic break before he even managed to step through the gates of my village? I do not know, Hokage-sama. I have observed Gaara for many years now and have never known him to act in this manner. He seemed to fixate on that young genin, however. May I ask who that was? It is possible there is something unique to him that caused this reaction, Baki replied, doing his best to sound calm and reasonable. It was much harder when the Hokage's eyes narrowed even further when he asked about the young boy. Instead of answering, the Hokage turned to look at Jiraiya. The Toad Sage stepped forward and began asking his own questions. Who designed the seal holding back the one-tailed beast? He asked. Baki blinked, surprised at the question. He considered his reply carefully, but finally decided that there was no risk in answering. My understanding is that it is the same seal used since Suna first captured the one-tailed beast. Chiyo-sama was and is Suna's best sealing expert and applied the seal herself. Jiraiya sighed quietly. Did anyone verify that the seal was applied properly? Did anyone actually examine the seal design? Kazekage-sama himself examined and approved the seal, Baki said. Did he request any special changes be made to the seal? Jiraiya pressed. Baki slowly sat back in his chair, considering Jiraiya carefully. He knew Jiraiya was a seal master, one of the few in all of the elemental nations. Baki himself only knew enough about seals to craft the common storage seal and exploding tags, but he didn't feel comfortable answering any more questions. Just because he didn't see the significance doesn't mean that Jiraiya couldn't pull something of value out of seemingly innocuous information. He had only said as much as he had because it was common knowledge as far as Suna was concerned. May I ask why you are so interested in the seal? Baki finally asked. Jiraiya shook his head in disgust. Because whoever wrote that seal on Gaara is either grossly incompetent and damn lucky or wasn't particularly interested in the Jinchuriki's well-being. What? Temari cried out, jumping to her feet and slamming her hands on the table. She gulped and quickly sat back down when everyone in the room turned to focus on her. Baki quickly spoke up, diverting the attention in the room back to himself. Am I to understand that you have managed to locate Gaara and that he allowed you to examine his seal? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Allowed is such a strong word. I just snuck a quick peek while he was napping, Jiraiya said offhandedly. All three Suna ninjas surged to their feet, shouting in outrage. What have you done to my brother? Temari cried. If you hurt him I swear to Kami I'll started Kankuro. Hokage-sama, I must protest this violation of Baki began. Shut up, yelled Jiraiya, his voice ringing loudly within the confined space. What the hell is wrong with you people? He's asleep, I haven't done anything to him, he explained. That's bullshit, shouted Temari, more concerned about Gaara's safety than her own at this point. If you killed him I'll Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he turned to focus on Temari. Easy there, little lady. Why is that bullshit? Baki pushed Temari and Kankuro back into their seats and answered in their stead. Gaara-sama can't be asleep. He has never once slept since he was sealed. Both Jiraiya and the Hokage stared at Baki, and even the Anbu shifted slightly in their positions. Never, repeated Jiraiya slowly. You're trying to tell me that little shrimp has been awake from the moment he had the tailed beast stuck in him? Baki just nodded solemnly. As I'm sure you've heard, he complained of the screaming during his episode earlier. He says that he has heard that screaming nearly every moment of his life and it keeps him awake. No one has ever been able to get a calming or sleeping jutsu to stick on him either. Whenever such a jutsu is applied, his sand lashes out indiscriminately and he wakes within a matter of minutes anyway. The Hokage glanced sharply at Jiraiya, but the Seal Master just waved him off. Well, he's getting a long overdue rest right now, then, he said. Temari stared at him for a long moment, tears beginning to gather in her eyes. Really? He's really asleep? He's okay, she asked in a trembling voice. Jiraiya grinned and gave her a thumbs up. As if I would ever lie to a lady. Temari just sniffled, quickly wiping the tears away from her eyes. Thank you, she said, her voice thick. Thank you. Jiraiya coughed uncomfortably and turned back to Baki. Now that we've got that cleared up, back to what I was saying earlier. That's either the shittiest seal that still managed to function or the most malicious seal I've ever laid eyes on, and if you guys knew it was that bad for him and the Kazekage hasn't tried to have it changed or improved. I'm going with the latter. Baki shifted uncomfortably but didn't answer the implied question. Instead he asked, May I ask what about the seal would lead you to that conclusion? Jiraiya whipped out a sheet of paper and drew a circle, then divided the circle into 4 equal parts. Let's say this is your standard seal, he said, motioning to the paper. The other people in the room, even the Hokage, turned to pay attention to him. Despite the circumstances a sealing master was about to hold forth on his area of expertise, this was a priceless opportunity for the ninja in the room. Jiraiya smirked slightly as he caught the hand signals the Anbu sent each other, the two behind him complaining that they couldn't see the paper properly and demanding that the others prepare to reproduce the images later. He always loved working with an appreciative audience, and so made sure to turn the paper back and forth to allow everyone in the room a clear view. He labeled each slice of the circle with a number, 1 through 4. Even the simplest of seals will have multiple parts, and they each have to be balanced against each other so that the overall seal works out properly. If this was a storage scroll, for instance, Section 2 here would be a chakra vent that dumped excess chakra out as wasted energy, making sure that the array doesn't get overpowered. Should that happen, he said, writing a large X across Section 2 and channeling chakra into the paper. The paper began to smolder and then caught fire and was completely consumed in a matter of seconds. Poof! Jiraiya pulled out another sheet of paper and drew another circle, once more dividing it into 4 parts. He then drew a series of smaller circles within the original one, the lines growing finer and finer until they were barely visible. Now we have a much more complicated seal, but the basic principles still apply. There's a lot more parts, but it still has to balance. With Gaara's seal, he trailed off, eyeing the paper critically for a moment. He laid the paper flat on the table and moved his brush rapidly, adding new lines or large blots of ink at random. Some of the lines actually went outside the circle or looped back into themselves. The original design was completely obliterated by the time he was done. First, somebody fucked the whole thing up so bad there was no possible way to balance it cleanly, he continued, picking up the paper. He turned it this way and that, then pulled out a kunai and shredded the whole thing. He gathered up the pieces and began slapping them on the table. After a few seconds he had a roughly circular shape, but the lines didn't match up properly anywhere. He took his kunai and cut around the edge of the paper, trimming off bits here and there until the whole thing was perfectly circular again. Then, rather than starting fresh, they just smashed it all together until they got something that kinda sorta looked like it might work if you were a blind idiot. But, it does contain the tailed beast, so surely it can't be that bad, Baki pointed out. You're right, which is why I have to go with malicious. It probably took even longer to get this pile of shit functioning than it would have to start with a brand new seal, but there's one particular benefit to this approach that a clean seal wouldn't get you. Gaara has absolutely horrendous chakra control, doesn't he? All 3 of the Suna ninja looked ill and nodded silently. Thought so. His own chakra feeds into the seal just as much as the tailed beast's does, and the seal just smashes them together at random, filters the chakra, pulls it apart, compresses it, stretches it, and so on. I couldn't tell you exactly what the screaming was, but if the tailed beasts really are just pure chakra and had to go through that, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it was pure torture for the one-tailed beast. Baki swallowed thickly as he processed this new information. How is that a benefit, though? The Hokage answered this one. Come now, Sakamoto Jounin. I know you can't be that naive. Suna has always used their Jinchuriki as a weapon, but they have also always mistreated them and given the Jinchuriki no reason to love Suna or to feel loyal to it. As such, it would behoove the village to make sure their weapon requires their support in battle if he is to be effective, and thus limit the techniques he can use to only those granted by his status as a Jinchuriki. Can you help him? Temari asked in a quiet voice. Once again, all eyes in the room turned towards her, but her gaze remained focused on Jiraiya. Maybe, he replied, his voice low, but interfering with an active shinobi to that extent would definitely violate the terms of our alliance with Suna. Fuck Suna, Temari snapped. Baki's head whipped around to look at her, but she faced his gaze with a fierce expression. Everyone in Suna hates Gaara, and by extension us. Even you have had a lot of trouble ever since you became our teacher. And now we find out that the Kazekage did this to Gaara on purpose? Fuck him, Temari snarled. The Hokage watched their interaction with interest, but added his own opinion to the conversation. As strongly as you feel about the matter, Suna is our ally and that would still be a betrayal. Kankuro cleared his throat loudly. About that, he said quietly. He looked at Baki and Temari with a raised eyebrow. Temari understood what he was asking quickly and nodded in reply. Baki stared at Kankuro for a long moment, then leaned back in his chair with a pensive expression on his face. If he went through with this, there would be no going back. That in mind, he considered the most likely outcome if he stopped Kankuro and Temari at this point. First, there was Gaara to consider. There was no predicting what he would do or say, especially if Konoha offered to fix his seal in exchange for information or his loyalty. Regardless of what the Hokage claimed, Baki was certain that Konoha would be more than willing to betray Suna or at least bend the terms of the alliance if there was something of sufficient value at stake. Konoha was the strongest of the 5 great villages, and Suna the weakest. Suna actually brought very little to the alliance, merely serving as a deterrent should IWAs seek to start another war. Then there was the likelihood that Kankuro and Temari would disobey him for Gaara's sake and inform Konoha of the nature of their mission anyway. His time as their Jounin instructor had made it very clear that their loyalty was to each other far more than to their father or the village, and he couldn't really blame them for feeling that way. He wondered if the Kazekage realized just how badly he had alienated his own children, and if he would even care if he did. Regardless, if they informed Konoha against his orders, he would be done for. Konoha would pull a Miyazaki on him or send him back to Suna to face the Kazekage's wrath for failing the mission so thoroughly and managing to lose all 3 of his children to Konoha. He wasn't entirely certain which he would prefer. If he did go along with this and tell Konoha, what would be their likely reaction? Mistrust. Obviously, this could just as easily be a plot to plant spies within Konoha or to discredit them in the international arena by making them betray the terms of the alliance. Baki had no doubt that the Kazekage would deny all knowledge of issuing such a mission, especially since it had all been handled as a black op. There was no record anywhere that could possibly provide evidence for this. Still, Konoha had the Yamanaka clan who could supposedly read minds, and he could provide evidence that way, which would also reveal that he had intended to go along with it. That could go either way. Ninja were expected to follow orders even if they didn't personally agree with them, but he had also plotted to kill several Jonin from prominent clans within Konoha. Miyazaki's fate had made it very clear how Konoha would respond to such a threat, though the fact that he had no intention of acting personally might protect him there. He was a loyal Suna ninja though, had been for over 30 years. He had started a family there, though his wife had died several years ago and his only son fallen in the line of duty a year before that. He had sacrificed much for his home and didn't intend to betray it now, even if the Kazekage seemed bound and determined to provoke Konoha into attacking them. He frowned as he thought about that, as he had many times since he first received his orders. Why would the Kazekage order them to attack their ally like this? Suna desperately needed more missions after the Wind Daimyo cut their funding and began using his personal samurai forces to handle the missions traditionally reserved for ninja, but weakening their only ally in such a manner seemed a very poor way to attract attention. And if, Kami forbid, Konoha decided to go to war over this incident, Suna would be crushed completely and utterly. Perhaps there was a way to help his charges and Sunagakure at the same time. He couldn't personally think of a way to turn the situation in that direction, but if he could convince the Hokage of his sincerity, perhaps he wouldn't have to think it through on his own. It seemed the only path that allowed him to survive the day intact and preserve his loyalty to Suna at the same time. He sighed, and finally looked up. Before we continue, I would like a guarantee of asylum for myself and my charges, and a solemn vow from Jiraiya that he will do everything in his power to help Gaara. If you can do that, you will have my full cooperation. And mine, echoed Kankuro and Temari. As the Hokage's eyes narrowed suspiciously, Baki closed his eyes and sent a silent prayer to whatever deity cared to listen. He was committed to his course now. He just hoped he had made the right choice. Chapter 22, Family Matters, Part 2. July 12, 347 NE. 6:00 p.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage will see you now, Naruto-kun, Mitsuko said, smiling at him. Thanks, Mitsuko-san, Kushu replied before he stepped into the office. He saw the Hokage was busy working through a surprisingly large pile of paperwork and seemed relieved at the interruption. Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good to see you again. I was actually hoping to talk to you soon. I understand that you were involved in that bit of drama at the gate earlier today. I was, Hokage-san, and I wanted to talk to you about that as well. Well, why don't you go first then? We can get to my questions later. Well, who was that kid? I sensed something really strange while I was eating lunch and rushed over to see what it was, and that kid was the source. I think he sensed something too since he claimed that I had done something. The Hokage sighed. That was a Suna Genin who had a very troubled past. That doesn't explain what was so different about him. I'd never felt anything like that before. Normally this would be considered a secret, but given the nature of it I will tell you. I ask only that you don't spread it around too much, the Hokage said quietly. When he received a nod in reply he continued, that boy was Gaara of the desert, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Kushu forced his face to pale, remembering the plan he and Ino had come up with. The Hokage had already given him a better lead-in than he had expected to have. When you say troubled past. The Hokage grimaced. Suna is not as understanding about his condition as Konoha has been about yours. There also seem to be some psychological effects from the seal as well which have complicated the matter. Kushu frowned. You mean they hate him and drove him insane, he said, his voice harsh. Another sigh, this one tired. That does seem to be the case. That could have been me, couldn't it? Kushu said, making his voice soft, almost fearful. No! Even if Konoha were so stupid as to blame you for the actions of what you contain, I would never have allowed something like that to happen, the Hokage replied immediately, his voice firm. Kushu allowed his expression to relax, looking at the Hokage gratefully. It was all too easy to manipulate the Hokage like this. It didn't work for more mundane matters, but whenever the topics of his burden or his family came up the Hokage would quickly fold, seeming almost desperate to appease him. He made sure not to abuse that fact too often, but it had proven very useful over the years. Can we help him? Kushu asked. Surely there's something we can do to protect him. It's interesting that you should ask that, the Hokage said, smiling slightly. His teammates and Jonin Sensei have actually approached Jiraiya with a request to fix Gaara's seal. As Jiraiya's apprentice you would be able to learn a great deal from the process. In addition, there is a possibility that your presence might have a calming effect on Gaara that could help things go smoothly. That said, the opposite could also be true. Since you want to help him, however, I'm sure you'd be willing to give it a try. Absolutely, Hokage-san, Kushu said, smiling widely. July 13, 347 NE. 11:00 p.m. The Tower Within the Forest of Death. Alright kiddo, time to see how much good you'll do. I want you to inject a small amount of chakra into Gaara. If my theory is right, the tailed beast's chakra and you will react with the chakra in Gaara and slow everything down, which will make replacing his seal that much easier. If not, we'll have to do it the hard way. Kushu nodded solemnly and approached Gaara. He had been forced to wait over a day while Jiraiya designed the replacement seal and planned out his approach to this process. Jiraiya had determined early on that Gaara's old seal would have to go entirely, which meant adding a temporary seal to act as a bridge between the old seal and the new one. If Jiraiya's theory was correct, however, the complexity of the bridge would be greatly reduced and the entire process sped up considerably. The seal would be keyed to the one-tailed beast's chakra and only pull that in, leaving any other chakra present in Gaara's body undisturbed. He had initially hoped that Jiraiya would be using the Death God's seal or some variant thereof, but it seemed that Jiraiya was instead using one of his own design that he had been working on for years, although there were some similarities from what he could see. Gaara himself had been kept unconscious since Jiraiya first brought him in. Given that the kid had apparently never slept a moment in his entire life, Jiraiya and the Hokage had judged it a kindness to allow him to sleep now, and his team had agreed. They all hoped that the next time Gaara awoke he would never have to deal with the screaming again. Jiraiya, Kushu, and Gaara were the only ones in the room at the moment. Jiraiya had insisted that the fewer chakra presences in the room the better for this. Even Kushu would be ejected for the actual sealing if his presence did not calm Gaara's chakra. Jiraiya had already completed as much of the seal as he could, the writing covering most of Gaara's exposed skin and extending beyond his body onto sheets of sealing paper. The only portions missing were dealing with the transfer of the tailed beast from one seal to another, and Jiraiya needed to see how Gaara's chakra would react before he filled in that section. Kushu laid a hand on Gaara's shoulder and extended his chakra yuki mix into Gaara's chakra network, rapidly moving towards the seal. He could feel small bits of his brother's yuki mixed in with Gaara's own chakra, but they were disjointed and didn't contain any part of Ryudo's consciousness. They were just remnants of expended energy, not active components of Ryudo's being. It looked like the seal supplied Gaara with power that way. It would certainly be effective in limiting Ryudo's influence. He finally reached the seal and entered pain. He flung himself backwards with a scream of agony, hitting the wall behind him with a loud crack. He curled into a ball and shuddered for several seconds, the mere echo of what he had felt causing his body to react involuntarily. He felt Jiraiya shaking him and saying something, but the words didn't penetrate at first. 2. Come on kid, talk to me. I'm alright, he finally managed to say, his voice hoarse. He channeled Yuki into his throat, quickly healing the torn muscles before he repeated his words, his voice clear. I'm alright. Like hell you are. I've heard people scream like that before, and alright is the last word I would use to describe what made them do it. What the hell was that? I finally got to the seal and started to enter it. The seal did that to you? Jiraiya asked, shock evident in his tone. Yeah. And he has had to endure that every minute of every day since he was sealed, Kushu said angrily. I don't think he feels it directly, else he would have died long ago, Jiraiya replied, turning to look at Gaara. Still, even an echo of something like that would be pretty nasty. Kushu pushed himself to his feet and started to move back to Gaara, but Jiraiya grabbed his shoulder. Whoa, where do you think you're going? To try again, Kushu said simply. Say what now? Every minute we delay is another minute he has to endure that, even if it's just an echo, Kushu replied. He knew Jiraiya thought he was talking about Gaara, and he wasn't about to correct his mistaken assumption. He also wasn't about to let his brother endure something like that a single moment longer than necessary. Jiraiya stared into Naruto's face for several seconds, his eyes searching. He saw anger and a bit of pain, but overriding it all was grim determination. He nodded slowly, a small, proud smile on his face. Alright kid, if you're sure, give it another shot. If that happens again though I'm cutting this little project short. Torturing yourself isn't going to help him any. Kushu knelt beside Gaara again, once more laying his hand on his shoulder. He moved through the chakra network quickly, but paused outside the seal. If he just charged in again, the same thing would happen. He needed something to block the pain, or something to act as a buffer of sorts. Something like a layer of chakra. He started pulling deeply on the body's pure chakra reserves, constructing a thick shell around his Yuki. He cautiously extended the tiniest bit of shielded Yuki into the seal. He could feel the shell eroding as the seal interacted with the chakra, and a small bit of pain leaked through, but it was nothing like the sheer agony he had experienced earlier. He paused, trying to estimate how much chakra it would take to maintain the shield and how long he could hold it. After a few seconds he grinned. He had more than enough chakra for this. He took a steadying breath, made his body nod firmly at Jiraiya, then plunged into the seal. Jiraiya watched as Naruto's hand, then his entire body, began to radiate chakra. He knew the kid had a lot of chakra, but this was just ridiculous, and that was just the wasted chakra given off as visible emissions. He tensed when he saw Naruto grimace, but Minato's son grinned shortly thereafter, then turned and nodded to Jiraiya. The kid must be doing something differently, because he certainly wasn't screaming in agony this time. Jiraiya waited a few seconds to see if anything changed, but Naruto seemed entirely focused on whatever he was doing inside the seal. Jiraiya ran some quick checks on the activity within the seal. He grinned at the results he saw. He loved it when he was right. The overall movement within the seal had slowed dramatically, and the volatility of the chakra reactions had halved. At least, and looked to be dropping further. Time to get to work. Kushu found himself in the middle of an endless desert, the sun shining directly overhead and beating down relentlessly. He was surprised that he actually felt the heat. His current form was composed of nearly pure Yuki and did not normally experience such sensations. From his own experience with sealing, he assumed he was in this seal's version of the White Room, but it was clearly very different. Normally he would be able to feel sensations outside the seal as clearly as he could inside. He could only vaguely feel the chakra shell slowly eroding, the sensation very distant and muted. He stretched out his senses, trying to find Ryudo in this endless expanse of sand. He felt something very quickly, two somethings in fact, and they were quite close. With a small exertion of will he found himself next to a pulsating mass of Yuki and Gaara. Kushu could sense that Ryudo was slowly pulling himself together and decided it would be best to let him recover uninterrupted for the moment. He turned his attention to Gaara in the meantime. Gaara turned to look at him, his dull, lifeless eyes taking in his vibrant red form and its fox-like appearance with little reaction. "Are you stuck in here too?" Gaara asked, his voice just barely tinged with curiosity. "It's not so bad, now that the screaming has stopped." Kushu considered the boy silently. He hadn't actually given much thought about what to do with the Jinchuriki. His thoughts had focused on helping Ryudo, on the clear and attainable goal of improving his seal. Could he kill Gaara? Allow Ryudo to take over the body as he had taken over his own vessel? It was possible, certainly. He could stretch out his Yuki and destroy Gaara easily, though he was unsure that doing so would kill his soul or his mind. There would be no way for Ryudo to possibly pretend to be Gaara, though, and it was doubtful that Ryudo could even deflect suspicions skillfully enough to avoid immediate discovery should they be willing to accept his amnesia and radical personality shift. No, killing Gaara wouldn't help matters much, if at all. It seemed he would have to take the diplomatic approach. Again. He compressed his Yuki and mentally performed a henge, adopting the appearance of his vessel. Gaara's eyes widened in recognition. "You're the one who made the screaming stop. Did you do it again?" "Yes," Kushu replied, moving over to sit next to Gaara. "I made it stop again, and soon I'll be able to make it stop forever." Gaara slowly began to smile as he considered that thought. "No more screaming. To make it stop forever, though, I'm going to need your help." "Anything," Gaara replied immediately. Good. Tell me, do you know what a Jinchuriki is?" Gaara's smile slipped and he nodded dully. "Yes. An abomination that doesn't deserve to live," he quoted. No. Jinchuriki is a general term applied to a human being with a tailed beast sealed inside of them. For instance, you have the one-tailed beast sealed inside of you. So I have been told, Gaara replied. Kushu stared at him for a few seconds before he pointed at the mass of Yuki Gaara had been staring at earlier. Gaara blinked slowly before his eyes widened in understanding. Surprising. In the stories it was hundreds of feet tall and made entirely of sand. He can look like that, I'm sure, but this is the true form of a tailed beast. Gaara nodded slowly before his eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Are you a Jinchuriki too? Is that why you can make the screaming stop? Jiraiya paused to examine his work, absent-mindedly wiping the sweat off his face. The new seal design he was using for Gaara was the most complex he had ever written. He had actually based the design off of the Death God seal, removing the sections which contained the unknown markings and replacing them with arrays of his own design. It probably wouldn't function nearly as well as Naruto's seal without those sections and the Death God's intervention, but it would certainly be a hell of a lot more effective and stable than Gaara's current seal. Given the complexity of the design, making sure the beast's chakra entered the seal properly and that his bridge would only allow the chakra to flow one way despite the many connections between the two seals was quite difficult. It would have been much, much worse without Naruto's help, however. He checked on Naruto, but the kid still hadn't moved. He looked like he was in some sort of trance, but his chakra was still going strong and he hadn't so much as twitched since he began writing the bridge. Jiraiya turned back to his work, making sure that the sections he had already completed were written properly before he moved on. Kushu considered his response carefully before he answered, yes. I too have a tailed beast sealed inside of me, he said. The truth, if he ever told Gaara at all, would have to wait for another time. He needed to see how the new seal behaved and talk with Ryudo before he made any moves in that direction. Gaara nodded slowly. I knew there were others, but I never thought I would meet one, except perhaps in combat. His eyes narrowed slightly. You seem normal. Kushu laughed sharply, the sound echoing throughout the desert. I am anything but normal, I assure you. However, I have not had to deal with the problems you have had thanks to the nature of my seal. He laughed again. Which is why I'm here to talk to you now, he continued without giving Gaara a chance to respond. As we speak, a seal master, the sage Jiraiya, is crafting a new seal for you. Once it is complete you will never have to deal with the screaming again. Gaara's face twisted into a smile and his eyes brightening before his expression suddenly turned wary. Why are you doing this? 2 reasons, because your team asked, and because I asked. Gaara's eyes widened again, his expression slipping into disbelief. They would do that? You would do that? Of course I would, Kushu said, speaking to more than just Gaara. In every way that matters you are my brother. I'm sure your team feels the same. Kushu's smile widened as he saw the ball of Yuki that comprised Ryudo's form beginning to calm. He wandered over to stand next to the ball, appearing merely to examine it curiously. He let his attention drift to his body for a moment and noted that Jiraiya was finishing up the bridge between the seals. The transfer would start soon. Knowing that Gaara was watching his every movement, he slowly and deliberately raised his hand before plunging it into the ball of Yuki. Underneath the surface he pulled a portion of Ryudo's Yuki into himself and allowed a portion of his own to dissolve into the mass. In this manner he could gather Ryudo's memories and leave some of his own behind to help guide his brother in the days ahead. He closed his eyes, forcing back tears as a blissful feeling swept over him. Ino's description was very apt, as it did indeed feel like his very soul was singing. He could feel Ryudo's response even as they assimilated each other's memories. Tears began leaking from Kushu's eyes for a very different reason as he vicariously experienced the last 100 years of Ryudo's life. It was mostly nothing but pain, endless, all-consuming pain. There were brief moments of peace. He had broken out of his seal quickly the first time, laying waste to everything around him as he struggled to reach the nearest portal back to Makai. He hadn't made it. The second moment of peace came soon after, and then the pain started. Kushu growled in disgust and anger as he reviewed the timeline in his head. Ryudo had been sealed in a ceremonial urn the first time, a human adult the second. The histories he had seen had not mentioned this third sealing, but with his new knowledge it was obvious what had happened. The ninja had noticed that the adult would not last long and chosen a new vessel along with a new seal. It wasn't even an act of desperation, they had plenty of time to create a proper seal. They had intentionally designed the seal to disrupt Ryudo's Yuki as much as possible. He stifled his budding rage and focused his attention back on Ryudo. He couldn't undo the century of torture, much as he might want to, but he could make it easier to deal with. It seemed his studies in sealing would finally prove useful. He injected more Yuki into Ryudo's form, sweeping through his brother's form and pulling certain bits of Yuki into a ball. Those bits represented Ryudo's memories of the last 100 years, and the pain and misery he had endured. He wished that he could remove them altogether, but that would likely prove impossible even for him. For good or ill, they were a part of Ryudo. Once he had them gathered up, he imagined a locking seal surrounding the ball and with a mental effort hardened it. Ryudo's Yuki swept over it for a long moment, but the seal gave off a strong sense of warning and foreboding and the Yuki left it alone, for the moment. The seal would fail eventually, but Ryudo would be able to deal with the memories in his own time. Regretfully, Kushu pulled away from the mass of Yuki and turned back to Gaara. The Suna Genin was starting at him with a curious expression. "The new seal will activate soon," Kushu said, heading off Gaara's questions. "I'm not entirely certain what will happen to you, but this chakra will probably leave here in some fashion. Don't fight it when that happens. Once everything is taken care of and you are free to move about, come find me again. There's a lot we need to talk about." Kushu watched from his body as Jiraiya activated the seal and Ryudo's Yuki streamed into the sky until it vanished beyond sight. Kushu made sure to use his human chakra as a buffer for as long as Ryudo was in the current seal, sparing him as much pain as possible. He turned to Gaara before leading the seal himself. "Oh, and one last thing, keep an open mind. You aren't the only one who has suffered." With that cryptic message, he left. Jiraiya grinned to himself as he watched the activity in the old seal stop completely. That had gone even more smoothly than he had dared hope, no doubt thanks to his newest student. The kid was finally coming out of his trance, looking a little winded but none the worse for wear. That was an absolutely ridiculous amount of chakra he had. He dissolved the bridge and checked the new seal, making sure everything was working as it should. The beast's chakra was flowing smoothly and slowly leaking out into the boy's chakra network, similar to how Naruto's seal worked. He'd have to recalibrate the rate of absorption once he had a good baseline for Gaara's tolerance for the stuff, but the relatively low rate he'd started off with seemed to be causing no problems. That would be Shizen-chan's department, though. He turned his attention to the old seal and took great relish in dissolving the disgusting thing. He didn't care much one way or the other if the beast suffered, but the poor design and sloppy implementation of the seal was an affront to his sensibilities as a seal master. The new seal, now there was a work of art. He chuckled to himself as he pondered if there was anyone else in the entire world who could have accomplished what he and Minato's kid just did. Almost certainly not, and definitely not as quickly and as smoothly as they had. Damn, he was good. Ryudo shuddered into consciousness slowly, his Yuki moving in fits and starts as he once again became accustomed to a world without pain. The memories were distant, he could feel where Kushu had sealed them away and left that mess alone, but the after-effects still lingered. He took in his surroundings, truly cognizant of his location and situation for the first time in a very long time. He was in a desert, not dissimilar to where he had just been if Kushu's memories were any guide. The heat wasn't nearly as oppressive, though, and he was currently alone. Most importantly, there was no pain. He could feel his Yuki flowing into his container, Gaara, Genin, human, Jinchuriki, Kushu's memories told him, and roughly sensed Gaara's state as he did so. It wasn't as clear as Kushu's memories indicated it should be, but then their situations were still very different. He considered attempting to overwhelm the seal again, but his own experience with the prior seals and the knowledge that this seal was much, much stronger stopped that plan in its tracks. Instead, he settled down and began to thoroughly review everything Kushu had left him. Time to see what plans his brother had in store. July 15th, 347 NE. 9:30 AM. Outside the Konoha Academy. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered quietly, eyeing the large number of Chunin hopefuls scattered around the grounds of the academy. Just how many people are going to show up for this thing, anyway? There were already over 60 teams gathered, representing 4 of the 5 great ninja villages and a smattering of teams from the lesser villages such as Taki and Kusa. As far as Shikamaru could tell, every village he'd ever heard of except for IWA had at least one team present, and Iwa's lack of participation was to be expected. Even should they attempt to send a team, it was unlikely the Hokage would allow them in the village. Kiba grinned eagerly. "They can send as many as they like, we all know who's going to win," he said confidently. Akamaru barked in agreement from his perch atop Kiba's head. Chuji shook his head. "We can't say that for sure," he replied. Despite his words, he didn't appear particularly worried either, though he kept an appraising eye on the other teams. Ino just laughed softly. "No, we're sure," she replied, jerking her thumb in Naruto's direction. She ignored Kiba's indignant reply as she turned to Sakura. "So what have you guys been up to? You missed the last 4 group training sessions, that's not like you." Sakura smiled mysteriously, sharing a knowing glance with Sasuke and Shino before she turned back to Ino. "Oh, nothing much," she answered, her tone smug. Ino grinned. "Oh," she said eagerly. "You sure aren't acting like it's nothing. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain bet, would it?" Sakura's smile grew wider, but she didn't reply. Naruto and Hinata were nearby, chatting with Team Guy. "Yash! Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan. I look forward to testing my flames of youth against you in the coming exams," Lee shouted. They both just nodded politely, knowing better than to do anything to encourage Lee verbally. Tintin just shook her head sadly. "He used to be such a nice, quiet boy," she said mournfully, only partially in jest. "He's right about one thing though, it'll be good to go against you guys and see where we stand. We've had to miss most of the training sessions thanks to our C-rank missions, but we've picked up a lot of real-world experience to compensate. Don't think things will go so easily for you," she said, smirking. Niji nodded in agreement. "Guy-sensei's training is also not to be underestimated," he said simply. He and Tintin repressed a small shudder even as Lee began to shout loudly about how amazing their sensei was. Right at 10 o'clock, several plumes of smoke erupted on top of the academy. Most of the ninja gathered around the academy immediately tensed and assumed defensive positions. "All right, you maggots, listen up," a loud, gravelly voice shouted. The smoke drifted away, revealing a large number of Konoha Chunin and Jounin lining the roof of the academy, Ibiki Marino standing front and center. "First off, you, and you," he called out, pointing at 5 different genin. "You fail. Get your teams and leave." "What?" came several angry cries from the genin or their teammates. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly and he gave a muttered troublesome as he started whispering quietly to his team. Several other genin appeared to be having similar epiphanies and conversations. "I said you fail," Ibiki said flatly. "You are in the middle of foreign territory surrounded by unknown ninja and you failed to react both to our arrival and to your fellow genin reaching for weapons and assuming stances. You might as well have just slit your own throat for all the good you'd do on a real mission." "That's bullshdash," one of the failed genin started to shout, but found his words dying in his throat as a wave of killing intent swept over him. "Leave," Ibiki said again, his voice soft. "I will not tell you again." Ibiki's threat finally seemed to penetrate as the failed teams turned and left, muttering angrily as they went. "Now that the trash is gone, we can get this little party started. First rule, from this moment forward until you leave the testing area and hand over proof that you passed the exam, consider yourself in the first phase of the Chunin exams. Everything you do, everything you say, everything you think will be evaluated and used to determine if you possibly might have what it takes to become a Chunin." Shikamaru cursed quietly as he whispered to his teammates again. The rest of the clan kids picked up on the reason for his annoyance, or were clued in by their teammates, very quickly and had their own whispered conversations, as did several other groups. Second rule, Ibiki continued, if one of the proctors you see before you tells you have failed, you are to leave the testing area immediately, no arguing, no excuses. If you do not, you will be dealt with. Ibiki grinned toothily and several of the other proctors looked eager. Third rule, if you leave the testing area without proof that you have passed, you are considered to have forfeited and will not advance to the second phase of the Chunin exams. Fourth rule, if you kill another Jonin or attack a proctor, you will fail immediately. Fifth rule, you have 3 hours after the start of the first phase to acquire proof that you have passed. If you do not to do so within the allotted time, you fail. Sixth rule, those who finish the first phase of the exam more quickly will have an advantage in the second phase, though I will not reveal the nature of that advantage at this time. Seventh rule, the proof that you have passed must be presented to me personally. Eighth rule, your entire team passes or fails the first phase of the exam, there is no individual advancement. If a single member of a team fails, then the whole team fails. I hope you've been listening, because the rules will not be repeated. Now, as for the nature of the exam itself. Each team will be given a number which will serve as your designation throughout the rest of the Chunin exam. You will also receive a piece of paper with a coded message. The message contains vital information required to pass the first phase. The purpose of this exam is to gather a physical object and a piece of information. Once you have both, you must approach a proctor who will verify the authenticity of the object and the information and issue a password. This password will serve as proof that you have passed the first part of the exam. Ibiki paused and surveyed the assembled Jonin. He smirked when he noticed a few teams sweating nervously, and his smirk grew when he saw a few other teams fidgeting impatiently. All right, select one representative from your team to line up in front of the doors. Everyone else moved to the side. The Jonin milled about as they followed Ibiki's instructions, a few of them pushing and shoving as they struggled to reach the front of the line. Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Tenten were selected to represent their teams and all headed for the back of the line. After 30 minutes, each team had a number and a code. All right, maggots, we will now depart for the testing area. Same day. 11:00 a.m. Konoha Training Grounds. Through that gate lies Training Ground 5. The testing area consists of Training Grounds 1 through 10. Each training ground is surrounded by a fence, and another, higher fence surrounds the whole area, so no excuses about not knowing the limits of the testing area. The proctors are already scattered through the training grounds, and I will remain right here. If any of you maggots need extra help, I will be providing additional information in 1 hour. Whether it will help you or not remains to be seen, so weigh your options carefully. Ibiki said. He then moved over to a table and chair that had been set up earlier and started flipping through the scrolls laid out on the table, seemingly ignoring the gathered Jonin. Several teams took off immediately into the training grounds, while others hunkered down to wait for the additional information. Team 7, along with the other rookie teams, consulted briefly before exchanging nods. Naruto pulled out a scroll and a large cloud of smoke covered the group, drawing attention to them. As the smoke cleared, the Jonin who remained in the field could see food and water being passed around as the group settled in and began to chat amongst themselves. A few teams who had been wavering in their decisions decided to follow the Konoha team's lead, assuming that they had inside information that told them it would be better to wait. Ibiki smirked to himself. Same day. 11:15 a.m. Training Ground 3. Have you got the code yet, Ino? Naruto asked. Please, it's a shift cipher. I had this done before we left the academy. The code has 2 parts. The first is a shinobi must prepare before it is too late, and the second is 3 rivers meet 4 trees to yield 1 path. Hinata nodded slowly, her Byakugan activated as she scanned around the area. There is a small stream nearby that heads in the direction of Training Ground 4. I think we should start there. Sounds good, Naruto said. I'd say that the shinobi saying is the information we need, and that the second part will lead us to the object. Ino grinned. You'd think they could make this a little harder for us. Same day. 11:20 a.m. Training Ground 1. You have failed the exam. Leave immediately, a proctor told a Kiri team. The Kiri Jonin all tensed, and one of them snapped. On what grounds? Because I said so, Jonin. You are to leave the training grounds immediately, or you will be dealt with. The Kiri team tensed, but slowly turned and began walking away. This only provided cover as they flashed through hand signs and launched jutsu using the water from the nearby stream. The torrent of water slammed into the proctor and dispelled the hinge covering his form, revealing a Hoshi Jonin. His teammates leapt to his side as he pulled himself to his feet. How did you know? He asked, shocked that his ruse had failed. Figure it out on your own, dumbass, snapped one of the Kiri Jonin as they all flashed through another set of ninjutsu. A thick mist rolled into the clearing. Same day. 11:30 a.m. Training Ground 6. Here's the object, and the information is never attack where the enemy is strong, never defend where you are weak, Akusa Jonin said, handing over a wooden chit with the symbol for truth carved on it. The proctor examined the chit critically before finally nodding. All right, the password is 4 of a kind beats a full house. Now scram. The Kusa Jonin took off, heading back to Training Ground 5 and Ibiki. Once they were out of sight, the proctor turned to address the tree beside him. You got a proctor tagged, Shino? The tree wavered and faded to reveal Shino and Sasuke, and the proctor's form blurred to reveal Sakura. Of course, Sakura-san. Then lead on, Sakura said with a grin. Same day. 11:45 a.m. Training Ground 9. Yash! It is a sign of our unending youthfulness that we would receive a clue that leads us to our own training ground. Tintin didn't even bother to reply, instead hopping towards another tree, heading for the landmark their code indicated. The wooden chit with the symbol for youth she discovered once they found it made her face twitch. However, one of the proctors clearly had a sense of humor that she did not appreciate. She was about to leave when she was interrupted by a Kumo team dropping out of the trees across the clearing. Lee watched them curiously and Niji just shook his head in disappointment. Thanks for finding the object for us, one of the Jonin said, waving his kunai menacingly. Now just hand it over and we'll be on our way. Tintin sighed as she turned to face the other Jonin team. You guys do realize there's a reason we found this so quickly, don't you? The other Jonin scoffed. Yeah, this is your hometown. Why do you think we decided to follow you in the first place? Now hand it over. We may not be able to kill you, but we can still hurt you plenty, he added threateningly. Tintin just sighed and whipped a kunai towards him. The Kumo Jonin tensed but just watched in disbelief as the kunai sailed past him, not even close to hitting him. Wow, your aim sucks, he said, before he heard an ominous creaking behind him. He turned just in time to see a large log swing out of the tree and slam into him, throwing him across the clearing. More logs caught his teammates as they too were tossed about the clearing. He groaned as he looked up, his head swimming. You set traps that fast? He managed to get out before falling unconscious. More logs continued swinging throughout the clearing, moving at various speeds and angles. Tintin looked concerned for a moment. That didn't kill any of them, did it? Niji shook his head. No, they will be fine. Broken bones and concussions are the worst of their injuries. Lee frowned as he stroked his chin in confusion. I don't understand. Why did he refer to Gai Sensei's youthful training course level 1 as a trap? Tintin just sighed and shook her head. She had long ago given up trying to return Lee's point of view to something more in tune with reality. Same day. 11:50 a.m. Training Ground 2. Kankuro just shook his head as the Kiri Jonin succumbed to the poison, falling unconscious. He knew his team was good, but to be able to take out an entire Jonin team by himself that easily? He didn't think Suna's standards were that much higher. Come on, Gaara, Temari said quietly, let's get this farce over with. Her teammates said nothing, just following behind Temari at a sedate pace. Same day. 12:00 p.m. Training Ground 5. There should be a limit to how lazy you can be, you know, Kiba said quietly as his team exited the training ground and walked towards Ibiki. Shikamaru just shrugged. Why go through all that trouble when we only need the password? They walked up to Ibiki, who just stared at them impassively. The mountain pass is frozen, Shikamaru said. Ibiki scanned over the scroll in front of him before he nodded, striking through a line on the scroll with his brush. Team 73 passes, he called out loudly. More quietly he said, you're the 8th team to pass, not bad. The picnic was a nice touch, by the way. Shikamaru just shrugged as he walked away, heading for the picnic Ibiki had mentioned. Sure enough, the figures of the clan kids could still be seen munching on snacks and chatting merrily. Shikamaru walked over to where his counterpart was lying on the grass and staring up at the sky, plopping down beside the illusion. Kiba stared at them for a long moment, but other than the scent couldn't actually tell the difference between them. That's just creepy, he said. He put his hands together in a ram seal and dispelled the illusion. The picnic wavered for a moment, then dispersed. He snickered to himself when he heard another team walk up to Ibiki and say, the mountain pass is frozen. Ibiki made a show of looking over the scroll before announcing loudly, sorry, that password is no good. Team 54 fails. Shikamaru frowned to himself. Ibiki had announced their team number rather loudly too. He really hoped that didn't mean what he thought it did. He decided to pay closer attention to future announcements anyway. After Ibiki dealt with the team that had just failed, he stood up. All right, maggots, it's been an hour. Time for the additional information, he shouted. The teams who had chosen to remain behind, 18 in total, looked up eagerly. The additional information is, there are only 30 valid passwords, and 8 of them have been used. Oh, and you have 58 minutes remaining before the first phase of the exam ends. That is all. Smirking, he sat back down and resumed flipping through the scrolls spread out on the table. His smirk widened into a grin as he saw the teams who hadn't yet entered the training grounds pale and start swearing loudly as they panicked and rushed through the gate. He really loved his job sometimes. Chapter 23, I've Got Your Number. July 15th, 347 NE. 12:45 p.m. Outside Training Ground 5. All 4 of the rookie teams had successfully passed the first phase at this point and were simply waiting for time to expire. A total of 21 teams had passed so far, with Konoha making a particularly strong showing with 10 teams passing the first phase already. Of course, they had also started with the most teams, so that was to be expected. Shikamaru had just revealed how his team had passed, and was feeling slightly uncomfortable with the stares he was receiving at the moment. The tension was broken as Naruto began to chuckle lowly, his voice soon rising into full-blown laughter. You just eavesdropped on a proctor. Of course, it's so, Naruto said through his laughter. The other kids just shook their heads and relaxed, a bit of grudging admiration in their expressions. Anyway, I've got an inkling as to what the next test will involve, and it promises to be particularly troublesome, Shikamaru said lowly. Ibiki has been announcing the team numbers very loudly, and he mentioned at the beginning that the numbers we received would serve as our designations for the entire exam. They don't actually need those numbers to determine who passed or failed though, and there's certainly no need to announce them so loudly normally. So, what? He wants us to make note of the team numbers for some reason? Kiba asked. Sakura sucked in a breath with a low hiss. Crap. Have you guys been tracking which team is which? She asked her team. Sasuke and Shino just shook their heads. I think we'd better start, right now. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do something based on team numbers, and it's going to be a lot harder if we have no idea which team is which. I've been tracking them since we got here, but I don't know the numbers on the first 7 teams, he finished, quickly filling in the other Jonin on the team numbers he knew. A few more teams entered the clearing, bringing the total to 26. Ibiki stood up from his desk the moment the hour hit 1 o'clock. All right, maggots, time's up. Congratulations to all of those who managed to pass. In case any of you idiots haven't figured it out by now or somehow passed thanks to sheer dumb luck, I will explain the purpose of this exam. First off, a Chunin needs to be able to remember information even if they only hear it once, and they need to be able to understand and apply that information as they proceed with their mission. I told you at the very beginning that the exam had already started, but some of you apparently didn't listen. I suppose I should be impressed that 3 teams managed to pass despite wasting an hour waiting for additional information. That was a trap, by the way. The information you got was basically useless, even if technically it did tell you more about the situation. I'd suggest you remember that for future reference. Waiting until you know everything is only useful if you still have time to act on it. A Chunin is expected to know where to draw the line and act with what they have available, even if they know they could gather more information if they waited. As in this case, that information may end up just confirming that you waited too long. Along with a bit of simple code breaking, and any team that couldn't decipher that in the time allotted deserves to fail, we tested your tracking and navigation skills. Some of the foreign teams decided to follow a Konoha team around, a sound strategy that worked out for some of you that had the proper level of stealth. Some other teams found out what happens when you mess with someone on their home turf. Once you actually had the object, you needed to guard it long enough to make it to a proctor. 7 teams had their item taken from them, and 6 teams handed their object and information over to another team posing as a proctor. One of those fake proctor teams actually handed off their own object and info to another fake proctor. Once again, they deserve to fail. Not all of your enemies are going to attack you face to face. One team actually got their password and failed to protect it. I told you at the very beginning that the exam wasn't over until you presented proof that you had passed. Letting an enemy get wind of vital information is just as bad or even worse than failing to obtain it yourself. Ibiki paused for a moment, picking up a sheet of paper from the table. Alright, now for the second phase of the exams. Your proctor should be along any dash. A large plume of smoke exploded in the clearing and there were 4 rapid thunks of metal striking wood. As the smoke cleared, the assembled genin could make out a banner proclaiming the sexy, single Anko Mitarashi, proctor for the second phase. Anko herself stood proudly, her hands on her hips as her trenchcoat flapped loosely in the breeze, revealing her typical miniskirt and skin-tight mesh bodysuit. Her violet hair was pulled into a spiky ponytail, her bangs almost completely covering her headband. Alright boys and girls, listen up. I'm Anko Mitarashi, your proctor for the second phase of the exams. You're done, right, Ibiki? Anko said, sauntering over to the scarred Jounin. She snatched the scroll out of his hand and looked it over quickly before rolling it up and tucking it into her trenchcoat. Ibiki just waved her on. You can have the little maggots, I'm sick of looking at them. Great! Anko said, clapping her hands together loudly. Alright kiddos, follow me to the next testing area, she said, and immediately leapt into the tree behind her before tree-hopping away quickly. The genin scrambled to their feet and followed her, leaving Ibiki and the other proctors behind to deal with the genin still stuck in the training grounds. 30 minutes later, Anko finally stopped near a large fence with signs plastered all over it. The signs all said some variation of warning and danger. This, boys and girls, will be the testing area for the next phase of the exams. Before we get any further, however, you've got a choice to make. You can call it quits right here, or continue on with the exams, Anko said, smirking. Silence permeated the clearing for a moment before a genin from Kumo hesitantly asked, why would we quit? Glad you asked. Anko replied. You would quit because from this point on the kitty gloves come off. You can, and most likely will, die if you go in there. It's known as the Forest of Death for a reason. Even without fighting the other teams, there are plenty of cute, furry little animals in there that will rip your face off. She sighed dramatically. It's like a home away from home. This caused a ripple of laughter to spread among the genin, until they realized that none of the teams from Konoha were laughing. My cute little slaves, you can call them proctors, if you want, will be passing around waivers. In the probable event of your gruesome demise, this will absolve Konoha of any responsibility. We did warn you, after all. Yes, Konoha teams have to sign them too. It cuts down on the paperwork. Once you have signatures from your entire team, turn them back into a handy slave so we can keep moving. Anko waited impatiently, juggling a few kunai to pass the time. Once the other proctors signaled that all the waivers had been collected, she resumed speaking. Great! Now for the rules. First rule, you have 3 days from the moment the second phase begins to deliver all required items to the tower in the middle of the forest in order to pass. Wait, 3 days? We don't have any packs or tents with us, cried out the sole remaining Hoshi team. Not my problem, shithead. You hear anyone else complaining? They either have the equipment on them somehow or are prepared to cope, as any Chunin should. Moving on. Second rule, you may not leave the Forest of Death for any reason once the second phase begins. Doing so will cause you to fail the exams. Third rule, you may not enter the tower without first presenting the required items. Doing so will cause you to fail the exams. Fourth rule, attacking an exam proctor will cause you to fail. Fifth rule, your entire team must be present and alive in order to pass. If a single member of your team dies or fails, the entire team fails. Now for the particulars. Each team will be issued a marker with their team number written on it. In order to pass, your team must present its own marker in addition to 2 other specific team markers to a proctor at the tower. If you do not have your team's marker or fail to acquire the other team's markers, you will not be able to continue. That's the easy part, Anko said, grinning maliciously. We will not be announcing team numbers from this point on, so I really hope you were paying attention earlier. Otherwise your job is going to be a lot harder. She paused to let that sink in and laughed in delight at the panicked looks on some of the team's faces. Getting her laughter back under control, she continued her explanation. We will call the teams forward in the order that they pass the first phase of the exam. Once you have all of your information, you will be able to choose one of the following options: which team numbers you must acquire, which team number must acquire your number, which gate you start from, which gate a specific team starts from, or you can find out which team corresponds to a single number. Any decisions made earlier in the process preempt those made later, so if 2 teams are already targeting Team 1, no one else will be able to claim them later, and so on. Once you have made your choice, you will move directly to your gate and wait for the signal to start the exam. Oh, and just because we know someone will try it, 6th rule, you can't pick your own team number as a target in any fashion, she added. Smirking at Shikamaru. He just grumbled under his breath while his teammates snickered. Now then, you, she said, pointing to a team from Kumo, managed to pass first, so step into our handy tent and we can get this started. Ah, 8th place, Anko told Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shuji, so, what'll it be? Kiba and Shuji looked at Shikamaru, who just sighed. What is our information without making any choices? Anko smirked. Ah, finally someone who pays attention. As it stands, you will be targeting teams 9 and 47 and starting from gate 24. Who is targeting our team? He asked. Nope, that isn't included. Unless you want to pick out which team it will be. Shikamaru grumbled softly as he considered his options. Which gate is Team 47 starting from? Also not included. TCH, fine, Team 47 has to target our team. Rightio, Anko said. Record it, slave, she said, slapping one of the Chunin on the back playfully. The Chunin just grumbled good-naturedly as he made the adjustments to the scrolls. Chuji took the chit and hid it on his person before they left the tent. Make sure you have the scent on those 2 teams, Kiba. Those are our targets, Shikamaru said, discreetly motioning to an AIM team and a Kiri team. Got it, Kiba said quietly. Akamaru yipped in agreement. 9th place, Anko said as Tamari and her team entered the tent. What'll it be? What do we have now? Asked Tamari. You are currently targeting Team 27 and Team 70, and will be starting from Gate 3. Tamari grimaced. Those were both Konoha teams and she really didn't want to tempt fate at the moment. After reviewing her options for a moment, she decided to pick 2 Suna teams to target. They would surrender immediately once they realized Gaara was targeting them. Or it looked like Gaara was targeting them, anyway. Kankuro was skilled enough with his puppet and knew Gaara well enough to mimic anything short of his sand control. Gaara himself would be waiting inside the tower for them, hopefully still resting peacefully as he caught up on a lifetime's worth of sleep. We'll target teams 22 and 43. Team 22 is already taken. Fine, 43 and 46. Rightio. 11th place, Anko said as Naruto, Ino, and Hinata entered the tent. What'll it be? Information, prompted Naruto. Now it's just getting boring, Anko complained. As it stands, you will be targeting teams 57 and 61 and will start from gate 8. The three Jonin consulted briefly. Change our targets to team 2 and team 60. 60 is already taken. 2 and 50 then. Done. 12th place, Anko said as Niji, Lee, and Tenten entered the tent. What'll it be? Information, asked Niji. No fun at all with you guys, Anko muttered. You current targets are team 14 and team 71. You will start from gate 16. The Jonin cursed quietly. 71 was Naruto's team. They didn't want to target their friends in any case, but they really didn't want to target his team in particular. They had hoped to use their option to gain an advantage, not get rid of a disadvantage. They talked it over. We'll target teams 16 and 57, they finally said. Got it. 14th place, Anko grumbled as Sakura, Sasuke, and Shino walked into the tent. What'll it be? Info dash. Cammy, I hate you guys. No fun at all. You are currently targeting teams 9 and 61 and will start from gate 1. Sakura turned to her teammates. 9 is the team that finished just before we did. Do we want to change our targets? I suspect we will have some difficulty acquiring the targets we desire at this point. It would be logical for the earlier teams to target those teams that finished last, as they would be the weakest, Shino reasoned. Sasuke shrugged. It's not any teams in our group, so does it matter? Sakura grumbled under her breath, then turned to Anko. Team 61 has to target us. Anko grinned maliciously as she noted the other team that had to target Team 9. That would make things interesting. Rightio. Same day, day 1 of the second phase. -3:30 p.m. Forest of Death, Gate 8. A loud bang echoed in the distance, and the proctor who had escorted them to their entrance gate channeled chakra into the locking seal. The gate swung open, creaking ominously. Naruto snickered. Nice touch on the sound seal there. Scared the hell out of me the first time I heard it, the Chunin confessed. Anyway, get a move on, the second phase has started. Naruto led the team into the forest, moving rapidly for a couple of minutes and covering roughly half a kilometer of the heavily forested terrain before they stopped in a convenient clearing. Hinata already had her Byakugan activated, scanning for any approaching teams as well as trying to locate their targets. There are 2 teams in the area, both currently moving away from us. One of them is Team 2. Naruto grinned widely. Perfect. Let's go say hello to our new friends. Same day, day 1 of the second phase. -4:00 p.m. The Jonin team from Kiri paused to catch their breath. They weren't used to this terrain, and all the tree hopping they had to do in order to move at something resembling a decent speed was already wearing on them. They were hoping to track down the Odo team first before they had to deal with their fellow Kiri team as their second target. Shuichi quickly drew his sword when a blonde Konoha Jonin stepped out from behind a tree, his 2 teammates, both female, following close behind him. Hey guys, the blonde said, waving happily. How's everything going? Shuichi kept a wary eye on them, not letting his guard down. Such an obvious approach had to be a prelude to a trap. He saw Kasumi stiffen slightly for a moment out of the corner of his eye, but she quickly relaxed. What do you want, idiot? He snapped at the blonde. Now that's not a very nice thing to say, the other Jonin replied, frowning. His eyes suddenly widened and his hand thrust out, pointing somewhere behind Shuichi. "Look out, there's something behind you." "Really?" "That's the best you've dash." He never got to finish his sentence as Kasumi's scabbard slammed into the back of his head, knocking him out. Naruto sighed sadly. "I tried to tell you." Kasumi just shook her head even as she tied up her teammates and removed all of her equipment pouches. "You are way too good at acting like an idiot, Naruto. Is there something we should know?" "Ah, here's the marker. Laugh it up, Ino. Laugh it up." He looked up into the branches overhead. "Anything headed our way, Hinata?" Hinata's voice drifted down. "Not yet. No leads on our other target at the moment." "Alright, you guys head north and keep looking. I'll catch up to you in a bit." "I need to take care of something here," he said, dispelling the two Bunshin beside him and advancing on the unconscious Kiri team. As soon as Ino ended the mind transfer, he had the last Jonin unconscious and swiftly tied up. He exchanged a significant look with Ino as she entered the clearing, and she nodded quickly, understanding his message. "Are you sure?" Hinata asked quietly as she dropped into the clearing. "It's fine, Hinata," Ino said, leading her away. "We'll be able to cover more ground this way. Just don't take too long," she told Naruto. He waved them off and they soon left. He waited a few minutes until he was certain Hinata's Byakugan was out of range, then moved to the first Kiri Jonin, slapping him awake. Shuichi sputtered for a moment before he glared at Naruto. "What the hell do you want, Konoha-nin? You've got our marker already, I'm sure." "Ah, but you can still be useful to me. You see, I've got so many things I've wanted to try out, but experimenting on allies is considered bad form. How fortunate that we're alone, that you aren't from Konoha or one of our allies, and that you signed that handy little waiver." Shuichi's face slowly grew pale, but he tried to laugh it off. Haha, very funny. You can untie us now. "Before we get started, there is one question I'd like to ask of you," he said, inhaling deeply. Even this close, with time to focus on the scent, he couldn't detect any trace of his sister who was supposedly bound in Kiri. "What happened to your village's Jinchuriki?" The Jonin looked genuinely confused at the question. "What's a Jinchuriki?" Naruto just shook his head and held up his finger, extending a bit of pure yuki from the tip. "Ah well, I guess you can't be expected to know something like that. Now, I need you to be honest, does this hurt?" Judging by the screams, it did. Same day, day 1 of the second phase. 6:00 p.m. Sakura sighed as she followed Shino through the forest. He had only been able to tag one of their targets, and it seemed that the Konoha team he had tagged had started far enough away that none of his bugs could detect them at the moment. They were reduced to moving towards the tower in the hopes of finding either of the teams they needed to pass. They had greatly reduced their pace from the initial dash into the forest, wary of running into other teams or traps. Shino's bugs were very useful for tracking chakra, but mundane traps were rather harder for them to detect. Sasuke's Sharingan was useful there, but he couldn't afford to keep it active for too long lest he burned through all his chakra. Shino's hand suddenly came up in warning and the group halted, assuming defensive stances as they scanned the forest around them. The massive trees within the Forest of Death towered above them, the trunks easily 100 feet in diameter. They couldn't see anything yet, but they trusted Shino's scouting abilities and knew someone or something was nearby. After a tense moment of silence, a Suna Jonin stepped out from behind a tree, a war fan held defensively in front of her. "You aren't our target," she called out warily. "No need to fight." Sakura exchanged quick glances with her team, mouthing the word 30. Sasuke just shrugged and relaxed slightly, though he continued to scan their surroundings in case it was a trick. Shino inclined his head slightly, indicating his own acceptance. "You aren't ours either," Sakura called out. "If you head on your way, we won't attack you." The Suna Jonin nodded slowly and began moving away, keeping her distance as she circumvented the Konoha team. A minute later she jumped away. Neither Sakura or Sasuke detected her teammates at any point, which worried them slightly. "There is something odd about that team," Shino said quietly once they were alone. Kakashi reported 3 people moving about, but only detected 2 chakra signatures. What does that mean? The third person can completely suppress their chakra? Sasuke asked. Completely suppressing chakra is impossible, Shino replied firmly. Kakashi can detect and distinguish even civilian levels of chakra. One of the hidden genin had chakra attached to the third in some manner I have never seen before. Sakura thought it over for a moment. It was a Suna team, so a puppet, perhaps? Shino inclined his head towards Sakura. That would explain it, yes. That also means their third teammate is not within range of my Kakashi, or has found a way to avoid them. I do not like that. Well, let's assume he was out of range for the moment, but keep an eye on them anyway. They finished just after Shika's team did, so they're probably one of the stronger teams in the exam. The genin we saw looked, what, 15? 16? Sasuke nodded. About that, yeah. Definitely a veteran team. Well, we can worry about them if they pass. We still need to find teams 9 and 61. Same day, day 1 of the second phase. -9:00 p.m. What's the plan, Shika? Akamaru has Team 9 sent, they're maybe 10 minutes ahead of us. Shikamaru fell into a crouch, resting on his heels. His hands came up in front of him, the thumbs and fingers connecting to form a circle. Kiba and Chuji both recognized this as Shika's thinking pose and fell silent to wait, keeping a watch on their surroundings as they did so. A minute later Shikamaru dropped his hands and sighed. We need to hit them while we can. Another team is targeting them and we have no idea how close they could be or where they'll go after they attack. Securing the marker now is our best option. Ideally we could wait until one or both teams were tired, but until we have at least one marker secured we need to be aggressive. Fine by me, Kiba said, smirking. Chuji just nodded, ready to support whatever decision Shikamaru made. Alright, here's the plan. We'll follow them until they begin to make camp and strike before they have a chance to secure the area. I'll lead with a shadow possession jutsu, with luck I'll be able to hit all of them and we'll be done. Chuji will cover me while Kiba and Akamaru close in from the opposite side. We'll make adjustments as needed just before we attack. 2 hours later the Kiri team they were tracking finally stopped and began pulling off their packs. Shikamaru pointed out the location he would attack from and where he wanted Kiba to launch his attack from, then the group split up to move into position. Before they reached their designated spots, however, one of the Kiri genin began running through hand signs. Shikamaru cursed and shouted, Plan C. Kiba immediately broke from cover and charged the Kiri genin, tossing kunai as he went. He had hoped to disrupt the jutsu but another genin intercepted his kunai, easily slapping them out of the air with a sword. The genin smirked and charged forward, closing in with Kiba. Damn it, Kiba growled softly as he jumped back. He hated fighting weapon users. Tenten always gave him trouble in their training sessions, even when he had Akamaru backing him up. Shikamaru eyed the Kiri genin for a moment before he stepped back into the shadows, seamlessly creating a bunshin in his place. Dragon horse sweeps left, he muttered under his breath. Chuji nodded and rumbled into the clearing, moving far slower than he was capable of and making sure to draw attention. Shikamaru's bunshin followed behind, brandishing kunai and looking vaguely threatening. Shikamaru himself began circling the clearing quietly. The Kiri genin finally completed his jutsu and slammed his hand onto the ground, calling out, Water release, water geyser. The ground rumbled for a brief moment before a stream of water burst from the ground and shot upwards, reaching 50 feet high before it began to fall back to the ground. The third genin on the team, the sole female, was already running through her own hand signs. Chuji put on a sudden burst of speed, catching the third genin off guard as his fist slammed into her stomach, launching her backwards to slam into a tree at the edge of a clearing. The unfortunate genin didn't have time to recover or even fall to the ground before Chuji was on her again, backhanding her with his left arm and tossing her back towards the middle of the clearing. He felt a little bad about doing that to a girl, but his ninja training, and more importantly years of getting thrashed by Ino and Hinata in spars, dulled that guilt considerably. He followed after his target, leading the first Kyrie Genin separated from his teammates behind him. Kiba and Akamaru were currently darting back and forth, harassing their sword-wielding opponent. Neither had managed to land a blow, but neither had taken a blow either. Shikamaru's Bunshin was closing with the first Kyrie Genin, but the chakra-laced water was disrupting the Bunshin's form, revealing its illusory nature. The first Kyrie Genin cursed before running through a short string of hand signs and calling out, "Water release, water spear." He pulled back his right hand and a stream of water detached from the geyser, following his hand's movement. He started to thrust his hand forward towards Chuji's back, but suddenly jerked to the side as he did so, the lance impacting a tree instead of his intended target. Shadow possession, success! Shikamaru called out, alerting his teammates to the changing situation. Chuji and Kiba both grinned as they heard Shikamaru's voice. The first Genin began walking towards the ongoing battle between Kiba and the sword-wielding Genin while Chuji moved to cover his own opponent, who was currently attempting to pull herself off the ground with limited success. A kunai held to her throat put a stop to her efforts. It would be a good idea to surrender at this point, Shikamaru said lazily as he entered the clearing. He stopped walking as the shadow that was currently connected to the first Genin forked and connected to Chuji's downed opponent. Once Chuji saw that Shikamaru had his opponent captured, he moved to reinforce Kiba. The remaining Kyrie Genin settled into a defensive stance as he took in the situation. He sighed and lowered his sword slightly. "Fine, I surrender." "Good, now drop your sword and any other weapons you have and turn over your marker." The Genin slowly complied, keeping a wary eye on the Konoha ninja. Kiba and Chuji kept their distance but didn't relax from their stances. Once the Genin had dropped all of his pouches, he pointed to the third Genin. "She has the marker." Chuji moved back over to her and searched through her pouches, finally pulling out the wooden marker with the number 9 written on it. He checked it over for any illusions or traps but eventually nodded. "Got it," he told his team. "All right, here's the deal," Shikamaru said. "We're going to take most of your equipment, but you can keep your sword for self-defense. I would suggest leaving the forest now, but that's your call. If you try to follow us or if we run across you again, we'll have to take more permanent measures." "Thanks," the Kyrie Genin replied sarcastically. He watched sullenly as the Konoha team tied up his two teammates, gathered up all of their ninja tools and food supplies, and took off. "Fucking tree huggers," growled the first Genin once they had left. "We need to get our marker back," he said. "Not happening," replied the third Genin with a wince. "They could have killed us easily, and I'm not sure they were even trying that hard. The fat one hit harder than our sensei does during spars." "Yeah, we're done." "We need to get out of here," added the second Genin. "Fine. Damn it." Same day, day 1 of the second phase. 10:30 p.m. Sarutobi residence. The Hokage examined the many files spread out on his desk, thinking deeply. His mind had constantly rehashed the conversation with the Toad's contract keeper, trying to analyze the answers and evasions they had received for the hidden truth. He also recalled Jiraiya's report concerning what Gamabunta had told him about the events of the ceiling. Then too the Toad chief had stumbled over certain answers and Jiraiya, skilled spymaster that he was, had picked up on their reticence easily even if he couldn't explain it. The Toads, and the other summons, most likely, knew something about the tailed beasts that they weren't saying. The way the Toad had phrased his responses, the one known as Naruto Uzumaki, essentially correct, also pulled at his mind. He hadn't given it a great deal of thought at the time, but he found his mind drifting to those words more and a certain nagging feeling had begun to claw at him. He pulled out the report on Itachi's desertion and attempted assassination of Naruto. "Never trust your eyes," he'd said. He had been reviewing Naruto's file at the time, had been for several days according to the archive logs. They never had figured out what he'd been referring to. Sarutobi reviewed the order of events in his head. Itachi reads the file, suffers some sort of seizure or fit, says those words to the two people present in the room, somehow lures Naruto from within the Yamanaka household into the Forest of Death where he then attempts to kill him and flees Konoha. They had come up with many theories to explain Itachi's actions, jealousy, insanity, treachery, but none of them seemed to fit, and none explained his last words or the lack of any other signs prior to the event. Sighing, he turned his attention to Naruto's medical file. Shizen-chan had briefed him on the changes to Naruto's eyes and her speculation that these changes could continue, perhaps indefinitely, as the concentration of the tailed beast's chakra continued to grow within his body. She reiterated that he was suffering no ill effects from the process and that the changes were at worst cosmetic and potentially beneficial. She had been unable to explain the discrepancy in the growth pattern, however. She had initially theorized that the concentration had reached maximum saturation in his eyes and would do so in the rest of his body at some point. Even based on this additional information, she couldn't explain why or how the concentration had stopped increasing before and resumed now. Sarutobi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was certainly an odd coincidence that the increase would stop just shy of triggering visible changes. Shizen's theory about the eventual form of his eyes following the same path as the marks on his cheeks and mimicking the traits of the nine-tailed beast was a little disconcerting, even as she emphasized that this change was strictly due to the increase in chakra levels within his body and in no way indicated the tailed beast's influence. Sarutobi froze, a cold feeling settling deep into his gut. His hand slowly reached out and pulled out a report in Noichi shortly after the Kumo incident, detailing the differences in Naruto's reactions to the attempted assassination and the Kumo ninja's attack. Specifically how he found the fact that Naruto did not call upon the tailed beast's chakra encouraging and how he felt this reflected the benefits of Naruto's new situation already. Sarutobi pulled out another report, this one from a Hyuga ANBU member tasked with studying Naruto's chakra after the sudden spike in his chakra control. The ANBU had reported that the two different chakras within his body began merging in preparation for a jutsu, the process seemingly instinctual. Another report, this one from Shizune. Naruto's medical studies were progressing rapidly, his chakra control nearly perfect and his knowledge steadily growing. He did not seem bothered at all by the less pleasant aspects of surgery. He also expressed an interest in optimizing bodily functions in addition to repairing damage, and had submitted a short thesis on a potential method of increasing muscle density for Shizen's review. Another report, this one from Inoichi. Naruto continues to have difficulty sleeping and will often enter the library late at night when he finds himself unable to sleep. However, he seems to suffer no ill effects from this lack of rest. A note on the report referenced an examination performed by Shizune, who determined that the rapid healing Naruto had also greatly reduced his need for sleep. Sarutobi pulled out another report, this one containing Inoichi's original theory about Naruto's condition. I think Naruto was aware and cognizant as early as 6 months old, he had said. The cold feeling in his gut hardened into fear as he began to wonder if it might not have been even earlier than that. Same day, Day 1 of the second phase. 11:45 p.m. The Forest of Death. Niji watched their surroundings warily as Tenten finished setting up the last of the traps. Lee would be taking second watch and so had already fallen asleep in his tent. Tenten made her way to the center of the clearing and unsealed her tent, quickly setting it up with practiced ease. That was rather lucky, wasn't it? She asked idly as she worked. Niji replied absently. Both our targets starting from gates near ours. I thought we'd have a harder time of it since we had to pick new targets, but it worked out very well in the end. Do not relax your guard yet, we still have to make it to the tower. You know what I meant, Tenten snapped. My apologies. Yes, it was lucky. Sorry, Tenten said quietly after a moment. I'm just worried about the other teams. I know they have skills, we've trained with them, after all, but they're still rookies. Judging from the caliber of opponents we have seen so far, I don't think they will have any difficulty, Niji replied confidently. Tenten snorted softly. You've got a point there. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then shook her head. Good night, Niji, she said, then crawled into her tent. Good night, Tenten, Niji replied, still scanning the surroundings for any sign of trouble. He would activate his Byakugan for a few moments, then deactivate it again, trying to conserve chakra for the rest of the night. Sleep well, he muttered quietly, his eyes lingering on Tintin's tent for a moment. Chapter 24, Answer Me This. July 16th, 347 Northeast, Day 1 of the Second Phase. -6:00 AM. The Forest of Death. Akamaru sniffed around the perimeter of the campsite, pausing occasionally before continuing on his way. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Kiba continued to break down their tents and traps and seal everything away in the sealing scrolls Naruto had provided. They had to admit it definitely paid to have a budding seal master as one of their friends. They carried every tool a ninja could possibly need in triplicate each, without weighing themselves down with more than a few kunai pouches. Akamaru finally whined quietly as he moved next to Kiba, his tail drooping slightly. "Don't worry about it, Akamaru," Kiba said affectionately. "If you can't find it, then the scent isn't there." Shikamaru sighed quietly. "Troublesome, now we have to start searching the entire forest." Kiba just laughed. "We have to make up for the easy win in the first phase somehow." Same day, Day 1 of the Second Phase. -9:00 AM. "Yep, those are the markers you need." "Good job," the proctor said, smiling at Team Guy. "Yosh! Our flames of youth have made us the first team to pass the second phase of the exam." Lee cried out excitedly. The proctor coughed. "Actually, you're the second team to pass." Niji's eyebrow raised slightly. "Oh? Did Naruto and his team already pass?" "Nope, haven't seen any sign of that team, and they'd be hard to miss." "It was a team from Suna that passed already, actually. Finished in just under 7 hours. Damned if I know how, since one of their targets started clear on the other side of the forest." "I see," Niji said thoughtfully. "Yosh! I must test myself against their flames of youth," cried Lee, looking like he was ready to charge into the tower that very moment. "Save it for the exams, Lee," Tintin said drily. Same day, Day 1 of the Second Phase. -11:00 AM. "Anything she know? Sasuke?" Both of her teammates just shook their heads, and Sakura sighed. "This isn't going nearly as smoothly as I had hoped. It's one thing to fight them and fail, but we can't even find our targets to begin with." "I would not worry excessively, Sakura-san. Team 61 at least must target our team as well, so we will almost certainly encounter them at some point." "Doesn't help with Team 9, she replied sourly. Sasuke just shrugged. "We've got 2 days, and we've already covered this section of the forest. If we keep moving, we'll find them eventually." Sakura grumbled under her breath but relaxed as her teammates soothed her fears. "Fine, let's go." Same day, Day 1 of the Second Phase. -1:00 PM. The last of the Taki team crumpled to the ground under Hinata's assault. Hinata slowly relaxed, the blue glow around her hands fading as she recovered her breath. "See? Couldn't be easier," Naruto said firmly, patting Hinata on the shoulder. Hinata blushed slightly and nodded. Ino held up the wooden marker she'd pulled from one of the Taki Genin's pouches. "And here's number 50. Now we just have to get to the tower. You guys go on ahead and make sure the path is clear. I'll stick around till these guys wake up, make sure they have a chance to make it out of here safely." We could stay with you, Naruto-kun," Hinata offered. Naruto smiled at her but waved her off. "Nah, don't worry about it. You guys are much more suited to scouting than I am." Ino chimed in, pulling Hinata away from the clearing. "He'll be fine. Besides, this gives us a chance to talk without little brother overhearing. He's cool and all, but he's still a guy, you know." Hinata blushed slightly but didn't protest as Ino led her away from the clearing, though she sent the occasional worried glance towards Naruto. Kushu watched them leave with a thoughtful expression on his face. Coming up with excuses like this was a little tiresome. It would be so much simpler if Hinata was in on the secret. He didn't know her nearly as well as Ino, though, and couldn't be certain how she would react. She seemed to have a small crush on him which could possibly help, but romantic attachments were much harder to predict than familial ones. Humans made things so very complicated in those matters. Yet another area where demons clearly had a superior outlook on things. Shrugging, he set aside that line of thought and focused on the task at hand. The Taki Jinin were all tied up and unconscious at the moment, so he moved over to the closest one and slapped him awake. The Jinin looked confused and opened his mouth, but Kushu clapped his hand over the Jinin's mouth before he could say anything. These conversations get old quickly, so I'll do all the talking. Now, my former assistants were very helpful, but they didn't last very long. They found their work too demanding, it seems, a pity. Fortunately, I've made great strides since then and things should go much more smoothly with you. First things first, Kushu said. Inhaling deeply. The welcome scent of one of his brothers, Shiju, filled his senses. It was faint but clear. What do you know about Jinchuriki? He asked, letting the Jinin speak. The look of disgust that crossed the Jinin's face surprised him. That piece of trash? Why do you want to know about her? I take it the Jinchuriki is not popular? Like anyone would want to be friends with that freak. Kushu nodded, a small smile crossing his face. It seemed Suna was not the only village to mistreat their Jinchuriki, which would make recruiting or stealing her away that much easier. All the better for him. Does she complain of screaming? Does she randomly kill people? What? His face paled at Kushu's insistent glare. No screaming, not that I know of. And she wouldn't dare hit anyone, much less kill somebody. Kushu's smile grew slightly. Jiraiya had seemed certain that none of the other seals could possibly be as bad as Ryudo's had been, but it was a relief to have confirmation that at least one of his siblings had not suffered in that manner. His curiosity sated, he turned his attention to more immediate matters. Now, I need you to be honest, does this hurt? He asked, extending a spike of pure yuki from his finger and pushing it into the Jinin's chest. The Jinin's eyes widened in surprise before they furrowed in confusion. What the hell are you? The Jinin began, but was cut off by Kushu's hand. I'll take that as a no. Excellent. Now, I really would appreciate it if you kept your responses focused on the topic at hand. You'll find the entire experience far more pleasant. The Jinin's eyes widened and his breathing became harsh and shallow before he nodded rapidly. Good. Now, how does it feel? Kushu asked, removing his hand again. The Jinin gulped before replying hesitantly, it tingles, a little. Kinda like a medical jutsu. Kushu nodded thoughtfully. I see. How about now? The tingle is gone, actually. Perfect, Kushu purred, smiling. What about now? I feel a little weird. It's kinda the Jinin began to say before he began to convulse. His body began to glow blue as chakra radiated off of him, though the glow began to gradually turn purple. His eyes were wide and frantic before they rolled up into his head. Kushu nodded thoughtfully. How would you describe that sensation? He asked. The Jinin didn't reply, just shuddering occasionally on the ground. Kushu sighed before his hands began to glow green. After he healed the Jinin, he slapped him awake again. The Jinin's eyes filled with tears as he stared up at his blonde captor. Please just let me go. Kushu shook his head, adopting a sad expression. If you just answer my questions, it'll all be over soon. Now, how did that feel? Please, just let me he cut off his plea as Kushu's eyes narrowed. It felt like my chakra was exploding. Like I was trying to use a jutsu without expelling the chakra. Interesting, if that's the case, then, he trailed off before extending his yuki into the Jinin's body again. The Jinin began to scream immediately, but his voice soon cut off. Kushu grinned widely as he withdrew his hand and untied the ropes binding the Jinin. The Jinin stood up jerkily, his movements hesitant and uncoordinated. Slowly he began to walk towards the edge of the clearing, his eyes staring vacantly at nothing and his expression slack. Before he could make it to the edge of the clearing, there was a wet tearing sound and red energy poured out of his back towards Kushu. The Jinin collapsed in a bloody heap and didn't move again. Well now, that's interesting. Not sure how much use I'll get out of that, exactly, but I dare say I'll think of something. He stood and moved over to the Jonin, his hands glowing green again as he knelt next to the body. And you survived that. Well, for a few seconds, anyway. I'm impressed. Kushu turned back, eyeing the other two Jonin speculatively. Now that we've got that matter cleared up, I do believe Ino wanted a defense against Jinjutsu, amongst other alterations. Let's see what you two can come up with, shall we? Same day, day 1 of the second phase. -2:30 p.m. Near the tower. About time you got here, Ino said. You're not supposed to keep a lady waiting, much less two of them. Sorry, Ino-ne-chan. It took a while to get those Jonin back on their feet. I just hope they make it out of the forest all right. Some of those tigers looked rather vicious. Not our problem, Ino said quickly before turning to face the tower. Now, let's go turn in our markers. -3:00 p.m., day 1 of the second phase. Inside the tower. I can't believe Tenten's team beat us here. We could have made it a lot faster if you hadn't wasted so much time, Ino grumbled as she stretched out on her bed. They had been assigned a room on the 3rd floor of the tower and had to wait until the second phase of the exam ended before they could head back to Konoha. The room itself was fairly plain, but it contained 3 beds that were reasonably comfortable and an attached bathroom with a shower. Ino had let Hinata take the first shower so she would have a chance to talk with Naruto. I wouldn't say I wasted my time, Naruto said smugly. Here, give me your hand. Ino stretched out her hand and Naruto held it with his own. She waited a few seconds for him to do something, but didn't feel anything. Well? Exactly, Naruto said, his voice still smug. Ino's eyes widened when red tendrils of energy began curling off her own arm. Pure Yuki? She asked, waving her other hand through the tendrils. Yep, completely harmless if I twist it the right way. Or I could do something like this, he said. Ino gasped as a warm feeling flowed down her arm and spread throughout her body. That feels good, she said. So I'm told. This is much faster than using individual healing techniques, though I certainly wouldn't be able to explain what I'm doing to anyone else. Ino frowned slightly. What did you do to the Jonin teams to figure this out? She asked quietly. Naruto paused for a moment. Do you really want to know? Ino swallowed thickly. Naruto's response pretty much answered her question. Just don't do anything to allies, all right? Of course. Why do you think I have waited so long? Ino nodded shakily. What else did you figure out? Well, I've gotten started on making improvements to other people, although I still need a lot more work before I'd be willing to try it on you. I can also take control of someone else's body if I need to, though I still have the same range problem as always. I see, is that what the vibration is? No. Still have no idea what the vibration is or does, but this isn't related to it. I never observed the chakra vibrating with the other Jonin at any point, nor is it vibrating with you. I'm starting to think it does have something to do with this body in particular, rather than simply being a normal reaction between Yuki and chakra. Huh. You don't have any bloodlines, do you? Not that I'm aware of. Certainly nothing like what I have observed among the other clans. To my knowledge, neither of my biological parents had a bloodline either. And you still can't use chakra by itself? In response, Naruto just held up his hand, a ball of purplish energy forming in it. The purple tinge slowly faded until it was nearly a solid blue, but the ball began to warp and dim and eventually faded entirely before it became pure chakra. That would be a no, he said drily. Well, what's unique to you, then? Ino asked, glad to have a topic of conversation to distract her from the images her mind was conjuring up about the fate of those Jonin. She knew that Naruto didn't care about other human beings in general any more than she worried about the fate of ants beneath her feet, but that didn't mean she personally was quite so matter-of-fact about it. Quite a lot, apparently. I know of no other person with either Namikaze or Uzumaki blood, nor do I know of another Jinchuriki in my situation. The Death God seal is also limited to me alone. Any or all of those things could be contributing to this reaction. Ino frowned, thinking about the points he had just listed off. Yeah, it's kinda hard to narrow something down from all of that. Still, are you sure that's everything? If you come up with any ideas, I'm listening, Naruto said, moving away to stretch out on his own bed, but Hinata just turned the water off, so we'll have to talk another time. Same day, day 2 of the second phase. 4:00 p.m. Akamaru's excited bark had the whole team stopping in their tracks and looking towards the small dog in anticipation. You got him, Akamaru? Kiba asked, receiving another bark in return. Great work! He turned to face Shikamaru and Shuji. They headed south, following the river towards the tower. Then we go south. Same day, day 2 of the second phase. 4:30 p.m. What do you think, guys? Sakura said, watching from high in the branches of a tree as the AIM team took a break, refilling their canteens from the river and pulling out ration bars from their packs. They are not our targets, but we have yet to find either of our own. Perhaps another team's marker could prove useful as a bargaining chip. We can take them, Sasuke said confidently. We need something or we're going to fail. We can even try to change the number on a marker using a Jinjutsu if we can't find our targets before time runs out. We are unlikely to deceive a proctor with such a tactic, Shino pointed out. Sasuke glared at him before nodding towards Sakura, who appeared rather worried. Shino sighed quietly and inclined his head slightly towards Sasuke. Nonetheless, it is possible. Sakura nodded slowly. Alright, so we're agreed then? We'll take this team out and hold onto their marker? Shino and Sasuke both nodded. How are we going to attack, then? We did just spend the last month perfecting a new Jinjutsu combination, Sasuke said, smirking. Sakura brightened and nodded firmly. Same day, day 2 of the second phase. 6:00 p.m. Shikamaru sighed quietly as he took in Team 47's current state. They had finally located the AIM team they had been searching for the last 12 hours, but someone else had gotten to them first. Even though all of the AIM genin were unconscious, their wounds had been bandaged and they were tucked into the shelter of a small hollow beneath a tree. Most importantly, their marker was gone. Kiba began swearing loudly in response to Akamaru's bark, drawing Shikamaru's and Shuji's attention. What is it? It was Sakura, Sasuke, and Shino, Kiba growled. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. If we're after the same team, only one of us can pass. No shit. Kiba snapped before he resumed cursing loudly. Well, they don't necessarily need Team 47's marker. They could have taken it as a bargaining chip in case another team has the marker they need. Kiba considered that thought for a moment, nodding. Maybe, yeah. Chuji decided to interrupt at this point. Shouldn't we go after them, in that case? Shikamaru and Kiba both nodded in response, and Kiba turned back to his canine companion. Alright Akamaru, find Team Kurenai. Same day, day 2 of the second phase. 9:00 p.m. Mike and Kaichu have finally found the scent trail for Team 61. They seem to be circling the tower. Alright. Things are finally looking up, Sakura cheered. How far away are they? We should be able to catch up to them in 30 minutes, perhaps less. We should take them out tonight, that way we can focus on finding the last marker we need tomorrow, Sasuke said. His teammates nodded in agreement. 30 minutes later they were surveying the camp Team 61 had set up as they settled down for the night. Sasuke's Sharingan was activated as he studied the area. They've set up traps around the perimeter, but they're pretty basic. They have a couple of decoy traps, but nothing we wouldn't have noticed anyway. Mike and Kaichu report 2 genin within the tents while a third is hidden in the trees on the east side of the clearing. Sakura nodded. Shino takes out the guard, then Sasuke and I take out the ones in the tents, she suggested. Sasuke and Shino both nodded in agreement. Shino sent a swarm of bugs towards the genin in the trees. They latched on slowly, only a few at first, and began siphoning off the guard's chakra. After a few minutes the Jonin blinked his eyes tiredly and rubbed his face, trying to stay awake. A few minutes later, as his chakra reserves waned, he passed out completely, never realizing the reason for his sudden fatigue. The Jonin fell out of the tree as he lost consciousness, but Shino quickly caught him and lowered him safely to the ground. It was a fellow Konoha, after all, no need to let him die. Sasuke and Sakura slowly and stealthily approached the tents, easily avoiding the simplistic traps that guarded the clearing. Sasuke kept his Sharingan activated as he approached, which saved both his life and Sakura's, as the sudden flash of chakra from within the tent was the only warning he had. He dove backwards, tackling Sakura to the ground just before the exploding tag within the tent went off, consuming the tents and engulfing the middle of the clearing in a loud explosion. He yelled in pain as shrapnel peppered his legs and back, but he had Sakura completely covered and they both managed to avoid the worst of the blast. Sakura shoved him to the side, her kunai blurring as she deflected several kunai that were flying towards them. "Wait! We're Konoha," she called out, desperately blocking as even more kunai were launched towards her. The onslaught paused for a moment and she could make out cursing from the distance. Two figures entered the clearing, kunai held warily in front of them. The Jonin were much older than her own team, maybe 17 or 18 by the looks of them. "What the hell are the rookies doing here?" one of them asked. "You're one of our targets," Sakura said quickly. "We weren't going to kill you, just knock you out and take the marker." She turned towards Sasuke, rolling him onto his stomach and examining the wounds on his back. "Yeah, that worked out real well for you, didn't it?" the other said snidely. "Why don't you get the hell out of here? We sure as hell aren't going to give you our marker." "Wait," his teammate said, "what team number are you?" Sakura hesitated, looking nervous. "It doesn't matter," she answered finally. "I'll just leave, I need to take care of my teammate." Sasuke was beginning to look a little pale, and the amount of blood pouring off his back looked bad. "You're Team 70, aren't you?" the Jonin asked, ignoring Sakura's concern. "No, we're not," Sakura replied, too quickly. The older Jonin smirked. "Either way, you might as well leave your marker with us. It's not going to do you any good, since you won't be getting ours. You can look after your teammate after that." The two Jonin began to advance on Sakura and Sasuke, but suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. "What the dash?" one said thickly, the words coming out slowly and slurred. His eyes widened as he saw the rookie's forms dissolve into cherry petals before he lost consciousness entirely. "Good work, Sakura," Sasuke said quietly, wincing slightly. "It wasn't that hard," she said dismissively. "Their kawarimi may be fast, but they gave their positions away before they even launched the first kunai. Hitting them before they could attack was easy compared to what Kurenai-sensei makes us do. Now hold still, I need to get this shrapnel out before I seal up the wounds." "Ow! Quit whining. You could be a little more appreciative, you know," Sasuke complained. "I did protect you from an exploding tag. And I am properly impressed with your chivalrous impulses, even if you did interrupt my kawarimi." "Oh. Sorry," he said quietly. Sakura's voice softened as she continued her work. "I really do appreciate it, but you need to trust us to take care of ourselves a little more. You don't have to do everything yourself." "Sakura-san is correct, Sasuke-san," Shino said quietly as he searched through the other teams belonging for their marker. "You need to have more trust in your teammates, not only for our sakes but for your own as well." "I'm trying," Sasuke said, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Same day. 10:00 p.m. Sarutobi Compound. The cloud of smoke cleared to reveal the Monkey King Enma, who slowly straightened from his crouch as he realized he was in Sarutobi's personal office. "Hiruzen," he asked curiously. "You seem to be summoning me quite often these days." He paused to take in his old friend's appearance, his fur-covered face crinkling in concern. Sarutobi's eyes had dark shadows under them, and his face looked tired. He was currently sitting at his desk, which had files spread across it haphazardly. Naruto's picture featured prominently in most of them. "Unfortunately, this isn't a friendly chat, Enma. I need to ask you some questions." Of course, old friend. What do you know about the nine-tailed beast? Enma's face saddened and he shook his head slowly. I can't answer that question. Damn it! Sarutobi roared, slamming his fist onto the table. Why not? I can't answer that question. Sarutobi growled softly, but he reined in his emotions and called on his long experience as both a ninja and Hokage to help him pull what information he could from the Monkey King. Alright, fine. You are not allowed to answer questions on certain matters. Can you answer questions about whether topics touch on those matters? Enma paused, thinking deeply. To a certain extent, he finally replied. Are you allowed to answer any questions related to the tailed beasts? No. Do you withhold this information of your own volition? No. Is there some form of penalty assessed to you or your tribe should you answer such questions? Yes. Is there a contract or treaty that outlines your limitations and the penalties for crossing them? I can't answer that question. That would be a yes, then, the Hokage said smugly. Enma smiled slightly, nodding respectfully at Sarutobi even as he repeated his non-answer. Sarutobi sat back, thinking about how to phrase his next questions. They hadn't yet approached the real purpose for this discussion, but he needed to establish as much context as he could. What do you know about the Death God? I can't answer that question. Sarutobi blinked. He hadn't actually expected that response. The Death God is involved in the contract? No, never mind, you can't answer, he said bitterly. What do you know about the practice of sealing tailed beasts into human beings? He asked next. Ninja first attempted sealing roughly 115 years ago, Enma began. That's enough, you can answer that question. Where did the idea for the summoning contracts come from? I can't answer that question. Why is the knowledge that the summoned tribes live in a separate realm from the human realm hidden? I can't answer that question. How did the summons make contact with the human realm before the contracts were created? I can't answer that question. When was the first time any summons made contact with a human being? Roughly 3,400 years ago, Enma replied, happy to have a question he could finally answer. Sarutobi's eyes widened. That went well beyond any recorded history he had ever seen. You're that old? He asked, stunned. I am not. Neither myself nor my tribe were the first to make contact, but the tribes exchange information and we know a great deal about the activities of the others. Sarutobi nodded, fascinated. The scholar in him clamored to ask Enma questions about the history of humanity, but he forced it down to focus on the matter at hand. He could sate his curiosity another time. How did you, or this other tribe, enter the human realm at that time? Enma sighed. I can't answer that question. So the knowledge of how to travel the realms is tied into this mysterious contract or treaty and the tailed beasts. And the Death God is involved somehow, Sarutobi mused quietly. Does the summoning contract contain any information related to the reason you are unable to answer my questions? It took Enma nearly a minute of deep thought, but he finally replied, not directly. Something separate from the contracts we signed, then. Are there realms other than the human realm and the summon realm? I can't answer that question. Of course not, Sarutobi sighed. He wanted to ask other questions, but the one question he was afraid to ask burned deeply in his mind and he decided to finally move the conversation on towards the real purpose for this visit. What do you know about Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast? He asked. Enma's face grew grim as he replied, to the best of my knowledge, Gaara is a Jonin from Suna, the third-born child of that village's leader. Due to the nature of his seal, he has never slept and suffers from what you humans refer to as mental problems. His team recently contacted you for assistance in dealing with his seal, a matter we discussed not so long ago. Sarutobi nodded slowly. He swallowed thickly and forced himself to speak his next words despite the anxiety that gripped his heart. What do you know about Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast? Enma's face could have been carved from stone as he replied, I can't answer that question. Sarutobi's head bowed and tears began to flow down his cheeks. Is Gaara the one-tailed beast? He asked, his voice thick. No. Sarutobi could barely force the words from his throat. Is Naruto the nine-tailed beast? I can't answer that question. Sarutobi was silent for several minutes as his body shook. His hands covered his face, but Enma felt uncomfortable witnessing this moment all the same. The Hokage finally drew in a shuddering breath and wiped his hands over his face. When he finally looked up, his face a stone mask, far colder than Enma had ever seen it outside of battle. Thank you for your time, Enma, he said, his voice even. Enma just nodded sadly. Before I go, Hiruzen, please listen to one last piece of advice. The matter I cannot speak of is far, far more dangerous than you can ever imagine. Be very careful, old friend. July 17th, 347 Northeast, Day 2 of the second phase. 7:00 a.m. A loud bark made Team Karina tense as they turned their attention to the edge of the clearing. Standing in the open was Team Makoto, Kiba grinning at them while Akamaru continued to bark happily. Chuji smiled and waved, and even Shikamaru managed to move his arms slightly in his own approximation of a greeting. Team Karina didn't relax entirely as they checked for illusions or any signs of a trick. Relax guys, sheesh. You aren't one of our targets. That's assuming you are who you look like, Sasuke said, his Sharingan flaring to life. Well, it's not a jutsu, he said finally. He smirked for a moment, then called out, why did I kick Kiba's ass just after we graduated? Ignoring Kiba's indignant shout, Shikamaru replied, because of the bet he made with the troublesome blonde. Shino turned to Sasuke and asked, was your Sharingan not sufficient to confirm their identity? It was. I just can't pass up an opportunity to make fun of Kiba, Sasuke said quietly. Sakura coughed suspiciously as she covered her mouth and turned away from Team Makoto, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. I heard that, asshole. Kiba yelled, stalking into the clearing. So what are you guys here for? I assume you aren't here just to chat, Sakura said, interrupting Kiba's advance. Nope, Shikamaru said, lazily strolling into the clearing. We were tracking our last target when we found them knocked out near the river. Then we found out you guys had made off with their marker. Ah, Team 47? Sakura asked, wincing. Yep. That's not one of your targets, is it? Sakura looked to Shino and Sasuke, who both just shrugged, letting her take the lead on this one. It's not, she admitted, turning back to Shikamaru, but we still don't have the last marker we need. Ah, bargaining chip. Not a bad idea, Shikamaru said musingly. How about this, then? We'll help you track down and capture your last marker in exchange for Team 47's marker. We've still got 32 hours left in the second phase, we should have plenty of time to help you out and still pass. Sakura looked to her teammates who both nodded in acceptance. That sounds like a deal, she said. We'll turn over Team 47's marker once you help us find Team 9's marker. Shikamaru froze. 9? He asked. Yeah, Sakura replied. The other marker you need is Team 9, he said again. Yes, it is, Sakura reiterated. Why? Troublesome. Same day. 11:00 a.m. Tenzakugai. There's a large, very successful casino that operates within the town of Tenzakugai known as the Evergreen Palace. This casino has a reputation for impeccable service, attractive employees, high-stakes games, and, most importantly, discretion. Within this casino there are many different sections, some open to the public, some restricted from the public, and some the public doesn't even know exist. In one of these unknown sections there is a private meeting room, reserved for a certain type of client who might encounter problems of the legal kind if they were to show their face in public. This room was currently occupied by 3 people. The first was Jiro Sawada, a man of medium height and weight dressed in an expensive and ostentatious suit. His brown hair was slicked back and his face was kept clean-shaven. His face wasn't exactly handsome, but his square jaw and tan skin suited him well. The other 2 occupants of the room were both tall, though no other physical features were discernible. Both were covered in black cloaks and masks that hid all of their features from view. The only remarkable trait about them was the sword one carried strapped across their back. Judging by the scabbard, the curved blade was nearly 4 feet long and the hilt added another foot to that length. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Sword-sama," Jiro said. "You paid us very well simply to show up at all," Sword replied. Sword's voice was distorted heavily and masked the gender or even age of its owner, though it was still understandable. "I hope for your sake this isn't a trap. It would not go well for you." "Of course not," Jiro protested nervously. "My clients simply understand how valuable your time is and wish to demonstrate how serious they were." "1,000,000 Ryo is certainly serious," the other figure replied, their voice similarly distorted. "Indeed it is, Hammer-sama. I hope you will keep that in mind as we discuss the particulars of the mission." "We haven't accepted yet," Sword replied, amusement clear despite the distortion. "Of course," Jiro said smoothly, his voice more certain now that the conversation was returning to the familiar realm of negotiations. "However, I think you will find the payment to be more than generous for the mission that my clients are requesting." "We're listening," Sword replied finally. "Thank you, Sword-sama. As I'm sure you are aware, the Chunin exams are being held in Konoha this year, with the third phase scheduled to begin on August 1st. My clients have discovered certain information that indicates the event will be disrupted and security will be quite distracted dealing with it. They wish you to take advantage of this situation in order to obtain something for them. Or should I say, someone. You think something is going to happen in Konoha?" "Oh no, my clients are quite certain of their knowledge. Should they be mistaken, you may of course call off the mission with no penalties of any kind, though you will of course not receive any payment either." "What is the nature of this disruption?" "My clients did not specify, nor did I ask." "Safer for everyone that way. Where will security be focused?" "The Fire Lord himself will be in attendance, and quite a few members of his court as well. If this mission has anything to do with them, the disruption might make things worse, not better. The target is not related to the Fire Lord or his court in any fashion, so do not worry about that. Even I wouldn't dare touch something like that." "Who is the target then?" "Technically there are multiple targets you can choose from, and my clients are willing to pay 5,000,000 Ryo each if they are delivered alive and reasonably unharmed." The clients indicated that only one target should be offered per freelancer, but since you are a duo you may select 2. "Fine, targets," Hammer said impatiently. Jiro reached for the briefcase at his hand, making sure to keep his hands visible and moving slowly. He pulled out 5 folders, flipping through them quickly to confirm their contents before placing them one at a time on the table. "Hyuga, Hinata, Hyuga, Hanabi, Uchiha, Sasuke, Uchiha, Satomi, Uchiha, Katsune," he said as he placed each one on the table. "Each of these are worth 5,000,000 Ryo." He reached into his briefcase again, pulling out 2 more folders. "There's more?" Sword said incredulously. Konoha would go to war over those 5 alone. Indeed, the Kumo incident demonstrated quite clearly how Konoha will react when its children are threatened. Nonetheless, my clients believe that this will be an unparalleled opportunity to acquire the Byakugan or the Sharingan and are willing to take the risk. "What are the other 2 folders, then?" Hammer asked. "Ah, well, these are special. I am making these available to you because of your impeccable reputation in our line of work. Never failing a mission makes people take notice. Whereas the other 5 are worth 5,000,000 Ryo each, these 2 are worth considerably more," Jiro said dramatically, flourishing the folders. "The first is worth 25,000,000 by itself, while the second is worth 100,000,000 Ryo." Sword and Hammer both stiffened visibly, causing Jiro to smirk. "Yes," he said smoothly, "a considerable amount of money indeed." He flipped through the folders quickly, then laid them on the table, keeping them separate from the others. "I understand the value of the bloodlines, but I personally can't claim to understand why these 2 would be so valuable. Nonetheless, my clients wish to make the offer and I will facilitate it to the best of my abilities." He flipped open the first file. "Mitarashi, Anko," he said. Sword and Hammer exchanged confused glances. Yes, I don't understand it either. A Tokubetsu Jounin with no bloodline or special skills beyond the ability to summon snakes, and she doesn't even possess the contract. This one makes just as little sense, he said, flipping open the second file. Yamanaka, Naruto. He heard the creak of a chair and the rustle of cloth and glanced up from the file quickly. Hammer had a hand on Sword's shoulder, but he couldn't see anything else amiss. Shrugging slightly, he continued, hailed as one of the rising stars of Konoha, he was adopted by the Yamanaka clan head sometime between the age of 4 and 5. There are rumors that he is actually the bastard child of the clan head himself, or perhaps another member of the Yamanaka clan, though no one can prove it. The information we have available shows no evidence of a bloodline, Yamanaka or otherwise. Feel free to peruse the information as you see fit. Just keep in mind that you may only select 2, the others will be offered to other freelancers and you will not be paid even should you return with the other targets. We like to keep things organized. Hammer shared a brief glance with Sword before replying, we'll take Mitarashi and Yamanaka. Excellent, Jiro said, removing the other files from the table. You may keep those files for your own use. Now that our business is concluded, I would like to remind you that we have reserved a pair of rooms for your use for the night. This private room is yours to use as you see fit for the remainder of the evening, and all food and drinks are, as always, complimentary for our clients. You will also find private gambling rooms should you wish to put your money to good use. With that, he gathered up his briefcase and left the room, smiling and bowing as he closed the door behind him. Why didn't you let me in him? Hissed Kushina, throwing off Tsunade's hand. Tsunade motioned her to silence and pulled out a few seals from under her cloak, slapping them down on the floor in a rough square and activating them to form a privacy barrier. The room they were in supposedly had privacy tags built in, and while she admitted that was likely, she also had no doubt their business partners had ways to get around them should they want to. Once she had finished her work, she turned back to Kushina. Because he most likely doesn't actually know who these clients are, or even how many there are. And also because I'd rather not have to worry about the Eastern Dragons coming after us. We aren't the only freelancers they employ, and they can be incredibly vindictive when someone crosses them. Someone is trying to kidnap Naruto. Kushina snapped, beginning to pace about the room angrily. Yes, we are. And if someone else should try anyway, we know both where and when the attempt will happen. Kushina slowly calmed and nodded. What concerns me, Tsunade continued, is this disruption during the exams. The only thing that would allow someone to get away with kidnapping Hyuga and Uchiha children would be a disaster on the scale of the tailed beast's attack, and I'm not sure even that would stop them from tracking Naruto down. These clients must know he's a Jinchuriki, nothing else justifies that amount of money. Which means whoever is doing this either thinks they can get away with it or doesn't care, neither option is a good one. Why should I care what happens to Konoha? Kushina asked bitterly. Tsunade sighed. Because something that bad could threaten Naruto's life. Or Shizun's. Or anyone else we happen to still care about. And don't forget that Naruto has a lot of friends in Konoha. Losing some of them in an attack we knew about and did nothing to prevent would not make him think well of us. Kushina's head rocked back as if she'd been physically slapped. She paced around the room for a few minutes before she nodded slowly. For Naruto. All right. How are we going to warn them? Tsunade relaxed. Just leave that one to me. With any luck we may be able to turn this to our advantage. Chapter 25, Moving Forward. July 17th, 347 Northeast, Day 2 of the Second Phase. -1:00 p.m. The Forest of Death. You sure about this, Shika? Kiba asked quietly. No, Shikamaru confessed. Dude, what the hell? This hinges on my own interpretation of the rules, and the proctor could interpret them differently. What I am sure of is that if this fails, Team Karina won't just abandon us. Kiba grumbled, but nodded in agreement. There was no way Sakura and the others would just leave them out to dry. Sasuke approached the proctor confidently, 3 wooden markers held loosely in his hand. He stopped a few feet away from the proctor, who was leaning against the side of the tower near the large wooden doors with a bored expression on his face. "Markers," the proctor said, holding out his hand. Sasuke shook his head and held them up in the air. "Here they are," he said. The proctor scowled. "Nice try, Jonin. Now hand them over so I can check them." "Nothing in the rules says that we have to physically give them to you, and if I'm good enough to fool a Chunin from 5 feet away, I guess I deserve to pass anyway," Sasuke said, smirking. The proctor straightened from the wall and slowly approached Sasuke, his face darkening. Sasuke's smirk faltered and his body tensed as he took in the ugly expression on the Chunin's face. "Listen here, Uchiha," the Chunin spat, "I don't care how good you think you are because as far as I'm concerned, you're scum. Just like Fugaku, just like your crazy brother, just like the rest of your traitorous little clan. Now you can hand over those markers and I'll consider letting you pass, or I can fail your worthless ass right now for disobeying a proctor." Sasuke's entire body was quivering with fury and the only thing that kept him from attacking the proctor were Shino and Sakura's restraining hands. Shino's expression was hidden by his trenchcoat and sunglasses, but the loud buzzing of his insects betrayed his agitation. Sakura's face was openly angry and she was returning the proctor's glare with one of her own, though he paid no attention to her. Shikamaru cursed quietly as he watched the scene. He hadn't counted on the proctor on duty being one of the idiots who harbored a grudge against the Uchiha. This could ruin his plan and end up getting either or both of their teams failed. The standoff continued for a few tense seconds before a loud, piercing whistle sounded from the doorway to the tower. Anko Mitarashi walked out from the tower, moving in a slow saunter with a sadistic grin fixed on her face. Only those who knew her well would be able to detect the underlying anger in her expression. "What seems to be the problem here, slave?" The Chunin's face twisted further before he fixed it back into a neutral expression. "No problem, Mitarashi-san. This Jonin was trying to circumvent the rules of the exam by refusing to turn in the markers for inspection. I simply informed him that continued refusal to do so would result in failing the exam." "Ah. I see," Anko replied slowly. "And you, as a Chunin, can't tell whether they're using a Jinjutsu or have otherwise faked a marker that's right in front of your face?" The Chunin's face twisted into a sneer before it quickly returned to its neutral expression. "Of course I dash," he started to reply. "Then you are willfully choosing not to fulfill your mission as assigned to you. You are hereby relieved of duty, and I will be bringing up your actions with the Chunin commanders when this phase is complete. Now I suggest you get the hell out of here before I decide to discipline you myself," Anko said, her voice harsh. The sadistic leer on her face had deepened and she was fingering her kunai, making it clear just which option she would prefer. The Chunin's face was turning purple in rage, but he stiffly turned and left in a quick shunshin rather than saying anything further. Team Kurenai stared at the Tokubetsu Jounin in shock. It wasn't often they witnessed a ninja get put in their place like that. Anko moved closer, still fingering her kunai. She leaned in to get a closer look at the markers, her trenchcoat gaping open and her tight mesh bodysuit doing interesting things to her anatomy. Despite themselves, all of the Jonin found their eyes straying, their reactions varying between appreciative and envious. Anko smirked and whirled around as she began sauntering back towards the tower. "Not bad, brats, not bad. Most teams wouldn't have thought of trying that at all, or would have folded quickly. I would choose your targets more carefully before you take jabs at their pride next time, though. Now tell the idiots in the trees to get over here and present their own markers. I haven't got all day." July 18th, 347 Northeast, Day 3 of the second phase. 3:00 a.m. Inside the tower. Gaara walked down the sand-covered street slowly, taking in the sight of the village as he did so. The citizens of Suna gave him a wide berth, scattering as he approached and talking in quiet, fearful whispers behind his back. Temari and Kankuro were still beside him, however, their presence a soothing constant as he moved through the village. He blinked in confusion as he suddenly found the street completely empty. All the people who had been avoiding him before had simply vanished without a trace. He turned to ask Temari what was going on, but found that both his siblings had disappeared as well. He could make out a distant noise that sounded vaguely like shouting and cheering, so he moved in that direction. He saw a large number of people, enough to be the entire population of the village, gathering outside the walls that protected Suna. The crowd still parted as he approached, but their fearful expressions had turned into gloating smirks and smug grins. They laughed quietly to themselves as he passed, sounding happy and pleased. As he neared the center of the crowd, he could make out a raised platform and saw the Kazekage standing at the front of it. The Kazekage motioned for silence and began to speak even as Gaara drew closer. People of Suna, for too long have we allowed this blight to go unchecked, for too long have we turned a blind eye to the corruption within this very village. That ends today, he shouted, and the crowd cheered him. It pains me, the Kazekage continued once the noise died down, it truly pains me that my own family has fallen victim to this abomination, he declared, causing Gaara to flinch slightly as the Kazekage's gaze focused on him, but I shall endure and do what I must to protect this village, no matter the cost. The crowd roared its approval, and the Kazekage stepped back, pulling a long blade from under his robes. As Gaara reached the front of the crowd, the rest of the platform became visible and he stopped in shock. Bound and kneeling at the back of the platform were Temari and Kankuro. Both looked like they had been beaten repeatedly, bruises and blood discoloring their features. Their eyes were dull and lifeless as they watched the Kazekage approach. Their heads shifted slightly as they caught sight of Gaara, and their eyes widened. The Kazekage raised the sword, pausing dramatically even as the crowd's cries reached a fever pitch. "It's your fault," Temari choked out quietly, tears pouring down her face. "It's your fault," echoed Kankuro. The blade fell. Gaara screamed as he sat up, his hands stretching out desperately. Sand swirled around him, whipping this way and that in reaction to his distress. He paused, panting, as he took in his surroundings. Endless desert stretched in every direction, the sun beating down upon him heavily. The heat wasn't terrible though, in fact it was oddly mild. His brow furrowed in confusion. He recognized this, or at least thought he did. He had seen the other Jinchuriki in a place like this, and also that odd ball of chakra, the one-tailed beast, if the other boy was to be believed. Where were Temari and Kankuro? Where was the raised platform and the Kazekage? Where was the crowd of villagers? Was that a dream? Was that what people saw when they slept? That wasn't restful, or relaxing, or pleasant, or anything like what people claimed, that was horrible. "Ahem," a voice said from behind him. He jumped to his feet and whipped around, the sand already lashing out to attack whoever had snuck up on him. When the sand approached the other figure, however, it just swirled around him gently before settling to the ground. "Now is that any way to treat your fellow prisoner?" the figure said. Gaara paused, letting the sand drop back to the ground and studying the figure. It was like looking in a mirror, almost. While the other person resembled him greatly, there were several small changes. Where Gaara himself had green eyes, the other person had golden eyes, and where Gaara had deep red hair, the figure had dark blonde hair. Their clothing also differed. The other figure was wearing civilian clothing of loose-fitting black pants and a white long-sleeve shirt in contrast to his own uniform. "Who are you?" Gaara asked warily. "As I said, a fellow prisoner." "Surely you can figure it out from there," the other him said. Gaara frowned for a moment before his eyes widened. The one-tailed beast. Such a terrible name. I mean, really, beast? You humans have more creative names for your pets. I don't understand. You're supposed to be a giant raccoon dog made of sand. Or that mass of energy, he added, remembering what he had seen a few days ago. Well, I could be, if I wanted, but that makes it rather difficult to talk properly. You're also supposed to be a creature of malice and hatred who tried to destroy all of humanity. And who told you that, I wonder? The same people who just tried to execute your siblings and cheered at their deaths in your dream? Gaara nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. Clearly. They are wrong about a great many things. Indeed they are. For instance, I have a name, Ryudo, the Flowing Earth. I'm quite fond of it. My siblings gave it to me, after all. Your siblings? Yes, I have brothers and sisters just as you do. I must say, I'm happy to see that my fellow prisoner understands the importance of family, not sure what I would have done if you didn't. Why do you keep referring to me as a prisoner? You are the one trapped in the seal, Gaara pointed out. Maybe so, Ryudo said cheerfully, but you are trapped by your status as a Jinchuriki. And we both suffered, Ryudo said, his happy tone dropping considerably and a shadow crossing his face, simply because others did not understand us. You did try to destroy the village, Gaara pointed out. Again, according to whom? Your village didn't even exist the first time I was sealed, so how exactly did I attempt to destroy them? Not to mention that I was sealed in a completely different part of the world. No, they haven't kept me prisoner out of some sense of justice or as some form of punishment. They wanted my power, pure and simple, and they made you suffer because of it. Gaara frowned. He thought about refuting the accusation for a moment but pushed aside that reflex. Ryudo's words felt far more honest and accurate than anything the Kazekage had ever told him. Only Temari and Kankuro, and Baki, he admitted grudgingly, had ever treated him as anything other than the vessel of Ryudo's power. And now, my dear fellow prisoner, the tables have turned. We don't have to suffer any longer, nor are we alone. We have our siblings, and we have each other. Gaara eyed Ryudo for a moment, then smiled slightly. True. I am not the only one who has suffered, he said, remembering the other Jinchuriki's words. Exactly. Ryudo cried. And so, my friend, I propose a jailbreak. You want me to release you? Gaara asked shrilly. Well, eventually, that is the idea, yes. However, as things stand now, I have no idea how to accomplish such a thing without killing you in the process. I have a certain level of sympathy for your plight, and given the recently improved conditions, I am willing to be patient, for now. What I had in mind was helping you fight back against your own jailers. I have a rough idea of what you've gone through, and I can tell you right now that you will never have to endure such treatment again, and neither will your siblings. I'll be honest and say that revenge also features heavily in my plans, Ryudo added, his grin turning vicious and the sand around his feet churning wildly. Gaara pondered the idea for a minute. Finally, he replied, What did you have in mind? Ryudo clapped his hands excitedly. Well, first, it might be a good idea to have a chat with that other Jinchuriki. Same day. 7:00 a.m. Inside the tower. Gaara slowly came awake, his awareness finally returning to the real world for the first time in days. He felt very strange and disoriented, and he felt like something was missing. It took him nearly a minute of blearily blinking his eyes and adjusting to the light streaming in from the window before he realized that he didn't feel tired. A smile came unbidden to his face as he focused on that thought. Sleep, blissful, restful sleep. Even that nightmare couldn't dull the joy he felt in this moment. He had slept. He was rested. It was wonderful. His thoughts turned to his fellow prisoner and he began to wonder if that had actually been real. It could have been another dream, although it felt very different from that nightmare he had experienced just prior to it. No. If his conversation with Ryudo wasn't real, then neither was his meeting with the other Jinchuriki, and that had actually happened, he was sure. Allowing his focus to turn outward once again, he heard the sound of soft breathing to his left and looked over. There he saw his sister sitting in a chair, her head resting on her arms on the edge of his bed as she slept. Even as he looked, she began to stir, raising her head slowly and rubbing at her eyes. She froze when she caught sight of him looking at her, a small smile on his face. They stayed like that for a while, just watching each other, before tears began to well into Mari's eyes. I'm sorry, Gaara said. He wanted to say more, apologize for all the times he had rejected their concern and advice, all the times he had threatened to kill them, all the times he had failed to be the brother they deserved, but Temari had pulled him into a hug and was holding him tightly, tight enough that it was actually difficult to breathe. His eyes widened in panic as he thought about the sand that had always protected lashing out and hurting her, but his sand didn't so much as twitch. He could feel it, the connection clearer and stronger than ever, but there was no instinctive reaction when Temari got close to him. He wasn't certain if the automatic defense he had come to rely on had vanished completely, but as he hesitantly began to return the hug he thought that even if it had, it was worth it. Same day. 3:30 p.m. Inside the tower, arena. The arena inside the tower was commonly used for a portion of the Jonin trials that were held each year as its location guaranteed privacy. Most Jonin had at least one technique they would prefer to keep as unknown as possible, and holding the exams in this remote location helped make sure of that. The arena itself was a large, rectangular area several hundred feet across. Large, thick stone walls surrounded the arena, interrupted on one side by a single staircase that led to the balcony surrounding the entire arena, and on the other by a large statue of a pair of hands forming the ram symbol, the most common hand sign used to channel pure chakra. The floor in front of the statue was raised slightly, and the wall behind the statue was occupied by an enormous screen. 18 genin representing 6 teams from 3 different villages were lined up on the floor of the arena, standing stiffly at attention as they watched Anko pace back and forth in front of them, muttering to herself and constantly checking her watch. The other proctors and the Jonin instructors of the various teams were spread out on the raised area of the floor, waiting just as impatiently as Anko, though they hid their agitation better. Just before the end of the second phase officially arrived, the Hokage himself stepped into the room and made his way to stand behind Anko. His gaze swept over the genin assembled in the room, all of whom stiffened slightly as his gaze focused on them. Regardless of whether they were from Konoha or not, they felt a little intimidated knowing they were being judged by one of the most powerful and accomplished ninja to have ever lived. The Hokage's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment longer than the others, but the Hokage's expression didn't change and he quickly moved on. "And that's time," declared Anko to the gathered genin. "Congratulations on passing the second phase of the exams. I must say that I didn't actually expect this many teams to pass the second phase, but that just means the spectators get a better show come the third phase. This also ends my part in the proceedings, so I will turn the floor over to Hokage-sama, who would like to say a few words," Anko said, her tone sounding respectful and serious for the first time since she first appeared before the genin. The Hokage smiled at her and stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back. "I also extend my congratulations to all those teams who managed to pass the second phase of the exams. Overcoming the challenges, both human and otherwise, this forest contains is an impressive achievement for a genin and speaks well of your potential." The International Chunin exams were started nearly 50 years ago as part of a treaty between the 5 great ninja villages. These exams are intended to allow ninja from each village to interact with each other without the threat of an official mission or a war hanging over their heads. There is, of course, competition, but don't dismiss the opportunity to talk with ninja from another village out of hand. Any ninja worthy of the name will of course strive to gather all the information they can, but don't forget that your opponents have their own hopes and dreams, their own failings and fears. As you learn about their techniques, learn about them as well. You may find that today's rivals are tomorrow's allies, and no jutsu in the world can overcome the power of friends and allies working together towards a single purpose. Such is the will of fire. The Hokage's eyes lingered on Naruto for a long moment. The Konoha ninjas stood a little straighter, smiles growing on their faces and determination burning in their eyes. The Odo team did not react at all while the Suna team looked oddly hopeful at his words. The Hokage just smiled slightly, watching the genin before he stepped back and motioned for a jounin to step forward. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," the jounin said. He was wearing the standard jounin uniform and had his headband's cloth unfolded to cover his entire head, his brown hair sticking out of the bottom with one large shock of hair falling between his eyes. His exposed skin was a healthy tan and he moved gracefully, with smooth steps and a relaxed stance. His hands were currently occupied with carrying a small box. "I am Heigeku, the proctor for the third phase of the exams." As Mitarashi-san said, an unusually high number of teams passed the second phase. While it was technically possible for a total of 8 teams to pass the exam, we expected 4 at most. Instead, we have 6 teams, which is too many for the third phase. As such, we will be having 2 preliminary bouts to determine which teams will advance to the third phase. Each team will draw a ball from within this box, in the order they reach the tower, so will Team 30 please send a representative forward? Kankuro walked up and pulled out a ball, holding it up to the proctor. 6, he said. Team 30 gets a bye and will advance to the third round, Hayate announced, a Chunin behind him recording the results. Will Team 72 please send a representative forward? Lee charged up to the proctor, practically quivering with excitement. Yash! I have picked number 3, he cried excitedly. Tintin sighed quietly, shaking her head. It's just a number, Lee, she said under her breath. Ah, thank you, Jonin, Hayate said. Team 72 will participate in the preliminary bouts. Lee darted back to his place among the Jonin, looking excited at the chance to fight. Will Team 71 please send a representative forward? Ino walked up and pulled a number out of the box. 2, she said. Team 71 will participate in the preliminary bouts. TCH, Ino grumbled under her breath as she walked back. Will Team 70 please send a representative forward? 4, Sasuke said, showing the ball to the proctor. Team 70 will participate in the preliminary bouts, facing Team 72. Sasuke grimaced, exchanging worried glances with his teammates as he moved back to his spot. Will Team 73 please send a representative forward? Chuji ambled up to the box and pulled out the ball labeled with the number 1. Team 73 will participate in the preliminary bouts, facing Team 71. As the last remaining team, Team 59 from Odo gets a bye and will advance to the third phase. The Konoha teams turned to look at the Odo team warily. They had finished 19th in the first phase, not a particularly impressive showing, and they had only managed to finish the second phase with less than an hour to spare. They seemed weak, but they carried themselves with confidence and didn't seem concerned about their supposed struggles in the exam. The 3 Jonin on the team also hadn't spoken a single word to anyone, preferring to keep to themselves and spend their time idly observing their surroundings. The first Jonin stood barely over 5 feet, his gray hair hanging limply on his head and covering most of his face, leaving a single eye exposed. The second stood a couple of inches taller, his black hair pulled back into a style similar to Shikamaru's. The last stood nearly 6 feet tall and was nearly bald, with small tufts of orange hair all that remained on his head. He was also somewhat overweight but still had clearly visible muscles covering his frame. Will everyone except for Teams 71 and 73 please move to the balcony, Hayate said, prompting the other teams to vacate the area. Once the arena was clear, he turned to the remaining teams. To keep things manageable, we will have one-on-one fights for the preliminaries in a best 2 out of 3 format. Each team may consult amongst themselves to determine the order of their battles, but each Jonin may only fight once. If a team manages to win the first 2 battles, the third member of the team will not be required to fight. As with the second phase, killing is allowed but is frowned upon, especially amongst allies. If you kill a downed opponent or kill someone outside of an official bout, you will be arrested for murder. Now, you have 5 minutes to consult with your team and prepare. You may consult with your Jounin sensei as well, if you wish. Team Makoto moved to the right side of the arena while Team Kakashi moved to the left. Kakashi joined his team after a few seconds. Alright, what are you guys going to do? Naruto nodded thoughtfully, eyeing his teammates. I think Hinata should go first, and Ino second, he said quietly. Kakashi smiled. I see you have faith in your teammates, as you should. Still, shouldn't you try to adjust your order based on who you think will fight first and second from the other team? Ino scoffed. It's Shikamaru, he's probably going to change his team's lineup 15 times in the next 5 minutes to try and outguess us. Hinata can take any of them, and so can I, and Naruto can just sit on the sidelines and watch us kick ass. Hinata blushed slightly but nodded. I want to go first, she added quietly. I feel like I didn't do much during the first 2 phases. Naruto and Ino both shot her incredulous looks. Didn't do much? Ino repeated. You practically carried our team through both exams. If anyone didn't do much, it's little brother over here. He just acted like an idiot as a distraction. Yeah, Naruto added, shooting Ino an annoyed glance. You guided us where we needed to go, kept other teams from sneaking up on us, and took down 2 people on that Taki team by yourself. If anyone should feel bad, it's Ino over here. She just talked the whole time, he said teasingly. Hinata giggled quietly and nodded, relaxing. Kakashi just kept smiling, happily watching his team as they supported each other and bantered playfully. Troublesome, Shikamaru kept repeating, glancing at Team Kakashi. Dude, chill out. We can take them, Kiba said confidently. Chuji just frowned uncertainly and rubbed his arms, remembering the many times Hinata had disabled him with her Jukin strikes. Makoto decided to step in at this point. I know you've faced them in your training sessions, but remember that you've grown a great deal since then. You don't know everything they can do, but they also don't know everything you can do. They're also likely to underestimate you, so be ready to take advantage of that, she pointed out. Shikamaru sighed and focused. Alright, I've got a few ideas for how we can win this. Your 5 minutes are up, announced Hey8. Each team must now inform me of their order of fighters. Once each team had quietly told him their order, he moved back to the center of the arena. Will Hinata Hyuga of Team 71 and Chuji Akimichi of Team 73 please enter the arena? Hinata stepped into the arena, moving confidently to stand next to the proctor. Team Makoto sent Chuji, who grimaced upon hearing who his opponent was but exchanged a firm nod with Shikamaru. Hinata stopped near the middle of the arena, roughly 20 feet from Chuji, and fell into a ready stance, waiting for the proctor to signal the beginning of the fight. Chuji settled into his own stance, eyeing her warily. Very well, Hey8 said. The first battle of the preliminaries is between Hinata Hyuga of Konoha and Chuji Akimichi of Konoha. Begin! With that, he leapt back to give the fighters room. Hinata immediately burst forward, the veins around her eyes bulging as she activated her Byakugan and her hands beginning to glow a faint blue as she gathered chakra. She halted her advance and leapt to the side as Chuji punched downward, hammering the ground beneath his feet and shattering the stone tile. Hinata could see the shimmer of chakra as Chuji released some sort of jutsu that caused some of the shattered tiles to blast outwards, whipping through the air where she stood a moment ago. She began to circle him and watched warily, trying to determine if that was the extent of his new jutsu. Chuji continued to pound the tiles beneath him, shifting his position between each blow and leaving a trail of rubble behind him. Hinata maintained her distance and easily avoided the projectiles he sent her way. Her eyes narrowed as she saw some of the tiles were sticking to his arms. It seemed like simple debris at first, but upon closer inspection she could make out the chakra he was using to keep the pieces of tile attached to his arms. It seemed he was trying to create some sort of armor out of the tiles. Watching carefully for a trap of some sort, she timed his attacks, then charged forward, her hands poised to deliver Jukin strikes and disable Chuji before he could add any more tiles to his arms. Chuji saw her advancing once again and abandoned his current strategy, leaping backwards and landing in the middle of the damaged area. He knelt swiftly and began gathering up pieces of shattered tile and slapping them on his arms, filling in any open spots as best he could before she got too close. Hinata didn't particularly want to charge into that area. The damaged tiles would interfere with her footing and limit her movements and thus the effectiveness of her particular style of battle. Chuji himself focused on power more than speed and did not move around nearly as much as Hinata did, giving him the advantage in that area of the arena. She couldn't let him continue his attack or building his armor, however. She paused just outside the damaged area, swiftly considering her next move. From her current position she could still close with him faster than he could resume smashing the floor. She had already memorized the pattern his chakra made when he was going to use that technique and was prepared to react instantly, but Chuji was also free to continue slapping on the already broken pieces of tile. She could maintain her position and let Chuji tire himself out maintaining his armor, but to gain an advantage in terms of chakra she would need to deactivate her Byakugan and thus might miss any traps he laid. No. Delaying her attack had already allowed him to gain an advantage. Giving him more time would be a mistake. Her best option was to force him out of the damaged area. Thus decided, she moved forward once more, moving swiftly and gracefully between the areas of undamaged tiles she could find. Chuji settled himself into a defensive stance and watched her approach warily, ready to counter as best he could. Once she was in range, her hands began blurring as she struck repeatedly, the first 2 fingers of each hand extended. Chuji shifted his arms rapidly, barely keeping up with the assault, but it was enough. The chakra emitted from her fingers did not penetrate through the tiles enough to reach his tenketsu and close them. Chuji visibly gained confidence as he continued to withstand her assault until he finally punched forward in a counterattack, nearly catching Hinata as she dodged. She bent around his arm, her fingers lancing towards his upper arm, which was not covered, as well as his forearms. She managed to score 2 hits, each closing a tenketsu, but Chuji pulled his arm back and pivoted, forcing Hinata to jump back to avoid his strike. She landed awkwardly and off balance as the broken tile shifted under her feet, and Chuji rushed forward, his arm raised and ready to strike. Hinata grimaced as her ankle twisted harshly, but she managed to reposition herself quickly and, instead of leaping backwards or to the side as he expected, launched herself straight towards Chuji. His eyes widened and he tried to pull his arm back to block, but it was already too late. Her hands blurred and left small blue trails in the air as she rapidly closed the tenketsu throughout his upper body. She struck at his arms first, disabling them and buying herself additional time as she moved onto the tenketsu in his torso. After a few seconds she moved away, panting lightly from exertion and already feeling her ankle start to swell. Chuji wavered slightly as the tiles attached to his arms fell away, clattering to the floor. He finally dropped to his knees and fell onto his side, his breathing labored. Chuji's body twitched a few times as he struggled to move before he finally relented and called out, "I give up." Hei nodded and stepped forward, "Winner, Hinata Hyuga of Konoha." Hinata blushed slightly as the sound of cheering and clapping drifted down from the balcony, especially the sounds of her teammates. She moved over next to Chuji, limping slightly, and began unsealing his tenketsu. "I thought I had you that time," he said ruefully. Hinata nodded and replied, "Using the tiles and damaging the floor was very good," she complimented him. "You forced me to fight on your terms." "Still wasn't enough though," he said, sitting up and rubbing his arms. Hinata just nodded again, feeling a little uncomfortable. Despite the years she had spent training with the other children, she still felt awkward whenever she defeated someone in a spar. Chuji in particular made her feel guilty, as he had never once managed to defeat her. This bout was actually the closest he'd ever come. Chuji finally stood and extended his hand. "Good fight," he said. Hinata nodded again and shook his hand before heading back to her teammates, still limping slightly. Naruto and Ino met her partway, both grinning happily. Naruto's grin always made her feel happy, the way his whole face lit up, the way the marks on his cheeks stretched, the way his eyes danced. She had been a little worried when his pupils began changing into the slits they were now, but despite their more animalistic appearance they still suited him. If anything, they seemed even more expressive than before. "Good job, Hinata," Ino said, pulling her into a brief hug. Hinata returned it, smiling, before she suddenly let out a small gasp and blushed. Looking down, she saw Naruto kneeling at her feet, his hands glowing green as he gently held her foot and ankle. He looked up at her, his wide grin making her stomach do flip-flops. "Trust Hinata to take care of her opponent before looking after her own injuries," he said, his voice gently chiding. Sorry," she replied. She frowned internally, admonishing herself for falling back into her old habit of stuttering. She'd managed to conquer that problem years ago with the help of her mother and her friends, but sometimes Naruto caught her off guard and her shyness would come roaring back. "Will Ino Yamanaka of Team 71 and Shikamaru Nara of Team 73 please enter the arena?" Hei called out. "Alright, you two, that's my cue." "My turn to kick some ass," Ino said, moving past them to stand near Hei. The proctor had changed his position slightly to avoid the area Chuji had busted up in the previous bout. Shikamaru shuffled out slowly, an apathetic expression on his face. Once the two competitors were in place and other genin had left the arena, Hei nodded. The second battle of the preliminaries is between Ino Yamanaka of Konoha and Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. Begin! That's the end of this tale for now. Like if you enjoyed, subscribe if you haven't, or Orochimaru will touch you. And with that being said, have a good rest of your day in peace.